fight back and take our objective. This is our final stand. We must defend the position at all costs.
Xin được chào đón toàn thể cộng đồng người hâm mộ Delta Force tại Việt Nam và trên toàn thế giới đang cùng quay trở lại với ngày thi đấu thứ hai của Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare được tổ chức tại Hanoi, Việt Nam.
Hello Delta Force fans in Vietnam and all around the world. Welcome back to the second day of Delta Force Invitational Warfare 2025 held in Hanoi, Vietnam.
Chúng tôi là Phương Thảo và Lucia, rất hân hạnh sẽ được đồng hành cùng với các bạn trong những diễn biến tiếp theo vô cùng nảy lửa tại mùa giải năm nay.
We're from Thao and Lucia. We're delighted to accompany you on your journey to the Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare.
Và chắc hẳn là các bạn khán giả vẫn còn nhớ rất là rõ những cảm xúc nảy lửa trong ngày thi đấu hôm qua, nơi mà chúng ta đã vỡ hòa khi tìm ra được những đại diện bước vào nhánh thắng, và qua đó cũng sẽ có 4 đại diện sẽ phải tranh tài tại nhánh thua nếu như không muốn nói lời chào tạm biệt sớm với mùa giải năm nay. Và chắc hẳn họ sẽ cần phải nắm lấy cơ hội này để giành lấy tấm vé đi tiếp, bởi đây chính là cơ hội cuối cùng của họ tại ngày hôm nay.
Well, guys, you will surely remember the intense matches and excitement when the advancing teams are announced. And for the teams that lost on the first day, they are now ready to return to the battlefield. They will fight with all their might to win the ticket to the next round, because this is the last chance to keep their dream of winning the championship in the tournament alive.
Và bây giờ thì chắc hẳn là tất cả các bạn khán giả cũng đã sẵn sàng rồi. Vậy thì hãy cùng hướng mắt lên sân khấu để cùng chúng tôi chuẩn bị chào đón những đội tuyển, những chiến binh ngày hôm nay sẽ chuẩn bị tranh tài trên sân khấu.
Well, everyone is in position now. Everything is ready for the opening match of the second day.
Và ngay sau đây, không để cho các bạn chờ đợi lâu hơn nữa, hãy cùng chào đón đội tuyển đầu tiên bước ra sân khấu, Project One! One.
And now, without further ado, let's welcome the first team to take the stage, Project One!
Dù đã chịu thất bại trong trận đấu mở màn nhưng ngày hôm nay họ đã sẵn sàng để bùng nổ và sẵn sàng chiến đấu để giành lấy tấm vé đi tiếp tại Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare.
Despite suffering a defeat in their opening match, they are ready to explore today. Ready to fight for the ticket to the next round of 2025 Delta Force Invitational Warfare.
Và đối thủ của Project One, hãy cùng chúng tôi chào đón đội tuyển RRQ Seven Sins.
And Project One's opponent, let's welcome RRQ Seven Sins!
Nổi tiếng với lối chơi tấn công khó lường, họ đã buộc phải đứng dậy thật nhanh và gạt bỏ áp lực, thắp lại ngọn lửa quyết tâm để tiếp tục bước đi trên con đường ánh sáng đang chờ ở phía trước.
Known for their unpredictable attacking style, they must quickly bounce back, shake off the pressure, and rekindle their determination to continue on the bright path that awaits them.
Project One hay RRQ Seven Sins, ai sẽ là người chiến thắng và ai sẽ là người phải dừng bước tại mùa giải năm nay? Hãy cùng chúng tôi tìm ra câu trả lời trong trận đấu đầu tiên của ngày thi đấu thứ hai của Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare.
Project One versus RQ7 Sims. Who will get the victory and who will be eliminated? Let's find out in our next match.
Good afternoon or good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Welcome into the Delta Force Invitational Warfare Stand or Fall. It is day 2 and we're still in the quarterfinals, we're still in the bracket phase, but it is elimination stages here in the lower bracket, and that's where we are starting, folks. You just saw our two teams about to go head-to-head. The loser of this matchup and the loser of next will be sent home. Crazy stuff here. I'm Goj, this is Vivid. How you feeling, my man? I'm really pumped about today.
Oh, dude, feeling absolutely stoked, right? I feel like yesterday was just kind of like that warm-up that we needed. We kind of got to see each one of the teams, you know, one time yesterday in one single match. And after watching them, I feel like me, you, everybody watching at home, the players themselves, they have a better understanding of what the field is actually going to look like. It was an absolute treat to watch yesterday. We saw some incredible plays. And yeah, just continuing on with the action today. Goj kind of mentioned it. Big day today. Some teams are going home.
Yeah, we've got a lower bracket that we're going to start with, and we'll break it all down. We will then get to our upper bracket, though. We're going to see our upper bracket semis, which is really fun. We literally went 2-0 every single match yesterday. We've got 4 more best of 3s for you. Let me walk you through the entire process for what's going to happen today and in this tournament. We got a chance to see all 8 of these teams yesterday. All 8 of these teams qualified for this tournament through their own qualification process. You can see it on your screen. Hostile Response, they qualified from Winter Warfare Master. Tuxedo in XG qualified for the Delta Force Winter Frontline, and so on and so forth. Everybody earned their place here and they have to continue to earn their place into the upper bracket or into the finals. There's a lot more work to do. We do have a $200,000 prize pool with $60,000 going to our champion team, but everybody's walking away with a little bit of something because, like I've said a couple times now, they earned their spot here, so they've got to earn at least a little bit of cash. Total of $200,000, $40K if you're able to make it to the finals, $30K if you get that third place finish, and so on and so forth. So a lot of money on the line. Really excited for these teams to earn some cash, but I know everybody is trying to battle for that champion position. And so to continue on, we got to talk about today's matches. Vivid, we said this already, but to fully break it down, we are starting with Project 1 and RRQX7 Sins. No Mercy, Hostile Response will be next. Both of those rounds, match 5 and 6, are lower bracket rounds. Those are our loser brackets. Their back is against the wall. This is a double elimination tournament, and therefore, if you lose, you are done. If you win, you stay in the competition for a little bit longer. But Vivid, talk to me about those next two matches. Really important ones, but not going home if you lose those.
Yeah, I mean, match 7 and match number 8, those, of course, are going to be the winner's bracket side of things. So what the heck are we going to be doing today, Gooj, right? How is this going to be broken down? We know how it's going to work. First and foremost, every single game is going to start off with the judge drawing a map, right? That could be random. We have a map pool of 6, so we'll have to see kind of how that goes. I'm kind of thinking about it like this. We only saw 4 maps yesterday, so I'm interested to see if we can see those 2 remaining. If after the first 2 games the series is tied up 1-1, there will be a tiebreaker to force that game number 3, and that will decide who actually wins the match.
Which we haven't seen yet. We haven't gone through tiebreakers yet, which is crazy. I have to expect that we see a game 3 today, especially when teams back are against the wall. Here's again a look at our 8 teams that are still in this competition. They started here, and already we are close to sending 2 of them home today for day 2 of our bracket stage. But I'm really excited to get into the matches, and let's take a look at that bracket to fully break it down for you all at home so you're very aware of what's happening. Because again, we've got our lower bracket. So this is where we're starting today. Bottom left hand corner of the screen, Project 1 versus RRQX7 Sins, then No Mercy versus Hostile Response. If you lose, you go home. If you win, you move on to the next match. That next match, though, will be tomorrow, not today, because the second half of the day today, we're headed back up to the upper bracket, back to the winner's side, and the winner of each of these matches will move on to the winner bracket finals. Now, something worth mentioning here that we didn't really pay attention to yesterday, but now it's really important. If you win today, you don't play tomorrow. If you win today in the upper bracket, you skip tomorrow entirely and play on finals day in the upper bracket finals and then in the grand finals. But let's talk about the matchup that's about to happen, folks. Project 1. Vivid, talk to me about this team. Obviously under the commander, Karua. What do you think about PO? Obviously had a little bit of a rough day yesterday. Didn't win a game. But any moments of greatness from them, anybody you wanted to highlight?
Yeah, I mean, Project 1 kind of had a tough matchup, right? They were going against DNI for their first match yesterday, and we saw some highlights, absolutely incredible stuff, individual play from DNI, right? So Project 1, I mean, honestly, they got 2-0'd, but their efforts during the game, that was on trench lines. It was still a very close match, right? I know that the attacking side of DNI went all the way to the end of trench lines, right? And it was very, very close. I think they only had, like 60 tickets left or something like that. So still a very close matchup, which is why, I'm looking at Project 1 here and I'm thinking, hey, listen, and that's actually the case for all of our teams that are going to be in the loser bracket. They all got 2-0'd, but I feel like actually Project 1, I think, put up the biggest fight yesterday. So I'm very interested to see how they do today. And then, Goj, we, of course, have RRQ7S, who unfortunately lost to TL yesterday.
Yeah, and I think this is a great matchup, and honestly, probably a very heavy-hitting matchup for a lower bracket round, because RRQX7 Sins, this is a really good team. They just unfortunately got hammered by TL. Like, it really wasn't close, much less close than the PO matchup we saw with DNI. However, we've seen moments of greatness from these teams, especially in scrims, and what we're seeing on paper is that this is actually a pretty strong team. They just couldn't get any flow going from TL, and I'm looking at kind of some of the star players, what we expect. We got to pay attention to Tala from RRQX7 Sins. Was the best player, technically the MVP for that roster, but there really wasn't much to go on. Didn't pick up a crazy amount of kills, had a decent amount of assists, was one of their fraggers for sure. I will be very curious from the PO side how Aribia does. Aribia was MVP for PO. However, they were the MVP by picking up a crazy amount of revives. You got to remember, Arabia is kind of the leader of the medic squad and picks up a crazy amount of revives for that team. So those two matchups, those two MVPs will be big names to watch out for in this competition. And I think, speaking of this competition, as per the usual, we got to talk predictions off rip. And I think this is a very tough call, but I think you and I mostly agreed. Talk to me about your prediction here.
Yeah, so I am actually going to go ahead and favor RRQ7S. You know, we talked about it. They got absolutely decimated yesterday by TL, and I still think, you know, like you were talking about on paper, they're still a really, really strong team. They were kind of looking good at some of the scrims, some of the practice games kind of leading into the competition. But then again, I was kind of talking about how well Project One also kind of pushed the limits yesterday of Team DNI, which is why I think they're actually going to take a map. Ultimately, though, I do think RRQ7S is going to win in that third game. I think this is going to be the first time that we see a match go the distance. But
I know.
You're saying
I'm full
it's
sending.
2-0.
I'm full sending. I really did like what I saw from PO. I just think that RRQX7S has more firepower, and I think they could have a chance to steamroll the competition again. Now, I'm just kind of sending it on this prediction, mostly because of what I saw in scrims. I didn't see much from them yesterday to back this up. I just have this weird gut feeling. So I'm going TO. I want to hear from chat, though. We've got chatters from all over the world watching right now. Please let me know who you think is going to win RRQX7S, or do you think PO is going to win this matchup? You can type it in the chat and maybe influence this. It looks like you all are also watching along and saying, I think Coach Vivid might be right. You're mostly hanging out with us on the RRQX7S side. So type it into the chat. Let us know. This is our global chat on all of our streams all over the world. So type it into the chat and we'll see maybe if this moves the needle one way or the other. Maybe you want to be an underdog fan. Maybe you want to cheer on Project One. You can let us know as we move forward. But while we get more of your predictions going, Vivid, I want to talk a little bit more about these teams because it was very interesting looking back on some of the stats. Obviously, we saw the highlights at the top of the show as well about some of these matchups. And we've brought up this matchup between DNI and PO. When you think back to what we saw yesterday between all of the teams, but those two in particular, that was the longest set of games that we had in all four best-of-3 matchups, kind of by a mile, honestly. It was actually pretty close for what was an actual 2-0.
Yeah.
Interestingly, like if you look at their stats, PO looks actually pretty good on paper. I just don't know if they're going to be able to succeed against an RRQX7 team. Now, as we get to pick the map, and by pick I mean it's fully randomized, the judge has selected randomly Trainwreck. We are headed back to Trainwreck here, Vivid. What do you think?
I mean, this is actually interesting. We've already seen Trainwreck on the stage, so I think this is going to be quite. I will go ahead and note very, very quickly, Project One in the first game here going to be starting on the attacking side. RRQ7S going to be on the defensive side, and then of course, they'll switch around for game number 2 to see how the series stands after that. But yeah, Trainwreck is interesting. We of course know the attacking side does start with kind of the edge up, right? They're starting with that vehicle, that tank. We saw some of our teams yesterday actually struggle to keep that tank alive, right? And that was kind of like their demise. But then on the opposite side of things, on the other game in Trainwreck, we saw a team able to keep that tank alive through literally the entirety of the game. So Trainwreck is one of those maps where it's like, you can snowball pretty well as long as you are good in terms of keeping your vehicles alive. If I'm going to go ahead and mention it though, Ghosh, obviously, the matchups can influence, what I'm about to say pretty heavily, but we already talked about it. Project One's game, they went the distance, right? They were pretty good at keeping some of the vehicles alive. It took them actually quite long on Trenchline to get into the vehicle game. But on the opposite side of things, RRQ7S, dude, they got decimated in terms of the vehicles. But that was because they were against TL though, so it's like, I haven't seen enough from RRQ7S to see how this is going to go. But I still think, regardless of whether or not we get a 2-1, a 2-0, I think both of the games are going to go quite long.
Well, interestingly enough, it looks like we're jumping into the game already, so players are ready to rock and roll. They're ready to jump in quickly today, which I love. Project One again on the attack in red. If you see red, you're thinking Project One. If you see red at all today, that's the attacking team. If you see green at all today, that's going to be your defensive team all the way through all 4 of our best-of-3 matches. Interestingly enough, yes, we saw Trainwreck yesterday. We will probably see Trainwreck tomorrow. We may even see Trainwreck again today. Yeah. But neither of these teams played Trainwreck yesterday. And so this will be the first time we get a chance to see either of these teams on this map. Any VOD reviewing they did, maybe around this map, could have been helpful, but any VOD reviewing against their competition wouldn't have been helpful based on the strategies that could be implemented on this map in particular. So keep that in mind as we go forward. This is a new map, quote unquote, for both of these teams on LAN. And we'll try to update you if maybe there's a repeat. But game is started. Let's hop into it. Who's going to win? Is it going to be RRQ7S or is it going to be PO? Starting off strong, of course, PO. Vehicle advantage to start the map, and let's see if they can utilize it correctly as they immediately play for the high ground.
One of the things that I'm instantly noticing, though, is look how far some of the green members on this screen are actually pushing forward of the point. This is actually kind of nuanced. I have not seen this yet. They're actually putting up quite a big stakehold on the front lines of this point. From the attacking side of things, we've seen multiple different strategies approach this point. Some of the teams like to go to the left side, some of the teams like to play for this right side. Playing for the right side does give you the vantage point of that big building, which is where the giant conglomerate of the attacking members are. You can see them right there. But yeah, this close-up position from the defensive side is going to allow them to kind of rotate back into the point, and they should be able to win out some of these fights. And as I say that, you know, players like HyperAds here, they're well aware of it, and the individual skill is getting shown early on here today.
Yeah, really nice push to push this into the neutral zone. I don't think it's going to be enough to totally take the point. We see some respawn beacons trying to set up tactical respawns on the map for each of these squads. Again, we'll break down all the nuance of each of the teams, their strategies, wherever we can see it. The main thing to remember is that we're in Victory Unite. We haven't mentioned it today. I'm sure you heard us mention it 1,000 times yesterday. Victory Unite means you start with 180 tickets, and you've got a commander leading the squad. So you've got 5 people basically in voice chat together, all of the squad leaders plus the commander. They can issue orders, earn extra score, and everything in between. So see a couple individual fights, some fun ones. Tempest being utilized quite effectively actually in that one. And nice line them up, knock them down. Only see heads, we click heads. Very well done here from Ragnar.
It's also kind of cool to kind of switch from POV to POV and see the switch up of weapons, all kind of being showcased right there. And again, this giant fight over this elevated surface, it's very hard to get up there. So once you are up there, it's pretty easy to hold. But right there, the 1v1 is actually going to get one out there by RRQ7S. That's going to be a big win for them and making sure that they keep control of that building. But with all that being said, right, the push towards the point, it's kind of slowly pushing the defenders back. And because of that, the tank has been able to actually move up to this hill. That being said, Goes, look at all the engineers surrounding it.
That was so close. Actually, really well done from the defense to make this tank back up and stop shelling the point for a moment. They actually almost had an opportunity to cut it down. There was enough engineers there that they just kind of won their gunfights, but there was a respawn happening right out by the tank, by the defense, to try to make a play with a single squad. I think that squad's probably designated to go for vehicle kills. Should see that same squad kind of running around the map, trying to get a little aggro, maybe some sneaky plays to try to catch this tank unaware. If they're able to get the tank down early, we saw it yesterday, so helpful. You're going to be able to get that tank down, make the next vehicle the attackers call in be an all-in vehicle they have to spend in order to capture this point. So far, so good for RRQ7S. Pretty impressive stuff from a hold. Not a crazy amount of lives burned at this point, but enough to start to cause for concern. Reminder, our metric of success is around 120 or so. If you get them below 120, we'll count that as a decently successful hold.
I love this so far from RRQ7S. And we were kind of talking about, look at the tank. It's still low. The defenders are constantly pushing up on the hill. That one rocket just missed. That one would have actually blown up the tank. Right now, the attacking side kind of finding this little crevice where they can hide the tank. This is actually a big moment right now. I brought up the question. I was like, how good are RRQ7S with the vehicles? We didn't get to really see how good they are just because TL dominated them yesterday. So far goes they look super clean.
Super clean, and because they've already racked up a ton of score, they're going to be bringing in, it looks like they've marked the vehicle for death. If that vehicle goes down, they're going to earn some extra score, and at the same time, the attackers say, now's our time to push. They call in the urgent redeployment time, which means everybody's respawn timer goes from a lot to a very, very little. They're going to be dropping back into the map quickly if they're not getting revived. Usually that means the lives tick down pretty aggressively towards the end of this timer. We'll see if that's actually the case. I'm actually seeing a decent amount of red in the kill feed. This could be a big push. You should see A start dropping here shortly.
Yeah, but look, it's just not. And not only is it not getting captured, there's nobody near it for Project One right now. And we're actually entering that territory right now where this is already a win for the defense. They have done enough damage ticket-wise to actually go ahead and take a small victory here. Talk about victories. What about the vehicle being blown up right there? Obviously, that's the first vehicle being blown up for RRQ7S, but the amount of damage that they are able to constantly deal to the tank has put it basically out of commission, has kind of put it into this little burrow where it can't do any damage multiple times so far. But finally, as you can see, the attack actually sets a foothold, sets a line down, and now there are no engineers towards that tank for the defensive side of things. So finally, it's kind of back in the battle, and as soon as it gets right back into the battle, the point starts to get captured.
Yeah, two quick notes about what just happened there as well. One, the vehicle that was marked for death was the assault vehicle. Really smart move from the commander of RRQ. They just earned a ton of score, taking down a vehicle that's very easy to take down. Very well done from them.
Yeah, nice.
It felt like the attacker side used the urgent redeployment time to kind of protect their tank. You see how many people spawned around the tank to make sure it stayed alive? Honestly, not a great usage of it. I think they were trying to maybe get aggressive and just couldn't find a way in. So defense wins out in that encounter and wins that score trade by a mile. We should see that value coming in for the defense here shortly.
Ooh.
And oh my goodness, another vehicle going down. RRQ doing a great job right now, putting the pressure on the back line so that nobody can even get to the point to have to worry about the front line. And the tank goes down as well with Uluru rockets and everything in between. The defense is playing so aggressive and it's paying off.
We saw that vehicle get blown up on the left side of the road as well. I believe that was a tank destroyer. And I thought that was going to be a push that they needed. I thought Project One was going to make a giant push towards the point right there with two vehicles. And as I say that, I blinked and both of them get blown up. But maybe that's what they needed. Somehow they lose both of their vehicles. And finally they have like their biggest push onto the point. As I say that, look at that. RRQ7S, they do a great job of clearing out the point. They have full control of it. And now the wheels on the ground. Widow over there picking. Oh, no, that was not.
Karua. Yeah.
Karua. Yeah, that's going to be the commander for Project One as well. But, dude, RRQ7S. This is the team that got stomped yesterday, and they look incredible.
This looks like the team. I knew I had the right gut feeling, man. This looks like the team we saw in scrims. So strong. It felt like during their stomping that happened to them, they just had zero momentum, and because of that, they couldn't get a foothold. Now that they're starting on defense, talk about a confidence booster. My goodness, even if this point does get captured, this is such a win for the defense thus far, all the way whittling the attackers down to 75 lives. And I'm not even sure this push is going to be fruitful for the attack, frankly. It was like 3-4 people on the point. Look how many defenders swarm in a blink of an eye. Unbelievable job. Obviously, both finding a decent bit of value when you hit your shots, but not enough to clear that point. Way too many defenders swarm back on it. I don't even know if we're going to get past point A.
RRQ7S, they keep doing this thing over and over again where they kind of let them onto the point and then they like swarm it, right? They kind of hold all of the angles down, and once a couple of the attackers actually get onto the point, then they actually all flood to go ahead and defend it. We actually did just see that quick shot over there. The tank has been spawned in for Project One, and at the same exact time, Goach, they call in that urgent deployment. Right now, do or die.
Yeah, and of course it's matched by urgent deployment from the defense as well. They have more score to spend. Anytime the attackers spin score, the defense is going to match them. They've got more to spend, which is great news if you're a defending team, because that means even if they do take this point, you're going to have so much more value in the next ones that there's no way they're going to get all the way to the finish line here as an attacking squad. Right now, it's do or die. This is so reminiscent of what happened with No Mercy. Getting this tank to full send to the point A should fall here, or it's very close to. Defense putting bodies on the point. We're seeing it from a long way off. We've got a lob coming in for the defense, and they've somehow held this push. The tank, Widow, made a small mistake, not full sending to cap this point. We saw No Mercy sacrifice their tank to cap. We didn't see Project One do it, and because of that, they may not get through point A at all.
Yeah, I mean, already losing one tank there for Project One. Now definitely going to be investing the second one. I would not be surprised if our Q7S are able to go ahead and blow up this tank. Widow right now trying to hold the left side of the point. As you can see, it's not getting healed at all. There are no engineers here to kind of help Widow out. Trying to do everything that he possibly can to get some value out of it.
Wow.
About value. They finally get the sector. Can they keep the tank alive? This is actually going to be a huge difference maker in the match if they're able to. And somehow, some way, he's still alive and the engineers start spawning in and repairing it. But oh my gosh, goes 96 tickets after Sector A.
This is really bad news for PO, I'm going to be honest. Like, we get a win, we take a win. We got point A. Who knows what type of momentum we've got right now. We do save the tank somehow. It looked like just happenstance that some of the defenders that were around the tank didn't have any tank destroying utility, just the way it works sometimes. So Widow was able to stay alive, and now they can try to make a push for point B. But again, point B is difficult if you don't have an advantage. The vehicle advantage technically on the side of the attackers. I don't know how much value they're going to get out of these vehicles. Widow may have to sacrifice the tank a bit in order to find some value to press this hill. Assault vehicles aren't going to have a ton, and they've got a second tank that's kind of shelling from way off in the distance. So I think Widow should play aggressive here to try to keep this momentum up. These assault vehicles really don't do all that much besides move people around to strategic positions. The gun's fine, so they're going to try to get up here with a squad, drop some people off, and take a high ground position. Let's see if they're able to do that.
Yeah, Sector B on Trainwreck is actually really interesting. Go would like to talk about the tug of war that kind of happens between two different separate points on the same sector. On this Sector B, it's kind of like the tug of war between the bridge position and the hill position right in front of the point. We're going to see multiple times the attackers are going to try to maintain some stakehold towards that bridge. And as you can see already, there's actually a couple of members up there, so much so that they were actually able to drop down to the point. And because they dropped down to the point, they called a lot of defenders back. So, you know, the attacking side might be able to establish some sort of foothold. Right now, though, for the attacking side, the tank destroyer is trying to get active.
It's getting active. It should trade a kill on the lob. It should. There it goes. They should be able to trade that out, tank destroyer for tank destroyer. And we lose one of the tanks here for the attack. Honestly, that is a net win for the defense. We still have a tank destroyer on the side of their defense. The attackers only have one vehicle. Not a crazy amount of value there. And they do try to push up. I really liked what PO did there with their assault vehicle to get people up on top of the bridge. It almost worked. They were able to put B towards neutral, but now all they've got is, you see this vehicle top right-hand corner of your screen trying to go up the bridge, but it's Widow by himself, and the only tank that they have is way off in the distance. They're trying to save it for C1 and C2. The problem is, because of their live differential, they're going to have to utilize one of these vehicles, maybe sacrificing it to get the B, and we'll see even if this lob hits the ground.
Ooh, their last rocket.
Oh!
Sliver left. It does look like somehow, some way, it's going to spawn. You can see vehicles actually coming down. 3 different vehicles being spawned at the same time right here for Project One. All 3 of them in danger of getting blown up in the sky. Gonna have to, you know, repair those before they're actually able to establish a push. Now for the defensive side of things, obviously our Q7S, they look extremely good. They are actually in a deficit right now in the vehicle economy. It's 2 versus 4 after all of those were just spawned in for Project One. So if Project One was ever going to have a chance to make a solid push towards this Sector B, it's gonna have to be now.
Yeah, they gotta make a move here soon. 60 lives and counting. Really call this a net win yet, actually, for point B. It's definitely a net win on the map so far. But they really don't have a lot of ground yet. These vehicles just now kind of getting into play. There's a lot of engineers on the side of the defensive side. I think we saw like 3-4 Allure rockets almost clean up that IFV that landed on the back line. Here's an artillery barrage. I would assume this is landing on top of the hill. This should land right on top of the high ground position. Vehicles should then roll in and try to clean up the rest of the mess as people get weak. Looks like that's exactly what's happening. Got a tank destroyer up on top. The attackers getting really aggressive with their vehicles. So far, so good. This assault vehicle is being tracked by the tank destroyer. Not going to let them get around for free. We cannot have anybody flanking. Tank destroyer wins this 10 times out of 10. See you later. Try to go pick up another vehicle. going to get much from it, so we lose one, but still an advantage. Because of the artillery strikes and the vehicle presence, they do take high ground position. We're still running out of time, no 51 lives remaining.
It was a big pause there from Project One. They kind of sat around 57 tickets for about a minute. They kind of waited for that coordinated attack, that artillery barrage to land up on the hill, like Coach mentioned. Then they all kind of started with their huge win there for RRQ-7S. The tank destroyer again. Finding value also does not get destroyed somehow.
Oh, there it goes.
There we go. Krua actually ends up picking that one up finally with that Allura rocket right there. So 3-1 now in the vehicle economy of things. Big push for Project One right there. Huge win in the sense that they actually got up on top of this hill right now. So now the vehicles can start to poise up on top of this hill and start to look down towards Sector B. Very good push from them. It was strategic. They used a lot of things at the same exact time, but it ended up working out. Now I want to see a little bit more of a reset for them right now and then make one final push towards Sector B.
That's a good shout. We saw Breaker from PO. In that lob, it looks like they are rocking the mortar shots as well as the wire guided, if I saw that correctly. Pay attention to what value they're able to get from that. Now would be a little bit in jeopardy right now. You can see a couple bodies on the point. Defense maybe preparing for point C1 and C2. It looks like we've got a couple interesting infantry down below. We actually got a flank here on the backside going for the vehicle. I told you there's an RRQ squad, RRQ-7S squad that is playing for vehicle destructions, and they're going to get real sneaky. Very well done on top of the bridge. A sneaky kill is going to open things up down below and allow this lob to get a lot more active for RRQ-7S. Very well done, very well coordinated, and that could have just won them this game. They do lose that lob, but it may not matter.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it. You mentioned it. It looked like they were kind of poisoned up for Sector C. It looked like B was actually going to go into the hands of Project One, but that last second push to just throw everything at the point. A well-coordinated attack. The vehicle gets blown up. RRQ-7S, they were just down like 1-3 in vehicles.
Another one.
Now it's 1-1 with that final shot right there.
RRQ-7S doing a very good job of vehicle destruction. This is so well executed. Karua is marking the objective as a high value objective. That just means you earn extra score if you take it. Of course you're going to do that. There's nothing else to do. You have 18 lives and you have to take this point. They are swarming right now. The question is, do you full send? Do you all in as the defense to try to hold here and win the map here? Or do you back up and say, we've done our job thus far? It looks like RRQ-7S is going to set up a team strategic beacon. Everybody can spawn on it. They're going all in. They want to win right here for game number 1. They set it up right next to the point. This is going to be a GG if that does not get snuffed out. And so far, nobody's sniffing anywhere near it. Maybe one player on the backside looking around. They can't find it. The defense has every foothold they need to win this game.
Literally for the first time during this sector, that tank has finally left the hill that has been poised up one for the entire push from Project One. As you can see, that is exactly why he did not want to come up the hill. The tank destroyer blowing it up. Project One gets held by RRQ-7S at Sector B, almost at Sector A. And for the first match of day number 2, it's going in favor of RRQ-7S.
So far, so good when it comes to predictions for chat, you and I will say, I thought it would be a bit closer, man. RRQ-7S looks so clean. That is the team I've been waiting to see. That is the team we saw in scrims. That is the team people have been talking about. That is a totally different team from day 1. They kept their advantages. They pressed it when they had the advantage. And when they didn't have the advantage, they sent their strike teams out to try to even the tides. Those moves by individual squads to take down vehicles without any trade of their own is such a valuable way to play this game. It's something that nobody can pull off in pubs. Let's take a look at some of those highlights in that last match as well, because certainly that's got to be one of them. It started here, though. B may have fallen eventually if they had more lives, but they didn't, because they spent almost all of them on point 8.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about highlights. So the big highlight for me was that quote-unquote strike squad, as you called it, the engineers, the Alurus, the cohesion that they had, not only in obviously destroying the vehicles, right? That's an easy stat to go ahead and look at and see, right? Because we see the vehicles going on, like, oh, nice job. There were multiple times on RQ7S that strike squad was able to just, punish that tank, take it down to just a sliver of HP, put it out of commission, right? It was not able to fight so much of that hold there onto Sector A. They did such a good job.
Yeah, really good trades there when they needed to with vehicles. 2-1 wins. Here's that strike team on the backside picking up that log, and then it was just bodies on the point towards the end of this. And really well done saving this team's strategic beacon as well until the final push. The attackers have to all in, and you get to all in with a lot more value because you can spawn literally on the point, and it's in a position that's protected by the rest of your infantry and your tank. That's the other thing. They had a tank shooting shells down range, helping out these vehicle destructions to win the map, and covering the beacon. Just very well done. Great chemistry, great communication, and great effort from the commander to make sure they secured a victory. All in when they need to. I'm really impressed by the team there at RRQ 7S going to take the victory. Let's take a look at the stats though, back and forth. Talking about a couple of the highlights, obviously, we look at the main categories of kills versus revives. We actually, I think for the first time ever, Vivid, I'm seeing Riptra, 47 revives. That is the most on either side, and that was from the defense.
Yeah, huge amount of revives. There's actually a couple of other medics down the list right there for RRQ7S. They did very, very well. 35, 38 respectively. I saw Moutra right there on the screen as well. Had a lot of vehicle destruction score. Constantly saw him kind of getting the credit for blowing up a ton of those vehicles as well. So definitely was sort of the MVP for me. Just saw so much value in terms of destroying the vehicles, and as you can see it right here goes, one of the things that we love about this event are these little rooms to the side. The teams have a, the capability here to have a coach or whoever they want, their commander, some leader in the team to go ahead and kind of call out some strategies. You can see they're actually able to draw on the screen as well, so very easy for them to talk about strats. The hard thing about this is actually coordinating 20 people together to actually go ahead and put forth some of these strategies. But yeah, a little moment here in between games. Go ahead and talk strategy. We do know how this is going to work. They're now going to switch sides. RRQ7S is going to be on the attack. Project 1, they have to defend not only Trainwreck, they also have to defend their position, their spot, their ability to continue in this tournament. This is an elimination game, Ghosh.
Yeah, no, I think this is a really good shout. This is back against the wall. This is make or break. The stakes literally could not be higher for PO, and they know it. You can see some of the nerves start to discuss what they want to do in this matchup. They have to win. Now, I want to remind everybody, maybe you didn't watch this. Oh, we're getting a nice close-up look. I like this. Get a chance to see exactly what they're talking about. I think here's one of the things that you got to remember about this matchup. I said this a lot yesterday, but maybe some people are tuning in for the first time today. Sometimes when we compare like attack and defense, you were saying, okay, well, it's a win if, RRQ7S gets past B.
Yeah.
And that's a win in terms of our tiebreaker. That is not a win when it comes to this match. To win the map, you have to win the map. You have to collect every single capture point and get all the way to the finish line. So PO right now is just thinking, as we take a look at some of those team stats, that is a lot of revives, by the way, for a defensive team where we only got to point B. That is a huge boon for this squad to keep boots on the ground and make sure they outnumber their opponents. But you've got to remember, I think PO is considering, hey, we don't have to hold it A. We don't have to stick them at the line. We've got to conserve our resources. I would expect to see PO on the defense save a lot of their score for some of the later points that are easier to hold, because they just have to hold them at the end, not at the beginning. If they invest too heavily at the beginning, we could have a huge issue.
Trainwreck is scary though, man. You remember what we saw yesterday? So many of those guided missiles. That was on Trainwreck, right? The guided missiles.
Yeah, at the very end.
Yeah, so, Trainwreck is that you're talking about kind of, elongating it. But again, our MVP Ripcha there, of course, the amount of kills, right? Those revives going to be playing a big, factor in how much score he was able to pick up, and obviously helping his team win there. But yeah, kind of elongating the map on Trainwreck sometimes is very, very scary. You're talking about saving some of the score for some of those later sectors. If you do that, right, Trainwreck being one of those maps that can go a very long time, that gives the ability for the offense to pick up a ton of score. We saw it yesterday, literally 6 guided missiles called in on that final sector. And they were literally all back to back to back, right? Seemingly kind of saving them up for that attack there. So it's a scary map to play. I mean, honestly, we kind of talked about how defensive-sided sometimes Warfare can be. And when you kind of take a look at Trainwreck, I don't want to go ahead and say that it's attack-sided because I don't think that it is, because just naturally the way Warfare kind of plays out. But the fact that the attack side starts with a tank, you know, the fact that they get so much score throughout, they can call in so many streaks towards the end of things. You know, it's got to be one of those maps that I feel like you do have enough play where you can make the attack work.
Yeah, I really like that breakdown. It is definitely possible, but regardless, Ripture really crushed it for this team. Playing the support role and picking up kills is really impressive, and I think really was able to play for his team in a major way. I think when we talk about Warfare, we often talk about the macro so often, but sometimes heroes arise. These MVPs show up and are able to make a big difference for their team as an individual. And especially not only an individual, but the squads too. We highlighted it already a couple times, Vivid, but this is what I love about high-level Warfare esports, is that each squad has a delineated role for their team. And there's a very obvious RRQ7S squad that is designated for vehicle destruction. They are that strike team we saw a couple times in that map. So it'll be fun to see what they're able to do on the attacking side, and if they're able to execute the exact same way from attack instead of defense, and they start with the vehicle advantage. I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good on my predictions, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, hey, the 2-0 might be the correct call here. I did give Project One that one. I thought they were going to take home 1 game, so obviously a lot more on the line for Project One than for me here, but I do hope they win here for my sake as well in terms of the prediction. But yeah, RRQ7S just looking very, very good. And I love the fact that you go ahead and kind of shout out that strike squad. I love the fact that we're kind of pointing them as that, because they've definitely stood out, I think, I mean, to me, and it sounds like to you as well, as the best squad that we've seen so far, taking into account, you know, all the games yesterday, all the game, you know, the game that we just saw there today. They look like the most cohesive, like, 4-engineer squad that we've seen so far. They're always together.
Especially aggressive, too. I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, they may play a bit more passive this time around since they're trying to keep their vehicles alive. But, yeah, I wonder if maybe, too, you know, we don't get a chance to see all of them. Well, maybe we'll double-check the leaderboard. We may see just straight-up more engineers on this team than maybe some of the other rosters, you know what I mean? Like, they have full liberty to choose what they want. They may be stacking engineers and using that engineer roster as the strike squad. You can also do it, of course, with the assault, you know, operators. You can use the AT4 with D-Wolf, if I remember correctly, and I think a lot of them. But I think the engineers are a better class for it because of the Allura rockets. I mean, how many times have we seen the Allura rockets have so much value of cleaning up a vehicle, right? It doesn't do a crazy amount of damage, but it's enough to clean up a vehicle when they get weak and they hide in the ravines or behind rocks and stuff like that, which is a great usage of them.
I mean, yeah, the ability to control the rocket, right? You can kind of find out those vehicles all around. That's actually a hidden little bit of a skill gap. I swear, every time I try to use one of those Allura rockets, it does not go where I want it to at all. But, you know, seemingly watching, just straight up skill diff. Watch on the main stage here, it seems like they're just better at Allura than me. Now, granted, I probably got about 3 Allura rockets shot in my entire time playing Delta Force.
That's right. You don't use vehicles, and you only play assault or recon. And you never use engineers because you're not a team player, right?
I'm pretty much perfect, right?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay. Got it. Well, anytime we play, I will only be playing support and engineer, just so that we have a fighting chance. But you know, really looking into a competition like this, it's so fun. You know, when we watch operations, I think in Delta Force, a lot of what we see is familiar. It's still really high level. It's still an esport level operation. When you watch Warfare esports, it feels like a different game than what we experience in pubs. There's so much more strategy. There's so much more to think about that you don't either have to or don't want to think about when you're playing pubs because you can't control your teammates. It's just a really cool way to look at this game in a whole new light, especially this mode.
The crazy thing is, too, is that we try our absolute best, and I'm sure everybody at home does as well, to kind of pick up on the things that some of these teams are doing, but we probably see like 30% of it.
Yeah, especially without the comms. Like,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the other thing, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we don't really get to see like some of the cool beacons necessarily, like all the beacons that get put down. Like maybe there's some crazy Luna or Hackwall that kind of finds some sneaky little spot to just put down a beacon that is some sort of a pivotal point for their squad to go ahead and make a huge impact for the greater scheme of things.
Yeah, and make no mistake, too, these teams have prepped aggressively, too.
Yeah.
They've prepped for every map, every situation. They've prepped their spawn beacon positions on the map as well. Like, that was not a mistake or a random happenstance that at the very end there, our Q7S was able to put their team respawn beacon in the perfect spot with Overwatch. That is planned and prepared for, and they've probably got those positions mapped out for every map and every point of every map, at least to some minor degree. So as we lock in, we meditate to prepare. I assume, if you asked me this yesterday, we talked about the nerves.
Yeah.
Now's the time for the nerves to kick.
Dude.
This is the moment for, if they haven't already for PO, now's the time for the nerves to kick in. This is make or break. If PO does not hold here, they lose this game, they lose the match, and they are out of the tournament. Again, as a reminder, this is where we're headed. Back to Trainwreck, swapping sides. PO will be on the fence. They've got to hold RRQ7S at the very least at the last point, if not somewhere before that. If they are able to hold, we will go to Game 3, where we will re-describe how all of the tiebreaker rules work. But all RRQ7S does, whatever they need to do, rather, if it does go to Game 3 to have priority selection, they just need to get a bit further than what PO was able to do, which isn't all that hard considering they were stuffed at point B.
Yeah. It's going to be a tall task for sure. Swapping over to the attack, though, for RRQ7S. We've seen how good they are at controlling the vehicles on the opposition, right? The fact that they are now on the attack, they have the opportunity to show Project One, that they can also kind of play that opposite game. They can play the attack side of things. They can actually be the ones pressuring the defense off of their tank. For Project One, they've got to play that same game, right? They just felt the pressure for the entirety of that game. How good RRQ7S was at just destroying their vehicles, thwarting all of their efforts to go ahead and actually push towards the point. Now they have to do the same thing.
Take a look, top right-hand corner of your screen. 1 minute and 20 seconds before we hop into the game. Here's a couple more reminders. Obviously, we saw both of these teams yesterday. RRQX7 Sins, I want to remind everybody, they didn't lose a single game in the group stages or their playoffs in the qualifying series to get to this point. The only losses they have suffered in any level from qualifiers up until this competition on LAN was yesterday. This is an extremely strong team. They called themselves underdogs with good individual skills. That is very much so the case. I'm not even sure if we would categorize them as underdogs, though. They look final form right now.
And you want to talk about, right, you were kind of talking about the nerves. You want to talk about a mentality bounce back. That game yesterday, that would have hurt my soul.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have wanted to get up this one. I would have been feeling terrible about how we were playing as a team. But for RRQ7S to have that happen
Great
for them
mental.
in day one, and then to bounce back and show us how good they really are in game number 1 of that first match of the day. Super awesome to see them kind of make that bounce back happen.
Well, in Project 1, too, this is the case for a lot of these teams. As we hop into game number 2, their backs are against the wall. I want to remind everybody, too, that the team is made up of players who applied individually through qualifying rounds. And, oh, we're back at this again. Now, anybody remember this from yesterday?
Yeah.
Anybody remember this? Sanala coming in again. This is the second time we've seen Sanala substituted in for RRQ7S. Now, it didn't work out for them last time they did it. Sanala was their helicopter operator, I believe, on their matchup when they subbed. Apparently, Sanala is an attacking specialist. Sanala has only played attack rounds for the competition for this team. Never plays defense. Very interesting substitute there. So we'll see what Sanala is able to do, what impact Sanala can have on the map as we jump into it again. RRQX7 Sins on the attack. They will be in red throughout the entire course of this game. If you see green, it is Project One. If you see green, that is the defense. And if you see green, that's Project One fighting for their lives in this tournament. Our first elimination game, our first chance for a team to go home right here, right now on Trainwreck. We are hopping straight into the match. Let's see what they're able to do.
Going to keep an eye on who is going to be operating that tank for our RQ7S. And the interesting thing for me is, yeah, you kind of mentioned it, Sanala kind of coming in for our RQ7S. I am trying to kind of pick up if it is him in the tank.
Nope,
I do not
Musa.
think it is. Yeah, okay. So it will be interesting to see what kind of value Sanala is going to find. Yeah, maybe you were just straight up right, just straight up attacking specialist there. But let's see how this one works out. Sector A was held for quite some time by our RQ7S. Project One, they're trying to go ahead and replicate that, but early on, there is already a strong foothold by the attacking side deep into the defensive lines.
Man, one thing I'm seeing, I mean, obviously we've already put a little bit of pressure on point A, but one thing I'm seeing on main, and something I saw all of last round, RRQ7S just wins their ones, man. They're just winning gunfights even when they're outnumbered. I mean, they said they're good individual skill and their team play looks great, but the individual skill is looking really strong as well. Here's 2 players versus 4. Let's see how it goes for them. So far, not so good. RRQ7S, plenty of control on the point, but finally starting to lose a few gunfights on the flank. And this is actually a pretty big moment. We need to make sure they don't get any revives. The bow's going to come in. Pretty nice favor. That's going to be 1 or 2 down. But a decent push here from the defense to be able to hold on this backline position.
Oof. The bow shots are hitting right now for Dells.
Oh,
That turns
my
around.
gosh.
Nasty
Oh,
180. I believe that little bit of a stretch right there picked up 4 or 5 kills in total right there. So good stuff from him.
A lot of red in the kill feed there. Not a crazy amount of pressure on the point yet. Musa actually getting pretty active with their tank. This is a little bit more aggressive than what we saw from PO on the attack. Finding an angle on the backside that feels safe, and actually a pretty good angle to shell this point. Get a setup, one of the first pushes we've seen from them to actually put bodies on the point. We're seeing PO try to fight for their lives with Tempest and Assault Operators, maybe 1 Stinger just to go for these revives. I like it, but unfortunately they're getting punished for it. We lose just about everybody on the defense, and there's 1 hero on the point for PO, picking up as many revives as possible to make sure there at least are some bodies there, make sure they maintain control over point A.
Great push there from RRQ7S. One of the squads being able to actually go behind enemy lines, right? Once the defense actually flooded the sector, one of the squads from RRQ7S, they went ahead and took the opportunity to go in from that left side up on the road over there. You see him off in the distance. They keep spawning in over there and trying to get some sort of a flank going. But right now, honestly, Project One is holding very, very well. So much so, like RRQ7S to me, is kind of only attacking Sector A from this one side over here that is around the tank. They're not really attacking from multiple angles, so it's sort of like this funnel that's happening. Project One is honestly being handed this easy kind of defense right now because they only have to kind of look in one direction outside of this single squad that I was kind of talking about earlier.
Now let's see which value this single squad gets. A couple individuals being cut down. Delza feeling very confident with the bow for good reason. Very strong weapon if you don't miss. Some pressure onto the point, but we still have a few bodies there and a lot of revives coming in for PO this time around. I think they noticed probably in the last one that they didn't have nearly as many revives as they needed. But definitely prioritizing it in and around the point right now. The tank getting extremely active. Musa feels like he can get up onto the point without anybody harrying him, and he's actually right. Take a look at the overhead view. Defense is nowhere to be seen. Tank being invested onto the point, but they're not gonna lose it. And a nice objective mark here from Tala to make sure they get the extra points for capping this right now. It's gonna be a huge value add for them to be able to call in an extra vehicle. We got a couple PO members just trying to make a break for it, but well coordinated, well timed, and well executed. A nice take of point A, pretty easy and max lives. Very well done, RRQ7S.
Yeah, Malza actually played this attack in the tank pretty differently than we've ever seen, was not really playing those hills by where they spawned. He kind of took that tank up that right side and was playing around the buildings over there, and then eventually was able to get enough space to just push straight up into the point. I'm not sure if, you know, that was just a result of how good they are at playing around defending their tank, or just a lack of, you know, quote-unquote offensiveness from Project One towards that tank itself. I'm trying to look at the symbols like above the green members right now to try to look for that engineer symbol. And if I'm being completely honest, I've only ever really seen one at a time. Is anybody playing engineer for Project One?
That's a great call. I wonder if they'll switch to it maybe here on point B.
I do see a couple.
Yeah, there are a few, but you can see the vehicle advantages coming in for the attackers. We do have a tank destroyer on the defensive side, which can be extremely valuable, but this is maybe the fastest we've ever seen the hill crested on Trainwreck. I mean, we've got complete control of the high ground position on the hill for the attack. It feels like the defense is nowhere to be seen. I guess they're respawning. I have no clue where they are. Tank destroyer gets really active and he may get punished for it. Weak. Tank destroyer on, tank destroyer active, but they're outnumbered infantry-wise. We send it off the top ropes and we get paid in kind. What a huge push from the attackers, and frankly, a mistake from PO to get that active. You already lost the hill. Don't try to save dust that crumbles through your hands. That is a brutal loss for the defense.
Yeah, now they're going to go ahead and transition their attack towards the bridge, because that's going to be kind of that second little quote-unquote objective that you want to go ahead and capture. But right now the defense is crumbling so much so that Krua over there calling in the urgent deployment for the defensive side of things. But if you take a look at how the defense looks, they're just all towards the spawn. Nobody's on the point.
Yeah, and again, classic scenario where the team that has the advantage, that has a score advantage, is willing to invest their own urgent deployment to match their opponent. This is a great usage of an urgent deployment from the attackers to match the defense. They're trying to keep this push going, and this angle over the top with the bow, if they're able to connect on more, Delza finding a lot of value with that bow. And speaking of value, good grief, tank destroyer on point, just obliterating anything that moves. And we've got all red on the point already. RRQ7S, they have gotten further than their opponents. They've already won the tiebreaker, but they still have to win the map. C1 and C2 coming up next. They assuredly get B here.
Yeah, C is going to be the one that's really tough, right? You know, about halfway through this point, we kind of expect the defense to start picking up vehicles pretty heavily. But the hard thing is the initial push towards C2. Almost every single one of the attacks we've seen on Trainwreck, they always go up that right side with their vehicles and instantly have a foothold towards C2. So we'll have to see what Project One, if any at all, what answer they have for that.
Good shout. 3 vehicles to 1. Defense have a love. Shoot some mortar shots over the top, trying to connect on anything, trying to get some information. The attackers playing fairly patient right now on their rotation over. You can see Musa has been in this tank since the very beginning. This is the starting tank. And actually playing, ooh, nice connect there, but playing actually pretty aggressive with the tank for a tank that's been around since point A. Bob trying to find some any value that they can around these points. I think right now it's just all about information gathering. Good grief, this thing is taking damage. Plenty of engineers still alive though, so everything's fine for now, but it's gonna make them have to back up and not be able to pressure this flank. And here's the push. As you expected, we're gonna swing all the way around to C2 with just about everybody. A couple assault vehicles following in kind, and Musa with the backup with the tank. This is going to be a nearly free C2, especially if these infantry get through, and they do. They make that wide open cross for free. That is brutal for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of looking at the wide angle of the entirety of the map. It looked like they were just conceding C2. I didn't see a single defender over there. There's, you know, now after this, there's 2, but look at the vehicles, Goj.
2 tank destroyers for the attack, both moving in tandem. I don't know how you're ever going to take these 2 out if they work with each other extremely well, and so far so good. They're wiping all the defense around C2. There's 1 squad from PO that's trying to flank around the backside of C2, but honestly, they're just giving their lives away. They have no value here. maybe if they get a vehicle down, it's worth the trade. But no, they're just going to gray screen for a while, all of them cut down, and full control over C2 means the attackers can do whatever they want preparing for C1. This is bad news for PO. They are not looking like they have anything to go on right now. They're grasping at straws.
Yeah, so much so, right? This lab kind of giving up the position that it had on those rotations between the 2 points, backing up pretty much towards the spawn. Kind of has to. Oh, actually a big pickup there. 2 vehicles get destroyed simultaneously on the side of our RQ7S. So Project One doing great work right there to kind of minimize how big of a gap there was between the 2 teams right there. Still 2 vehicles alive, one of them being a tank destroyer right here. It's going to be trying to pick up a lot of the boots on the ground. But Project One trying to make sort of a push here towards the offense. And honestly, you know, giving up C2 allows them to start playing that tug-of-war game. As you can see now, they're interested in C2. And now our RQ7S kind of has to answer all of the rotations that are going to be coming out from them.
Yeah, this is a nice pushback. I mean, this is the first glimpse of hope that we've seen from PO, especially after a frustrating loss of C2 early. The tug-of-war will begin, and the squadron moves over to C2. They've got some bodies on the point. The problem is the attackers, they've got vehicles there still. Even though they lost a few, they have a couple more. They're looking very strong right now. They have plenty of lives remaining. This is still a war of attrition that the attack is winning, but finally we're seeing glimpses of hope. This is going to be a big one. Another potential vehicle kill. Unfortunately, Breaker can't afford to lose the only vehicle that they have, so they can't follow out to get cut down by a tank, and it does look like Muza's picked up a new one.
Yeah, Breaker and his squad are actually doing very, very well, right? It looked like the odds were kind of stacked against them. How many vehicles were available for RQ7S to kind of pressure that single vehicle of Project One? But the engineers on the side of them in that squad have been doing a great job with that lab. Now, if we take a look at how well they've done ticket-wise, right? Only actually taken out 40, which it feels like they've been on this point for a very long time. I would have maybe expected it to be a little bit more. But so far, if we take a look towards C1, honestly, RQ7S have not been anywhere near it.
That's a good shout. Actually, a pretty good hold for C1 for the most part. Getting a lot of value out of this IFV here with Breaker. We've got a tank destroyer still, and a couple tanks inside of the attackers. Don't want to overly invest them. Don't want to sell here. Still an advantage. And here comes the tank destroyer and the tank moving over to C1. They're going to get pretty aggressive. They're not going to go on to the point necessarily, but they are going to make sure that their infantry have a clear path to get to the point. And they've got their second tank playing the backside of C2 just in case there's a trade. And it does look like a trade's coming through, but it also looks like our IFV is about to be cut down. Breaker in trouble. Tank destroyer thinks twice of it though, because the infantry need help on the point. This is a brutal war of attrition. The defense have found their way to C2 and doesn't look like they're going to get cut down. Could see a full trade here.
Oh man, I was just wondering myself. I was like, where are the extra vehicles from Project One? How do we on the map? Finally, they call one in, but the tank is pushed up so far that it's able to get some easy shell shots onto the vehicle, kind of falling in. And you can look at this. Tala is doing such a good job of just holding that vehicle of Project One as like a hostage. It can't move.
Now, this is brutal. And again, I will still laud Breaker for staying alive. But a recap of C1 gives them a moment to breathe, but maybe just a moment. Breaker in trouble. Tank Destroyer getting active. Tank Destroyer wins this 10 times out of 10, but maybe feeling not as... Okay, oh my gosh. Well, that was maybe a misplay, but was just backing up, trying to bait this loft into the tank, and now both are weak. Look how much value they're getting over the top. Mizako picks up a kill on a vehicle, but we do get the trade out on Breaker. That is a net win for the attack, but not as clean as they would have liked. A hero there with Mizako over the top of these train tracks, able to pick up the tank destroyer. That is still a win, a slight win maybe for the defense, but I think an overall net trade win for the attack. But we get a little bit of value for our defensive team. We're still boots on the ground around this point. C1 is not faltering yet.
That single individual Aluga play right there was moments away from being the greatest thing we have pretty much seen. Doing so much damage single-handedly. The 2 vehicles simultaneously. Does end up picking up 1. Could have maybe gotten the second, which maybe would have saved that vehicle for Project One. But yeah, taking a look at the bottom of the screen, right? 3-0 in the vehicle game right now. And now the push towards C1 seemingly working out for them as well.
Now, Route Man about to get paid here with the assault vehicle. They're going to take a wide wrap around with the assault vehicle and a transport. Does look like Breaker maybe going for a bit of revenge here. Gonna let his squad most likely spawn on him first. I can't imagine Breaker's gonna try to do this by himself. He's not gonna get enough damage down with the engineers around this tank, but he is gonna pester them a little bit and just try to push him back. He's connected on 2 shots, but where is his squad? Why is he trying to do this by himself? Honestly, dust in the wind, my friend. What is going on right now? This is going to be a free C1 and C2 for the attack. We've got 2 strategic beacons down for the defense to try to save the day. It feels like too little too late, though. The attack getting free reign onto C2 and C1. The defense have tried to make a swap here over to C2, and so far they're finding some leeway. C1 now complete control for the attacking side.
Yeah, finally another vehicle able to touch the ground for Project One. It's been so long since we've actually seen that kind of happen right there. We'll note here, during that last 40 seconds, there was actually an urgent deployment called in from the attacking side of things. And honestly, Project One kind of held it down, but C2 is the only thing that remains in their custody right now, right? C1 ended up falling at some point. Now the boots on the ground, they have to kind of get involved. Capturing C2 is kind of difficult because finding value from your vehicles onto this point is sometimes kind of hard, right? You can't really just drive them in there and start to kind of help take the point. That being said, there are vehicles surrounding C2 for RRQ7S, but the tickets are actually being dipped into right now. Project One getting a second vehicle now on the ground. Is this where they make their hole?
It's a big opportunity for the defense. They have a chance. See their tank off in the distance is fairly weak. C2 now back into contention. Again, there was a trading of points. The tug of war continues, but now our vehicle's being invested quite aggressively. It looks like an all-in from the attackers, putting the vehicle on the point. We could see another trade potentially come through on the backside of C1. Looks like what Kahlua is trying to hold for his team. Finally have an anti-tank mine down. I'm not sure that's a great position for it, but why not? Let's at least get more down on the ground. Should help out your team a little bit. C1 still fully captured, but the trade again of points. Yeah. We see this over and over again on Trainwreck. The tug of war in full process right now, trading points back and forth over and over again. This is the strategy of the defense, but they are in trouble right now just trying to keep this vehicle alive, and they could win this war, tank versus tank, with the amount of engineers that they have on top of that tank. They're able to keep it alive, and it has more health than our defending tank. Watch out for this push right here. C1, the trade trying to come through. It's looking like the defense should win this trade, but it's close.
If Project One, I mean, obviously they're doing a great job right now of kind of holding on. Grilla under a heavy fire right now. That tank destroyer is getting active. So is the tank as well.
Gosh.
The 2-1-1, that's going to go ahead and secure the vehicles over there. But look at that, Mumizaka actually returns fire. Picks up a vehicle of his own right there, and now this tank fight that's been going on over here. Tala versus the Kuti. This is Breaker on this squad right now, and Project One kind of makes something happen. If you take a look at how far, it looks like Project One losing it. Suzuki is actually going to end up falling. Tala ends up picking it up right there, and that's going to be a huge loss for Project One. We just saw over towards C1, vehicle get destroyed. Over towards C2, their other vehicle get destroyed. But look at that, somehow they've equalized, Goats. Only one tank remains on the side of RRQ7S, and honestly, look, C2 now being held, the tickets, they just keep falling lower and lower.
Again, as much as we've been touting RRQ7S throughout the entire course of this matchup, PO somehow, some way has held on, and down goes another tank. I mean, it's got to be a full send from PO on the engineers. They are prioritizing vehicle destruction over nearly anything else. What they're doing is they're giving away points because they know they can trade if they focus on the engineers. This is a really good gameplay loop for the defense because the war of attrition always goes to the side of the defense at the end of the day. There is no lies for the defense. This is just about holding on as long as you possibly can. We've got a team strategic beacon down that's picking up several players back onto the map quickly. We've got artillery strikes down for the defense, and now the attackers scrambling a bit, trying to urgently deploy themselves. This reduces the respawn by a sizable margin. We're going to see a nearly 1-for-1 trade in people on the point with all of those resources being spent. This is a net win for the defense. Project One still have hope in this matchup.
What's happening? Project One has put it on quite a hold right there. Oh my gosh, Mar was literally reloading the rocket launcher that was about to take out the vehicle from Project One. Got sniped in the process. That was clutch right there. The fact that Project One was able to hold on to C1 as the rocket actually ends. No, the rocket didn't connect. A tank connects. It looks like Javier is going to pick up that vehicle destruction. That was going to be from the tank destroyer over here on the left side of things. But yeah, Project One, their ability to hold on right there was able to kind of stall enough for the vehicles to kind of get back involved. But in the process of, trying to hold on to this point, they actually haven't picked up that many kills, only dropping down to 70. I feel like it's been like 1 or 2 minutes.
Here we go. This is a big moment in this back and forth on C1 and C2 because C2 is nearly in complete control still, and you can see Bats out there getting harried by a billion different rockets. Here's the problem. In this trade, we saw the strike team come in to try to make the trade over to C2, and they lose the fight. Breaker tries to lead the charge with this tank destroyer, and he loses the fight. This is the moment they needed, and down goes C1 and C2 finally. A great hold for PO, but it's not enough. 123 lives to push to the next points, folks. This is a huge moment. We knew PO could put up a fight. They're finally showing that they can, and now their backs are literally against the wall. This is going home or staying in this competition. If they lose D1 and D2, they are out of the competition in day 2 of the DFIW tournament here in Hanoi, Vietnam. There is literally no stake that could be higher at this stage of the competition.
History, to me, is kind of repeating itself. But remember, Project One on trench lines yesterday. They were kind of getting stomped on the defensive side of things, and then finally towards the last 2 sectors, they started to put up a giant fight. But because of how much momentum the attacking team had, how many lives they had after the first 2 points, because they did not dwindle into them at all. They just could not hold on long enough. Project One putting up a great fight in Sector C. Yeah, they put up a great fight in Sector D here as well, but it might be all a little too late. 120 tickets to work with. We know the score is rolling right now for RRQ7S. The streaks are going to start to come in eventually.
That's a good shout. D1 and D2, 120 lives. These linear points, again, you almost need to capture D1 if you're the attacking side before you go to D2. It's a decently easy one to cap, a hard one to hold. You've got plenty of vehicles on both sides. I think you're right, though. The score lead is on the side of RRQX7S, and we've got to remember, too, there was a ton of investment from the defense on C1 and C2 when it comes to the score that they invested to call in their support systems. We saw multiple beacons, which means if they want another beacon, it's super expensive. That doubles basically every single time you call it in. You're not going to probably see a beacon coming in from the defensive side. We've already used, we're going to mark this objective to try to hold. Karua says we need to hold this objective. We'll get the extra points. I would assume he is marked D2. This is a smart move from the defense to just earn some extra score. They desperately need it as D1 immediately falls to the attack. All momentum on the side of the attack. Now Tala has matched that command in kind to mark D1. Both teams may get extra score here, but already we're seeing D2 start to falter because of this tank destroyer right here. The defense is going to have to swarm to D2 and give D1 a really smart play from the attack to secure their score and make the defense scramble. We've got all momentum, all wind in the sails of the attack.
How effective are these vehicles going to be for Project One? A guided missile. We talked about the score. RRQ7S, the score is indeed rolling. Urgent deployment called in from Tala at the same exact time as the guided missile. They want to make a giant push. Let's see how effective the missile is going to be. Where's it going to land? Who's it going to take out? Looking at the kill feed, absolutely nobody. But guided missiles often don't find value in the kill feed. They find value in pushing the defenders off the point. At the same exact time, urgent deployment from the defensive side of Project One, and at the same exact time, another guided missile.
Welcome to the party, folks. This is a score advantage at its finest. We got guided missiles landing for days around C2, and like Vivid said, it's mostly a zoning mechanism, but we do pick up a two-piece. Rob, SC, nice two-piece onto the point. This is going to open up an opportunity with that urgent deployment for a big infantry push from the low side, but D1 was in jeopardy, so they don't have a ton of value on D2 right now. A slight stagnation, a lot of guided missiles, and we're kind of back to square one. Attackers on D1, defense on D2, and the defense do pick up a vehicle from long range. That is a nice boon, but their job is just getting started. We still have 100 lives, and we are on to DU2 as another guided missile lands. This one, again, zoning off the point, picking up a single kill, but look where our attackers are. They're already onto the point right now. This could be the start of the final push.
At the same exact time that this push is coming in, I see that there's a strategic beacon put down. No, not one, no, not two of them are put down. At the same exact time, the guided missile, the fourth one is called in for our RQ-7S. This is exactly what we were worried about. This long map, this long game racks up the score. Can the guided missile be effective enough to capture D2 here? It's going to land in the same exact pot as always, but again, doesn't find any kills. But look how zoned off the defense was halfway towards the capture right now. The defense has to flood in. They're calling in everything they possibly can. Strategic beacons, artillery barrage. Is it going to be enough?
It may be enough on the back of Sheriff with that tank, dead center of the map right now. Unbelievable job, and frankly, I think a slight misplay from the attacking team. That guided missile lands off center. You're picking up 8 and the win right now. There was so much score invested for what felt like an all-in at about 95 lives to net basically nothing, unfortunately. Now we do see a tank destroyer getting some decent value, but it's very weak. Breaker knows the value of vehicles. He's their vehicle operator on the opposite side, but he goes down regardless. Javier having his way on D2. It's just a little bit too late, and we're back to square one yet again. And Vivid, the big question in my mind is how much score do we have now that was so much invested from the attack?
Yeah, now that the dust has settled, now that we have saw the effectiveness of the 5 guided missiles,
So now they're
hold that bar from calling in number 6. We've actually tied the amount of guided missiles we saw yesterday on Trainwreck. Man, this map just breeds guided missiles. 5 minutes before that one makes impact. 2-1. I'm sure it's going to land in the same exact spot. They actually put that one a little bit towards the bridge, which is a little bit weird for me. I personally would like to go to point though. Spawn, but again, it's kind of zoning. The defense does not know where it's going to land. They want to get off the point, so that way they do not go down. It really hurts the respawn time of things. But this is a giant push from the attacking side. Our RQ-7S is looking to lock down game number 2 to take the match. They do it. Victory in the losers bracket for our RQ-7S. After an absolute stomp yesterday, they show up today. They put on a stomping of their own.
RQ-7S, not without some pressure, but they do go 2-0 in lower bracket round 1 to stay alive in this competition, yes, and also send Project One home. A great effort, a great comeback, frankly, from Project One after even the stomp in game 1 of this best of 3 matchup. I'm sure frustration in the eyes of Project One, but you put up a good fight, lads, a really good fight, especially on C1 and C2. It was just too much to handle. Our RQ-7S looking like the team we thought they would be. After a frustrating day yesterday, starting today in the lower bracket, they crushed their competition in the first round and prepare for what is next. Score, again, being the decision maker, the decisive manner at which you win this game. That was 6 guided missiles to zone off. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that match. The end was a highlight in its own, but it started here. Point A, 150 lives. It took about 30 or 40 or so before we finally got some footing, but then it was just no holds barred. A, then B went nearly instantaneously to RRQ-7S, and I thought it was going to be the same stomp we saw in game 1. I mean, look at this. We saw some great moves from the attackers over on B. One thing we missed there was that strategic beacon placement, and I really liked what we saw from the attackers on B. But C was a totally different story, and this is where Project One showed their chops for the very first time. They traded well, they swapped positions well, they almost won the tug of war. They spent so many lives on C1 and C2 for the attackers that I thought there was a chance PO could win this game and force us to our first game 3.
Absolutely. Of course, RRQ7S very deserved of going ahead and winning that game right now. We are actually at a position in our competition, in our bracket, where that win alone has earned them more of the prize pool because they did not lose that game, right? They are pretty much guaranteed 5th through 6th now, which is a little bit of a bump in that prize pool. So congratulations to them for going ahead and winning out there. Time to give Project 1 their flowers. Of course,
look at this.
You know, flying all the way here. They are going to be taking home 7th to 8th place, right? Taking home a little bit of that prize pool for themselves. I just feel like it goes for Project 1. Every single time, it looked like in the match yesterday, in the match today, they just started just a little bit too late. They started to pick up the rhythm just a little bit too late. Let's see how it's actually all broken down. Kills, revives, all of that.
Yeah, it's a really interesting stat line. Again, because this is Victory Unite, you've got to remember the score lines for some of our commanders, and this is a huge difference maker. Take a look at Tala at the top, commander for RRQ7S. The reason their score is so much higher is because their team completed objectives at the perfect time. You don't see crazy stat lines, solid in the vehicle destruction category, but it's because they did a great job at being commander. They earned all that extra score that helped them call in all of those missiles. My MVP, I'm not sure it'll be the MVP for the match, but my MVP for RRQ7S, 2nd place on that scoreline. Javier was going crazy in the tank destroyer and was drawing so much coverage from the defense that was actually what net them the win on that final D2. So a cool shout from them. Talk to me quickly about PO though. Anybody standing out on that side?
I mean, PO on the defensive side of things, kind of repeating that same little thing we saw. I saw multiple medics over there with 50+ revives for the defensive side of things. So I would not be surprised if they were actually, you know, well above 200 revives. Of course, we did go the full map, so it is easy for some of those stats to kind of get bolstered up just because the length of the game was actually longer, but still an impressive feat because a lot of the times we just don't see the revives from the defensive side. Easy to get sometimes, you know, when you kind of think about the attack coming in. Once they attack, once they get the kills, they usually take that space. So finding revives is not easy. But for RRQ7S, their team stats for Trainwreck in game number 2, 650 total kills. The revives for them above 200. Honestly, I was kind of expecting more revives from them. But hey, listen, you don't need more revives to go ahead and take that last sector and go ahead and complete the 2-0.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was expecting that revive category to be a bit higher, especially with how long it felt like they held on to a decent stat line there in terms of lives. We did lose a lot of lives in C1 and C2, and again, I feel bad because P1 is going home, but I still give them the benefit of the doubt here. This is a really good team. They had some tough matchups. They obviously qualified to this position. They're still going to walk away with, I believe, $10,000 just for getting to this stage, but they are out of the competition. But the team that we expected to see from PO was the team that we saw in C1 and C2. It was really good defense. It was really good trades and great calls. However, our commander, our MVP, Tala, led his team to victory. 20 kills, 24 assists. That doesn't tell the story of what Tala was able to do in Victory Unite as the commander. It is a hard role to take on for your team. You are the mouthpiece for the team. You're making orders for your team, and if those orders are not executed upon, you will probably lose the game. And this is one of the reasons why RRQ7S was able to push past the defenses of PO even after struggling on C1 and C2. They had a huge score advantage because of this man right here. So a huge congratulations to RRQ7S and our MVP Tala, leading the team to victory and preparing for tomorrow.
It's very easy to talk about the MVP performance individually, but we keep seeing these commanders kind of pop up on the MVP, right? The total score. That just means their team is actually doing just a good job at following some of those orders. Let's take a look at the best squad here for RRQ7S. No surprise, look at this absolute stacker of a squad. We got the MVP himself, Tala. We got your favorite here, Javier. 54 kills total. Mauza, how many times do we see him pick up some sort of a vehicle destruction, vehicle damage, something like that, and then actually somebody kind of flying under the radar when you look at the kills. Bujang there, 4th slot over there. I saw he actually had the most amount of vehicle destruction for the side of them in game number 2 right there. So just an absolute goated squad.
Yeah, those were their vehicle operators too, right? Mauza was in that tank, Javier was in the tank destroyer, and again, Javier is my GOAT in that matchup, okay? There were so many moments. If you guys watch back on that VOD, Javier playing the tank destroyer, obviously one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful vehicle you could use on the map. The hit and run is everything. We harped on and on about that yesterday. But in that game, the amount of fire he was drawing, especially towards the end of that game, distracted the defense enough. They couldn't not address him because he's just going to wipe their entire backline and weed their numbers out. But because he was there, it totally changed the main fight that was on the point, allowing our attackers to win the game. So big shout out to all of our teams, all of our squads on RRQ7S. They will be moving on tomorrow. If you are a fan of this team, you will see them in tomorrow's competition as they play throughout the rest of the lower bracket. It's going to be a lot of fun. Their backs are still against the wall the entire time they're in this competition until they maybe make the finals because they're in the lower bracket, but they can breathe a sigh of relief for now. Project One out of here, and my eyes almost look forward to what is about to come, which is another elimination round with a team that I think a lot of you all at home watching our English broadcast will recognize. No Mercy about to be back on stage again with their back against the wall as well. We've got one more lower bracket round. We will then head back up to the upper bracket to see winter bracket semis with some of our best teams that we've seen
looking forward
thus far. 4 total best of 3s, folks, and we just finished our first one here on stage. 3 more best of 3s to go. And before we move on, again, it does look like you can see it down below. We've got an amazing land set up here in Hanoi, Vietnam. We've also got an interview down on stage. So let's head down to Tao Tao, our amazing host, and of course the interviewees of our amazing RFQ S7S rather. Let's head down to the stage and hear what they have to say.
Xin chào, hãy cùng chúng tôi quay trở lại với sân khấu lớn để cùng đến với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu và chúc mừng cho chiến thắng của RRQ7 khi họ đã vượt qua một trận đấu nghẹt thở. Cùng lúc đó thì chúng ta cũng rất tiếc phải nói lời chào tạm biệt với Project One và hy vọng rằng là họ sẽ quay trở lại mạnh mẽ ở trong những mùa giải tới. Và đứng bên cạnh Phương Thảo ngay lúc này đó chính là Thala đến từ RRQ7. Hãy cùng xem là bạn ấy đang cảm thấy như thế nào sau chiến thắng vừa qua nhé. Let's head back to the stage for the post-match interview, and congratulations to RRQ7 to secure their win after a breathtaking matchup. And at the same time, we have to say goodbye to Project One, and hopefully they will come back stronger in the next tournament. And now, standing next to me is the team's commander, Thala. Let's hear what the winner have to say with us. Xin chào Thala. Hello, you have the team's flag. Please ours.
Thank you.
Câu hỏi đầu tiên thì không biết là cảm xúc của bạn lúc này như thế nào sau khi có được chiến thắng rất quan trọng này.
So what is your feelings right now when you have a very important winning?
Bagaimana rasanya setelah menang dari Project One?
Rasanya sungguh senang sekali ya, apalagi kita berhasil bounce back dari kekalahan kemarin melawan Tenglong. Dan hari ini kita berhasil bermain dengan sangat bagus dan akhirnya bisa mengalahkan Project One dengan skor 2-0.
Cảm giác của bạn ấy rất là vui sau khi mà hôm nay bạn ấy đã giành được chiến thắng, và sau một cái trận thua ngày hôm qua thì toàn đội đã dành một cái nỗ lực hết mình và toàn đội đã giành được chiến thắng ngày hôm nay.
We are so happy that we win today match. Yesterday we were lost the game, but today our team was trying our best to win this game for this match today.
Đúng rồi, bởi có lẽ đây là một trận đấu mang tính chất quyết định mà nếu như họ sảy chân thì họ rất tiếc sẽ phải nói lời chào tạm biệt, nhưng không, cuối cùng thì RRQ7 đã có được chiến thắng. Vậy không biết là khoảnh khắc nào đối với bạn là khoảnh khắc quyết định đưa bạn đến chiến thắng ngày hôm nay?
What is a decisional moment that led to the winning for today match?
Momen apa yang bikin kita menang?
Momen yang bikin kita menang itu karena kerjasama tim antara infanteri dengan vehicle-nya yang sangat seirama. Sehingga kita bisa tidak hanya mengalahkan infanteri mereka, tetapi juga bisa mempunish vehicle mereka. Sehingga kita bisa dengan sangat nyaman bermain hari ini.
Cái khoảnh khắc mà quan trọng nhất là cái sự phối hợp của toàn team, bởi vì cả toàn team đã phối hợp mà công kích và phản công tốt.
So I think the very crucial moment is that all of my team members working together, we are so strong connected together, and that we try to attack the opponent. That what led to the winning for today.
So your team synergy is the most important thing, right? Không biết là trận đấu tiếp theo sẽ là một trận đấu cũng mang một tính chất quyết định và cũng sẽ là một trận đấu bản lề để quyết định số phận của team bạn ở trong giải đấu năm nay, thì bạn sẽ chuẩn bị những cái gì để chuẩn bị đối mặt cho trận đấu đó?
It is a very crucial match next up. And what are you going to play? How do you plan for the next match?
Apa yang rencananya akan bersiapan untuk pertandingan berikutnya?
Tentunya untuk pertandingan besok kita akan melakukan mapping bersama dengan seluruh squad, seluruh fraksi. Juga kita akan melihat potensi musuh kita siapa dan kita akan melihat bagaimana cara mereka bermain dan berusaha untuk mengcounter cara bermain mereka.
Cái đầu tiên là họ sẽ bàn về cái chiến thuật để mà có sự kết hợp tốt nhất giữa các squad với nhau. Cái thứ hai là họ sẽ xem xét và nghiên cứu về đối thủ để xem đối thủ giỏi gì để mà có cái phương án đối phó.
First, we are going to discuss with the team to find out the best strategy for the next match. And then we are going to do some research to get to know more about our opponent for the next match. So that hopefully could let us to the winning and have a ticket to the next round.
Vâng, chắc chắn rồi, người hâm mộ sẽ chờ đợi phần trình diễn của RRQ17 ở trong trận đấu tiếp theo. Vậy thì cuối cùng bạn có một lời nào nhắn nhủ muốn gửi tới những fan hâm mộ, những người mà sẽ ủng hộ mình, theo dõi mình từ quê nhà, cũng như là các fan hâm mộ sẽ tiếp tục cổ vũ cho các bạn ở những trận đấu tiếp theo không?
What do you want to say to the hometown fans? Are you going to say thank you to them, or what do you want to say right now?
Apa yang mau sampaikan ke penggemar yang selalu mendukung RRQ?
Saya ingin menyampaikan terima kasih kepada Kingdom yang mendukung kita tidak hanya saat kita menang, tetapi juga ketika kita kalah. Semoga para Kingdom tetap setia mendukung kita dan kita dapat memberikan hasil yang terbaik untuk para Kingdom.
Cảm ơn các bạn fan đã luôn theo dõi. Cảm ơn các bạn fan đã luôn theo dõi và ủng hộ team RRQ, kể cả trong những khắc chiến thắng vẫn những cái khoảnh khắc mà họ thất bại, và họ sẽ luôn cố gắng để mà đem đến những trận đấu tốt nhất cho team.
Thank you so much for all the fans out there that always support us. Even we are stand or fall, you'll always be there with us, and we are going to try our best to make you guys proud.
Và một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho chiến thắng của RRQ17 và hy vọng rằng họ sẽ tiếp tục thể hiện những màn trình diễn đặc biệt ở trong những trận đấu tiếp theo. Once again, congratulations to your win today. I love your team spirit, so please keep it up. Và quý vị và các bạn thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại trận đấu đầu tiên của ngày thi đấu thứ hai tại Delta Fox Invitational 2025 World Fair. Và hãy cùng chúng tôi nghỉ ngơi trong giây lát trước khi đến với trận đấu tiếp theo. This wraps up the opening match today. So right now, let's take a few minutes break. Stick around, we will be right back. Xin chào, hãy cùng chúng tôi quay trở lại với những diễn biến tiếp theo trong ngày thi đấu thứ hai của Delta Force Invitational 2025 World Fair.
Well, guys, ready for more action? We are now moving into the final match of the lower bracket, first round. This is the very last spot in next stage up for grabs. Both teams will face defeat. Maybe they will have to face the win again, or their run in the tournament ends today.
Trận đấu ngay sau đây sẽ là một trận đấu mang tính chất quyết định. Chỉ một đội tuyển được có tấm vé đi tiếp và một đội tuyển sẽ phải chính thức nói lời chào với mùa giải năm nay. Áp lực là vô cùng lớn và sự cạnh tranh là vô cùng khốc liệt. Bởi vậy mà hãy cùng chúng tôi cổ vũ cho hai đội tuyển chuẩn bị bước lên sân khấu ngay sau đây.
The pressure is immense. The opponent is absolute. Let's meet the two teams fighting for their lives right now.
Và các bạn đã sẵn sàng chưa? Hãy cùng chúng tôi chào đón đội tuyển đầu tiên bước lên sân khấu, No Mercy.
The first team is No Mercy.
Với thông điệp không thể lùi bước trước bất cứ đối thủ nào, họ cần chiến thắng này để chứng minh mình xứng đáng là một trong những đội tuyển hàng đầu. Hãy cùng xem liệu Commander Liu Jae sẽ dẫn dắt đội tuyển No Mercy giành chiến thắng như thế nào trước đối thủ của mình ngày hôm nay.
With the message they can't back down against any opponent, they needed this victory to prove they deserve to be one of the top teams. Let's see how Commander Liu Jae will lead the No Mercy to this victory.
Và hãy cùng chào đón đối thủ của No Mercy ngày hôm nay, Hostile Response.
And today, No Mercy's opponent is none other than Hostile Response.
Và ngày hôm nay, Hostile Response sẽ mang đến một lối chơi bùng nổ, táo bạo và quyết liệt hơn bao giờ hết. Họ sẽ chiến đấu bằng tất cả để giành lấy tấm vé quý giá bước vào vòng tiếp theo. Hãy chuẩn bị tinh thần bởi những gì mà chúng ta sắp chứng kiến không chỉ là một trận đấu, mà đó là hành trình đứng dậy sau thất bại, là ý chí không khuất phục và khát khao chiến thắng mãnh liệt với đội tuyển của chúng ta.
And today, Hostile Response will bring more bold and fierce style of play than ever before. They will fight with all their might to win this precious ticket to the next round. Get ready, everybody, because what we're about to witness is not just a match, but a journey of rising defeat and a burning desire to win.
Welcome back to the DFIW Standard Fall. It's day 2, one match already done here in the lower bracket. I'm Gojj, this is Vivid. We are back for round number 2 in the lower bracket, round 1. And this one has two heavy-hitting teams again. No Mercy versus Hostile Response, Vivid. I'm really pumped about this matchup. Obviously, we've had a chance to cast over both of these, but No Mercy hits a little close to home because we casted over their qualification process as well. A lot to talk about with both of these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, just to remind everybody at home, we are in another loser's bracket match. Right after this, we will be going back up to that winner's bracket. But yeah, No Mercy versus Hostile Response. This is a little bit of a weird one because again, we have one of those teams similar to the last match that we just watched that kind of got stomped yesterday, right?
Yep.
Hostile Response, you know, rapid, lo-fi. That match was very, very quick yesterday. And on the opposite side of things, we have No Mercy, who was up against Team TXD, who that team just felt very, very good at controlling the vehicle. So honestly, we didn't get a great read on like how this is going to kind of play out just because of how the matches went yesterday, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good breakdown, and it's actually very similar to what we just saw, right? Because, you know, when you think back to the matchup we just saw, there was, even though we both predicted correctly and we did get our winner that we expected, at the same time, by the way, I was better. I actually predicted the score of 2-0, but it's fine. I lost all day yesterday, so I've got to take my wins when I can get them. But for this matchup, it's the exact same story, but in a slightly different way. And the main reason for that is one of the weird parts about No Mercy is that individually, they are extremely skilled. They've got some of the straightest shooters at this competition, but as a team yesterday, they looked like they were all over the place, man. It didn't feel like we had a true leader. It didn't feel like we had good squad cohesion, and that's one of the reasons they fell early. And with HR, like you said, we basically don't know anything about them because they got rolled. I mean, it wasn't even close. However, we just saw that happen in match 1, where the team that got rolled ends up rolling their opposition this time around. I mean, there's a lot to talk about here. So without me going on a monologue here, let's talk a little bit more about what you're going to see. Maybe you're just tuning in for this matchup. Like we said, RRQ X7 Sins got rolled yesterday, then rolled their competition here. There was a little bit of struggle in that second game, but still another 2-0 victory. So they're going to be moving on to the next round of the lower bracket. And now we are into the last round of the first lower bracket round, and that is Hostile Response versus No Mercy. After this, though, we will have 2 more best of 3s with our upper bracket teams, and those are big moments as well. If you lose, you're not out of the competition like this one, but if you win, you will skip tomorrow's competition and move straight to finals day. As a reminder, how it all works, pretty simple stuff. We are playing a single best of 3. The judge will randomly decide a map that we will play. Both teams will have a chance to attack and defend on it, and then if they trade wins, you'll then determine who the priority side selector is based on how well they did in the tiebreaker. If you win the tiebreaker, you get a priority selection going into Game 3. We have yet to see a single Game 3 throughout the entire course of this LAN competition, which is insane. Through 5 best of 3s that we've played thus far, not a single Game 3. Haven't seen it yet. Hopefully we see it soon, maybe in this matchup. Take a look at the bracket, Vivid.
I mean, if you take a look at all the way down the column on the left, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. And you know what's crazy? If we kind of take a look at that, I mean, I don't know if this was intentional. I don't think it was, but the team on the bottom is the one that was so always
true. That's
winning,
weird,
right? And you know, Hostile Response is sitting pretty in the bracket, right? If it does seem to continue to follow that trend, now, of course, I think we should take a moment to kind of talk a little bit about the maps that we've kind of seen. So actually, hold that. Let's actually take a look at the teams first. Commanders, we have seen so many times how important this role can be. For No Mercy, it's going to be Little DJ. And listen, this team has some fraggers, like you've already mentioned, but it's very, very dismembered, kind of thrown together team here.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. No Mercy. I've had a chance to talk to a lot of these players. Again, really talented. There are a lot of substitute players on this roster, okay? This is a very important thing to remember. A ton of these players were not on the original roster that qualified through the DFGL Season 3 that you and I casted over. Because of that, they brought in some heavy hitters. Right there in the blonde hair, that's HR. Really strong, young gun kid that can slay out. You also see Stickinson. You also see Starbaxter on your screen there, right there in the middle. These are really strong players, even coming over from what I would call the operations side being their majority category. They are difference makers on the map for this team. I think interestingly enough, from what I can tell too, one of the things we talked about yesterday was that, hey, they changed their commander like 3 times. And Element was their commander yesterday. They've brought back Little J, who was originally going to be their commander today. We'll see if Little J makes a difference in the commander role, but let's talk about their opposition, Hostile Response. What do you think of this team?
I mean, absolutely an incredible performance from Hostile Response yesterday. I remember seeing some, crazy plays from Lue, right? Like Thermite was kind of getting in the mix. Overall, though, just a super tough matchup for them against Rapid Lo-Fi. So hoping to kind of see a little bit of a bounce back from them today. What do they have to do? Like, what is it going to take for them to go ahead and kind of have a bounce back similar to what we just saw RRQ7S do? Just to remind everybody at home, that Rapid Lo-Fi versus Hostile Response match yesterday, that one took place on Threshold. And it was super, super tough for them to kind of ever get like a foothold down.
Dude, it was the shortest event of the day. It was the shortest best of 3 of the day. They lost on defense in like 12 minutes. They lost on attack at the first point. We basically know nothing about this team when it comes to being able to succeed on the map right now. But it doesn't mean they're a bad team. If anything, we know they're actually a really strong team. Much like RRQX7S, same deal. They got rolled, they had no momentum, they got beat early and they couldn't recover. And so if I'm No Mercy, I want to put the pressure on, and maybe some of the hostile response players shouting out family or ancestry. I'm not sure what was going on there, but it looked really cool to me. And I love it when players try to represent more than just themselves at LAN competitions like this. So anyways, from a strategy response, I think if I'm No Mercy, I'm putting immediate aggression on hostile response. We know they crumbled under pressure yesterday. We'll see if they crumble under pressure this time around or if they're the ones creating pressure.
Yeah, and remember, No Mercy was the team that actually played Trainwreck yesterday, right? So that they were one of the teams that has already played on Trainwreck. We've seen the map kind of twice. So kind of want to talk about the dynamic that we've seen on both of the maps. For me, hostile response, if you remember, try to remind everybody at home that was here yesterday as well on Threshold when HR was kind of attacking. You remember how, clumped up they were in that corner of Sector A? They never really expanded their attack outside of that. To me, that is very, very worrying. When we kind of talk about No Mercy, the attack, the defense on Trainwreck, of course, did not work out for them. One of the big key points for me yesterday was, the vehicle gameplay for them was significantly lacking. So I think we already have, 2 key points that we can kind of talk about. Unfortunately, they are negative because, of course, we are in the loser bracket. They did lose the match yesterday. So for No Mercy, I think that they should hope for a map that's maybe not so vehicle heavy. I mean, obviously Warfare in general is vehicle heavy, but then, HR just in general just lacks strategy.
Well, interestingly enough, though, No Mercy also really struggled in the vehicle category. So it's we're really going to be able to see the truest form of these teams. Now, I'm going to say this now because it's going to trip people up at home. There is a player that I was shouting out on No Mercy whose name is HR.
Right.
HR is the team that they're playing against. So I think going forward, I will call him H rather than HR because that is going to get insanely confusing. It's actually on your screen right now. Shout out to production. Blonde hair on the right. That's the young gun I was talking about. He is actually one of the few, and we've actually got a predictions already going right now. Big shout out to our global chat happening right now. If you want to predict as well and maybe swing the response in the favor of No Mercy, go ahead and get your predictions down. You can just type in NM or HR for who you want to support in all of our global chats, folks. This is a big one. Type it into the chat, back against the wall. Whoever loses, go home. Whoever wins has to play tomorrow in lower bracket round 2. But yeah, that kid, his name's now H because it's going to get really confusing since they're playing against HR, and that is technically his gamer tag.
Yeah, thank gosh you said that. Right? I didn't even pick up on that. That is really funny. I want to, go back to the point that I was talking about earlier. Of course, we will see the map that these two teams will be playing on very, very shortly. But just in a general sense, so far we've had 5 games. There is a map pool of 6 available. There are 2 maps that we have yet to see, Cracked and Fault. Honestly, I'm super looking forward to seeing both of those maps, right? Cracked, I feel like, is one of the classic maps. It's a kind of a nice flow to it. I really do like Cracked. Vault is also super cool, right? One of the newer maps, the fact that it does feature that jet kind of switching things up. We have not seen that sort of gameplay yet, so we're kind of lacking in that category as well. Of course, today's going to be random, but, one can hope.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen 2 maps yet. There's a total of 6 on the board that are possible to play. We've seen 4 of them. So could be any of them. Of course, it's fully randomized. I mean, there's a chance we could go through this entire tournament and never see Crack or Fault. I mean, that is technically possible.
I go back to Trainwreck.
It's true. We could go back to Trainwreck. It is fully random. And I'm not sure they showed it yet, but I know we talked about the audience predictions. I'm not sure if they showed our predictions yet.
They have not.
Let's go ahead and talk about them because we've already talked about our audience predictions. We might skip them. Let's go ahead and talk about it briefly. Predictions. We are opposite sides of the coin here, Vivian, from what I remember. I have been cheering on my boys over there with No Mercy, and I really think they were in the lab last night and they put it all together. Wow. I've got No Mercy winning this. I'm against the audience this time around. I did say it was going to go the distance. This should be our first game 3.
We've said that
I know.
times.
I'm thinking it is actually going to be the case this time, 2-1 in favor of No Mercy. You said, I think, the true opposite of that.
Yeah, you actually went ahead and said 2-1. I said 2-0 in favor of HR. So we're not agreeing on 3 games, and we're not agreeing on who's going to win.
Yeah. Well, so far I'm up today in predictions, so this is like a big moment for me to carry my victory
barely
lead
though.
forward. Yeah.
It's like, you know, listen, I got 2-0 for, HR here. I don't know. I mean, again, it's really one of those picks that's hard to make because, again, identity kind of lacked yesterday just because of how the matches actually went. HR did kind of get stomped, but for me, because I saw more of No Mercy, there was like more to not like for me personally, if that kind of makes sense. So I'm kind of gambling a little bit that HR just got a bad matchup yesterday. I mean, they did go against, one of the literal like tournament favorites for this tournament. So the fact that they did kind of get stomped out early kind of gives me hope that they can go ahead and win this one. And yeah, the fact that No Mercy to me is kind of that team that just got thrown together. It looked like they kind of lagged identity together, kind of struggled maybe to, get the call outs from the commander and follow them. Again, I just kind of saw more of that from No Mercy, but that's probably because I just saw more gameplay for them because their match went longer.
Yeah, and I'm wondering again, to bring back up this point, if our graphic was correct, which I think it is, Lil J has moved back into the commander position, which means they've swapped commanders
that's a good shout.
going into this matchup. Element was essentially what we called yesterday just the mouthpiece because he speaks both the languages that this team speaks. Lil J, not so much on both languages. The majority language, yes. However, there's more to it than just being a vocal mouthpiece. As a reminder, the commander is in voice comms with each of the squad captains. So there's 5 people in basically voice comms in game talking. And so the commander doesn't technically have to be the mouthpiece. They have to be the ones utilizing those support systems and their score correctly. And I'm wondering if Little J may do a bit better of a job this time around of that part of the piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
While Element still leads from a vocal standpoint, which he can do as a squad captain, doesn't change anything.
Yeah.
And so I would say this is actually a really strong move to put Lil J back in a bit of the driver's seat of objective play, when to use some of the big commander supports that you can call in. I'll be curious to see if that really changes things for this team or not.
Yeah, I mean, going ahead and making changes after a loss, I really like that, right? That means that they are kind of invested in winning this. Of course, as everybody is, they're all here, being competitors. But sometimes, in competition, some people kind of lose hope. So making changes going into games after losses, always love to see that. I mean, it's pretty cool so far. You kind of load up in the warfare and you're like, hey, listen, we're just going to throw 20v20 up there. But the teams have proven that there are some extra steps to it, right, with the subs that we've seen so far, making changes to who is the commander. Love to see these teams pretty much try to go through the works to see if something sticks.
Yeah, and we got a chance to see several more players from No Mercy preparing for the game. Saw Yellow pop up. We told the story of Yellow yesterday. He was on the actual opposition who lost in the finals of the Delta Force Global League Season 3, their qualification tournament. Ended up losing, but was one of the star players on that team. And so when there were substitute options, got pulled over to play with this winning side here on LAN, which is cool. I think several other players we could say the same of. And I talked about H, which I'll call H now, had an opportunity to play on LAN for the Delta Force Invitational on the operations side, has been pulled in for this LAN as well. One of the only players from No Mercy that is able to do both, which is a very cool feature. And another feather in the cap for a young, brand new esports player. There's Yellow there, closest to the camera. But a lot of folks here ready to rock and roll and pick up their first win. And again, either roster, Hostile Response or No Mercy, a win here would be their first in this competition. So the stakes couldn't be higher for everybody. And listen, it's getting a little hot in here. We're excited to get involved into the game. So you're seeing a couple people sweating already. The nerves probably at an all-time high right now. This is make or break. And like you mentioned last time too, this is the first chance to up the amount of money you're making. If you lose here, you're getting $10,000 as a team, which is great, but it's not as good as getting higher than that. I mean, you always want to make more money where you can on LAN events. There's a quick look at it. Bishka, also one of the players that has technically played on both LAN events, Operations and now Warfare, being pulled in as a sub here. Vivid, you still feel really good about that 2-0 prediction of Hostile Response? You're feeling good about that, huh?
Are you trying to make me change my mind?
No, I'm trying to get the audience to rally against you so that I can get some help. Our audience prediction was on your side.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm seeing a lot of love in our English production for No Mercy.
Well,
yeah, I know it makes sense. I'm just saying we got to rally around beating Vivid, folks. All right, Chad, I see you guys.
Oh man, that's funny. So the overall thing, let's talk about the kind of like the tournament overall here. Of course, you know, we're in the losers right now, and you know, the winner of this match, let's talk about, you know, if they do win this one, who they are going to be against. They'll actually be against the loser of TL and DNI. And I would not want to be on the opposite side of either one of those teams. So winning this one is
Ooh, here we
oh
go.
my God. There it is. I got exactly what I wanted. One of the maps we have not seen yet. Correct. Very, very excited for this one. Quick shout out here. No Mercy is actually going to be starting on the attacking side, and HR is going to be starting on the defensive side of things. And of course, we'll switch things up going into game number 2 to see how the series lies after that. Okay, Cracked. First point is awesome. Second point is awesome. Third point is awesome. I genuinely love all of the fights that you get across this map, like entirely.
Cracked is crazy. I'm not gonna lie. This is a very polarizing map for some out there, and I think one of the things with this map we have to remember is we call it a short map versus a long map. This isn't a train wreck. You know, this isn't a trench lines. You're just going ABC. You only get 3 sectors. That means that all 3 sectors are difficult. This is going to be an interesting one. I think one of these teams could hold on point A.
Really?
Point A in pubs, you almost never see held, at least that often. At an esports level, it's actually not that hard of a point to hold. We've seen a lot of teams hold on point A in the past. I think we could see that today if you lose out on some of your momentum. The other thing with short maps is that you don't start with a vehicle on your side that's a huge value add. And so that's another piece of the puzzle, which is maybe good news because neither of these teams have showed great efficacy on vehicles. I don't know, kind of a lot to break down, but I do love this map. It is a household name map. It is the OG map. I think it's the first one released with Ascension. I'm talking alpha for those that have played this game for a very long time. Cracked is a original remake of an original Delta Force map, so really cool. They kind of modernized it for this new updated game, but yeah, I don't know. This will be a fun one.
Yeah, I mean, Sector A is super fun. We saw some cool things. I know when we kind of tuned into our qualifiers a little while ago, we saw some crazy kind of like Seneva action going on where you try to fall down into Sector A as the attacking side. That one little building that's at the bottom of the hill on that point, it's a pretty important building, but it can get destroyed pretty quickly. So that one kind of hurts. Yeah, I would be surprised to see Sector A kind of out. I know Sector B, that one is kind of, that one to me, whenever I think about Crack, I think about that Sector B point where it's kind of in that little square compound, and then the defense
B1.
Yeah. They can stand on top of like all those boxes and kind of like head glitch over it, and it's like super hard for the attacking side to actually get to that side. It's super annoying.
Yeah, B is an interesting sector. Yeah, you basically have HQ, and then I'm forgetting the technical name, but it's essentially that courtyard with the building surrounding it is going to be B2.
Yeah.
B1 is the headquarters, which is like this weird isolated building that's kind of up on a hill slightly. And usually what you see is B1 essentially gets sacked and sandbagged a bit, just kind of giving it to the attack, and then you kind of go head-to-head from there. And oftentimes the attack strategy will be take B1 quickly, leave their vehicle that they'll have at that point on B1 to hold, because the only way you get to B1 is basically by running out in the open. And so the cross to try to trade the points is nearly impossible. So the tank can nearly hold by itself, send everybody over to B2. We've also seen some crazy plays on B2. Oh, okay. Looks like we've got some substitutions. No Mercy. Swapping some people around. Bela Kalak is in for Jinxed Jill. Now, I don't know the reason for this. I don't know if I've gotten any info on it yet, but they have made a substitution already in this competition, which is an interesting one to say the least. I guess this is based on the roster that we saw yesterday, and I'm wondering what that play was for. But hey, new player onto the map. We'll see if it maybe changes their luck a bit.
We'll definitely put our eyes towards that one for sure. We try to go ahead and see what the teams are cooking when they do make some substitutions like that. But yeah, Cracked. You know, Cracked is cool because there's a lot of the maps in the game where the reason why some of the tanks and the vehicles play a big part is because they can destroy a lot of the buildings. But Cracked, when you think about it, you really can't destroy like any of the buildings, of course, except for that warehouse that is on, I believe it's C1, is that point right there. You can destroy that warehouse. But that's pretty much the only building that ever gets destroyed on Crack. So what happens on Crack is there's all of those buildings that are in the center of the map. You can get on top of most of them, so it kind of adds this cool dynamic, you know, for a 2-level map. Kind of, right? You of course have ground level, and then you have all these fights that are kind of going on top of the roofs of the buildings. Also, I mean, obviously, you know, I don't play Warfare competitions every week. I usually just play in pubs. A lot of people really do enjoy sniping on this map. Trust me, I've been on the receiving end multiple times of it. Have we, dude, I was going to say, have we seen really any sniping in this competition part? We actually have.
Dead Dog.
Yeah, Dead Dog was
D&I.
sniping. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was kind of crazy to see. So that would be cool maybe to see, but I mean, getting some value out of the snipes are just so hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the poor man's version of the bow, frankly. It's like, if you want a one-shot, just use the bow.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
I
true,
don't know.
fair.
Especially at, like, mid-range, but...
Yeah, but what about fun and just like laying down across the
Listen,
map?
fun is winning, okay? Let's get our body on the point. Let's get active. Saw a quick look there a little bit of a moment ago from Lil J, who I think, again, has taken the commander position. He threw up the peace sign. Had a chance to actually interview him before the competition here on LAN, which was cool. And, yeah, it's been fun to watch this team kind of evolve and change over the last several weeks leading up to this competition. It's certainly underdogs, and I'm hoping that they're able to prove themselves going into this one. I think we're just getting players all ready to go. Appreciate your patience. Everybody's getting loaded in. Should see that timer pop up top right here shortly to let us know when we'll be into the game. But got to get everything perfect going into this round, because this is make or break, folks. An elimination round, the second of its kind that we've seen today. It'll only continue from here on out. There's Yellow Love by Yellow in this competition. Waving to the people at home. He's got some fans back home. This guy's been tearing it up on the servers. Believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is Element, the former commander, who has recently relegated it back to Lil J. And again, I told the story yesterday. It was a different commander in the qualification process. That commander couldn't make it out here. They then pulled Lil J to be the commander. Then they swapped to Element, and now they swapped back to Lil J, it looks like. So, you know.
Hey, make up your mind.
A little bit of
guys.
crazy. Well, I mean, hey, I'd switch probably too. And quick look at the lobby. Looks like they are about to get going. Looks like every player was in there. So should be.
Did say one spot, I believe, was missing.
Oh, was there?
Yeah.
We're waiting on one player.
One guy.
They're finishing
Getting
their
one
loadout
guy
or
right
something.
now.
Yeah. Probably finishing their loadout, making sure their weapons are right. You got to get the right skins on them too.
I
frankly.
wonder. I mean, this is such a simple thing that doesn't really mean that much in the grand scheme of things. I wonder if some of these players like switch which weapon they're using based on the map that they're playing. Like,
I mean, I think so. Yeah.
like maybe
probably,
it's just
probably per
feel,
point too.
You think per point?
I think it depends on what point you're playing. Yeah, like if you're playing Ascension and,
Right.
and you're point C,
Okay.
I'd
Yeah.
be picking more
Yeah.
CQB weaponry.
Like an SMG, probably
Yeah.
get away with like Stinger a little bit more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Get active.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. That's something that we can keep an eye on. I mean, I'm just thinking about it. Like, I just don't see a lot of changes.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair too, like even in CQB, I'm putting quotation marks. You guys can't see it. It's still there's some decently long sight lines. M7's still really
Yeah,
strong
it's
on
like-
some
yeah,
of those holds. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, the builds are just so well balanced that you can just kind of play around everything. M7 being one of the strongest guns, one of the most used guns we've definitely seen throughout the competition.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, if we looked at gun stats, it would be #1 by a mile. What would
Yeah.
#2 be, from what you could tell?
A
Allura rocket.
Allura rocket, that's a good one. No, what's the new weapon? I can't think of the name right now. Is it MK47? Is that what it is? I feel like I'm wrong in saying that. I know it's everybody. Somebody in the chat will
Well, it's-
definitely know what
It's
I'm
not
talking
the
about.
newest because we're a season behind. But
Yeah,
to be the
yeah,
newest in this
yeah.
season. Where
Oh, yeah,
You
what
know what I'm
is that?
saying?
Yeah. Maybe it's not that then. You're right.
We'll keep an eye out. We'll take a look at the weapons this time around. I've been
It's
so focused on
definitely-
M7 that I haven't seen it.
It'll definitely be whatever.
MK4.
MK. That's what it is. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen like several. I don't
Yeah.
know. Is that? Yeah, I guess that maybe would be the second most.
I think that would be it. And if you ask me for the third, I'm not going to answer because I have no idea. Because
Yeah, yeah, MK4. But I'll keep an eye out for that, especially on Cracked. We'll see if the weapon variability is more than just M7, MK4. I did, by the way, I was right. I looked back for this because I didn't want to sound like an idiot.
Okay.
We did see the SK-12 in trench lines on B. We saw the shotgun
my
on B. I was right, dude. Somebody was using the shotgun
Dude.
in the trenches. Sanifa
So
with
that,
shotgun slapping people around.
so that backs up your point then that people are definitely swapping guns
I'm telling you.
between points. I mean, it makes sense for that. You can definitely get away with a shotgun. Yes,
That's like a very specific scenario.
Yeah,
though, like
exactly.
Trench lines,
Yeah.
like that is a totally different battlefield.
What, dude, man? You know what I just realized? There's this one map. I don't know the name of it, but I haven't seen it in competition, and it made me think that one map that I'm thinking of would be pretty good for a shotgun. Oh my gosh, it's gonna heat me up. I gotta see if I can find the map.
I'm trying to think of the other maps that are not in our competition.
It's
series.
the one.
Not Cyclone.
It's the one where
not Monument.
after capturing A, you like jump down the giant holes. That's how you get to the next sector.
Isn't that the
And
end
you like
of Cyclone?
parachute.
No.
You parachute. No, it's not Cyclone. You like
I'm-
parachute
maybe
down.
I'm lost.
It's literally like A to B, that rotation.
I need your descriptive capabilities to go
I-
on. Maybe chat understands Vivid better
So
than I do.
sector
I don't
A
know.
is like a train warehouse, right? A lot of people play snipers, use ATVs on the attacking side to get over to the point, and then right after you capture that sector A point, you literally jump down these like
You think that's
giant.
shafted?
Is that what it is? Shafted, yeah. I think that sounds right.
Maybe.
Anyway, I think that's the map. Shafted.
You know what? You know what I wish. Sorry to cut you off. You know what I wish we were seeing?
What?
Nice Edge, dude.
Ooh.
I like
whoa.
Nice Edge, man. I like it a lot. And also no vehicles is sick. Like, I think that'd be super
Yeah.
cool. It doesn't feel very comp-oriented, but yeah, Shafted is what you're
Yeah,
talking about.
Shafted. Thank you.
Yeah,
guys.
Shafted has some.
That.
You can play
So-
shotguns around Shafted. You're
Yeah,
right.
when you get to that last sector on Shafted, I feel like there's a lot of good spots you can probably use a shotgun. A lot of like tunnels. There's that one spot in the vent. Like, it's crazy. I can't believe people go to that vent. It's literally like a vent that's like the size of like a.
Yeah.
People just try to
Reminds you of
crawl through it.
operations, kind of.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
no, it's like what are you doing in there, dude?
Okay, folks, thank you for listening to our podcast here. Take a look at top right-hand corner. We are loading in. Look at our screen right now. It is time for Cracked. A minute and a half until the game starts. Everybody loading into the map as we speak. Actually, maybe a little bit faster than a minute and a half. You can see everybody selecting their guns. They will select Commander as well if they haven't already. Selecting their class. Looks like an Assault Operator on screen for now. And really pumped to get into this. But yes, the maps we've been talking about, by the way, Nice Edge, Shafted, Cyclone, those are not in our map pool, okay?
Yep.
And so don't worry about any of those. We were just kind of yapping as we prepare for this game. But this is a super important matchup. No Mercy versus Hostile Response. NM versus HR. A chance to maybe push us to game 3 for the very first time. We've been saying that for days at this point, it feels like. I've yet to see it this time around. We head to Cracked. The first time we're seeing Cracked on LAN. No Mercy will start on the attack. If you see red, they're going to be the attack. If you see green, it's going to be the defense.
Cracked, going to be one of those short maps. Only 3 sectors to work with right now. As you can see, commanders are getting selected. Of course, we know who they're going to be. But for the sake of the game, we do have to go ahead and make it official. 10 more seconds before we're going to kick off in the action. Sector A, just one flag to capture. After that, the steam can start rolling. You can pick up momentum pretty easily.
Here we go. Lock it in, folks. No Mercy in red on the attack. Hostile Response in green on the defense. Back against the wall at the beginning of this best of 3. Whoever loses this best of 3 will go home. They will not even stay here with us. They will head home and have to watch the competition from the plane maybe. I don't know. But we are dropping into Cracked. Like Vivid said, A, B1, B2, C1, C2, then we are done. I don't imagine we will see a lot of guided missiles on this map, but you never know. People can get stalled out on C1 and C2 for a long time. A lot to go on in this map. A lot of long streets to go on through this map. Play around. Some really wide open rotations that are really important to lock down with vehicles later into the game. But here we go. First time we're seeing Cracked on LAN. Let's jump into it. I cannot wait. And I'm really wondering what's going to happen on point A and if somebody's going to get stuck at the line, man. We've seen it on we've seen it on easier points to capture, but here in Cracked, A can be actually fairly difficult. Here we go, folks. I'm getting word. They have started the game. Thank you for staying patient. Let's get into the action.
It'll be interesting to see here what No Mercy opts to do. There's a couple of different approaches you can do on this map. This is something that me and Goj have actually casted over before. I remember seeing this ATVs kind of running up that right side, getting behind those hill lines. You can put down beacons very, very easily.
Yep.
This looked like a two-prong attack. It looked like a majority or half of the team is going for the flank side on the right side. The other side of the team is going for that left side. Definitely a well-devised strategy being shown here early on.
Oh yeah, No Mercy is looking a lot cleaner than we've seen them in the past. Great respawn beacon placements, great ATV routes to try to create a pinch around A. Again, A in general, fairly easy to take, but in esports, it's harder than it looks. No Mercy is nearly perfectly executing an initial attack. You've got to take advantage of the momentum. They immediately create momentum with those respawn beacons and already going to push this thing into the neutral zone. Very well done if they're able to hold on this kind of final push of the defense. And they've only spent 4 lives doing it. We're a minute and 15 seconds in, and we're already into the neutral zone on A. Very well done.
No Mercy instantly has myself shaken in my boots in terms of my prediction. Thought hostile response was going to be the one to go ahead and take this one out, but I'm not going to lie, after that push right there, it's got me thinking differently. That was a very clean attack for a team that I thought didn't really have an identity yesterday. That looked seriously clinical, and after what, 2 minutes, Sector A is definitely going to be in the hands of No Mercy.
Okay, and the defense knows it. They're going to give it up. That's totally fine. We move into Sector B. It's B1 and B2. You've got HQ, which you can see on your screen right here. This is what I'm talking about. It is wide open for the rotation to this spot. B1 at HQ. Oftentimes, you'll see the attack swarm B1 early, take control. They should be getting a vehicle here shortly to match the defense's new vehicle that is landing as we speak. B1, the first aggressive push coming up with smoke coverage. Attackers already onto the point.
I mean, take a look at the kill feed, right? H over there is picking up a plethora of frags for himself, and that's going to be over towards B1. Take a look at all of the surroundings. All I see is red. Yeah, you've got a couple of lacking, green in there, a couple of members left, but they're falling. They're getting picked apart. No Mercy seems absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, a really well push, a really well coordinated push rather, thank you. Lil J, I think, has done a great job of coordinating with his team, making sure they're prepared. They've been in the lab and it's working out well. They've already got a strike team up on B2, by the way, causing a bit of chaos. They're not going to take both at the same time, but it's going to force the defense to look at B2, give B1. It's exactly what the attack wants to do. You can see our tank finally coming into the play here for the defensive side. This will actually be Lube, which will be their commander, taking control of the tank. And we finally see our attackers tank getting into the mix here, folks. First vehicle battle here on Crack. Already a trading of blows. B1 in the hands of the attackers. Nearly perfectly executed thus far.
Incredible stuff there. Remember, one of my things that I pointed out about the matches that happened yesterday, hostile response definitely did not do well in terms of the vehicle game right now. That's going to be up to Lue. Also the commander for hostile response. We're about to see how well he can do.
Already, here we go. Big fight. Engineers looking like on the advantage of the defensive side, but we're getting really aggressive with this tank. The health advantage on the side of the attackers. Got a couple engineers inside that can pop out as needed. We got bodies on the ground as well. Lulsiv, my GOAT, goes in actively, helping out with the push to take down the defensive tank. No Mercy look unstoppable, and they are swarming B2. B1 is for free. B2 looking like a lot of the same. This is a different roster than what we saw yesterday. No Mercy is living up to their name right now.
Yeah, I mean, losing the tank that fast, right? Hostile response, just back-to-back days. They are failing to go ahead and find a foothold in the vehicle gameplay on these maps. I mean, how do you go ahead and take this point back, right? You've already lost B1. That one's pretty much all but done and dusted. You can't really get over there. Like Coach pointed out, the cross over the road is just way too hard once you have lost it. B2 is now all but controlled by the tank. Actually, no, it's at heck with the point. I'm going to start cutting off the rotations. Yep, it should be a free capture now for No Mercy. What the heck happened overnight?
Kaskatsky is a little bit weak element there as well. Former commander, now turned squad captain, repairing this tank. It got down to 1 HP and they can't get it up fast enough. Looks like Morning's the one that hits it with the Allura Rocket, we do have an urgent deployment time for the defense, and frankly, they need it desperately. We've got a nice squad push going to B1. They're going to try to trade it out. They are running out of time, though. They got to go fast. They got to get onto the point and put it back into the neutral zone before B2 is captured. They barely get there in time, and now it's going to come down to heroic plays from a couple members of No Mercy, including the commander. Lil J goes down, and all attackers, Dickinson, the last remaining soldier on B1 for No Mercy, will be cut down as well, and there. Oh, wait! The push comes through. Silly Cat gets here in time. B2 fully captured in an immediate response, stops the bleeding, bandages it up, and says, let's move our merry way to the last sector. Holy cow, No Mercy. Perfect execution.
Yeah, that POV, I thought the defense would actually be able to get back onto B2. I saw a giant flood of green running towards it. Wait a minute. The tug of war is still happening over on B1. I saw a bunch of attacks run away. Yeah, but it just does nothing. I mean, in 6 minutes, No Mercy have captured A sector. They've captured B sector. They have 180 tickets available for them to go towards C as well now. Just one more sector remains between No Mercy and winning the first game of this lower bracket match.
C1 and C2, the hardest points to capture on this map. C1 weapon supply tent here is a interesting one. You can blow some holes in the walls. You can you can't blow the building down completely unless you get enough guided missiles to do that, by the way. You can blow up C1 if you want to. But you can blow some walls open to try to make an early push. Again, it feels very similar to what happens on B1, B2. Usually the attackers prio C1 first, take full control, set a foothold, some respawn beacons, and use this as their base camp to try to push over to C2 and win the game. I would say C1 is a little bit easier for the defense to retake in terms of just getting here. You don't have to rotate in the wide out in the open. A lot more nooks and crannies here as well to kind of hide out, install out time to allow your teammates to help out. But already pushing towards the neutral zone, and again, it looks like hostile response can't breathe. All vehicles down and off the map. Again, Cracked, it's not like Trainwreck. You're not gonna have a vehicle every 2 seconds on the map. We've lost our main ones. Should see some more coming soon. C1 going to the attacking side in a landslide.
Yeah, I myself am a big fan of the lack of vehicles right here. I would love to be kind of in this position. As you see H right there picking up a vehicle destruction for himself. So we're just strictly up to the gunplay now. And you kind of mentioned it, the thing that No Mercy, the whole entire team, they've got some gunnies on them, right? Just the individual skill is kind of what we point to when we want to talk about No Mercy. When there's not really vehicles involved, you don't necessarily have to be that coordinated as a team to go ahead and like take them out. So the individual skill is definitely able to shine on a map like Crack. The lack of vehicles definitely helping them out right now. But yeah, C1, they pretty much got it for free. I never really saw much of a defense over there, but now the push towards C2, this one is going to be hard. You can see the 2 Sanivas in the building looking to lock down those doors.
And I'm going to be honest, usually, not always, but usually the best defense is an aggressive offense. HR is trying to turtle up on C2 right now, literally with Saniva operators, and they're just getting overwhelmed. You can see it looks like the defensive side, because of the spawns, because of the pressure, they're trying to swing back over to C1, but there's a whole squad here just holding the line, trying to maintain control over C1. There's a tank destroyer back here that no one is using.
Bro, what?
Who's making that mistake? One of the most powerful, swingy vehicles on the map, and no one's picking it up. Whose is that originally? Is that the defensive tank destroyer? What is happening right now?
Not interested in jumping in the tank destroyer. Crazy thing there, but dude, at this point, C2, there's a lot of little cool spots you can get up onto, right? The scaffolding is really, really important. Right across the screen right there is also that building by that giant propane tank. That is one of my favorite spots in the game. Once you get up there, it's super hard for the defense to go ahead and take you out. And look at that. The attacking side actually jumped into that tank destroyer with how much momentum No Mercy has had, with how strong they have already looked. With a tank destroyer now in their possession, C2 is all that stands in their way, and I would imagine with the help of that vehicle, it should be easy.
Yeah, and it's Lolsiv again. If there was one kind of shining light amidst the despair of No Mercy yesterday, it was Lolsiv. Put up some really good numbers in the Tank Destroyer, and doing it again in this one. This is classic. C1 now being entirely held by the Tank Destroyer and maybe 1 or 2 infantry, whereas C2 is where everybody else is focusing on. We've got urgent deployment coming in as well for the attackers. They are all inning right here. They are trying to win the game, and it's looking like they probably will. They are doing a fantastic job of swarming this point. They push it into the neutral zone. Stickinson gets another Tank Destroyer. This is bad news bears if you're an HR fan. Game 1 is not even close. Game 1 is only close to being done.
Yeah, C1 is the only hope right now for hostile response. You can see they're trying to make a push for that, but both of the Tank Destroyers are actually rolling up to C1 right now. C2 looking fully in control of what looks like about 8 attackers right now. So the fact that the 2 Tank Destroyers are here to go ahead and defend C1 should be pretty easy for them to defend. This little bit of a tug of war that happened, it looks like it's going to be thwarted pretty quickly. Now the attack just has to go ahead and lock down C2.
This is just vehicle gameplay. This is just every advantage, every piece of momentum, every analogy for momentum you can think of. Wind in your sails, you're falling forward. No Mercy is just running through the competition here. Urgent deployment is up for the defense to just try to put bodies on the point, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be in time, folks. C1 will fall. C2 has already fallen. No Mercy obliterate the competition in Game 1. This is a totally different team than what we saw yesterday.
Holy moly, did not expect that at all. No Mercy. Exactly that. No mercy on cracked for hostile response at all. Everything looked easy. They didn't drop below like 140 tickets. It is the smallest map so far that we've seen, right? Cracked being very, very small. But still, I think that was the fastest game we've had so far. The ones from yesterday, Rapid Lo-Fi, that one comes pretty close, I do believe, but I think it ended around 14 minutes. I think that one was actually sub 12 minutes. In absolute dominant fashion. No Mercy go up 1-0 for this match.
Quick look at some of the highlights, folks. There are plenty of them on the side of No Mercy, and I think the main highlight and really the telling sign that this was going to be a No Mercy win was actually point A. So well coordinated, perfect execution. They do it in like 10 lives or less, and when they get to B1, B2, there's just no opposition. They also win the tank battle here, Kaskatsky, as well as Lolsiv there, cleaning them up on the far side. And this was kind of the beginning of the end, was when they won that first tank fight. They had such a huge advantage. And just frustratingly, I think for AHR, again, the second time we've seen them in a best of 3, just not be able to breathe. They haven't been able to get their feet underneath them. They're not a bad team. They just can't find a foothold. I think No Mercy watched the bot and said, if we're aggressive, we're going to win this game, because that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, I saw a lot of, Saniva attempts out of HR as well. Those never really seem to amount to much at all either, right? Util kind of flooding those Saniva out. It's the biggest crypto night there for sure, especially when you're locked down in the building. But yeah, very, very cohesive No Mercy. They look very, very good. And I mean, yeah, like you already mentioned, I myself said I was shaking in my boots for my prediction during Sector A, and for good reason. And then, of course, we saw how dominant they were pretty much without the vehicle.
Oh, yeah, that weight, it's aura right there.
Yes, sir. The Tank Destroyer started to come into play there towards the end and just rotate between the points so easily. Let's see how it's all kind of broken down right now. Kill-wise, I don't see anybody on HR above 13. If you take a look over there at No Mercy, we got 30, 21, 25, 22. Like, it was just an absolute stomp.
The other interesting thing is because they were stomping so hard, you actually don't see a lot of revives at all from the side of No Mercy.
21, yeah.
21 actually from player 1 is what their name is, who actually just came through the qualification series as well. Also a medic in that qualification series, but crazy stuff.
Just pretty much straight assaults at the top of the leaderboard as well,
True.
which is pretty rare, right? Like, usually we're used to kind of seeing the medics up there, but It's just crazy stuff.
Yeah, and Lulsiv, Kaskadsky, those were our two vehicle operators towards the end, so it does make sense that they were at the top, and I assume they have their engineers with them that's kind of playing support. But quick look at our No Mercy team after a raucous victory, by the way. They are in the lab here preparing for the defense. They know they can win right here. They would love to win on Cracked and not have to go into a more vehicle-heavy map. Even though they won the vehicle fight, we know it's not necessarily their forte.
After an impressive attack side, one that seemed coordinated, one that seemed to revolve around strategy, which is a big difference than what we saw yesterday. I would be very, very impressed. I'm actually anticipating it to see how well No Mercy is going to do on the defensive side of things, right? Kind of talk about Sector A on these small maps when the offense spawns so close, when there's a lot of angles to kind of look down into the valley that is Sector A. It is pretty hard to hold some of the time. So it would be cool to see No Mercy kind of pull out some strategy to give them the best chance of holding it right there. And as you can see, all smiles on the side of them. They got to be feeling good after that one right there.
Yeah, and obviously that's H or HR from a player standpoint with Uzbishka, Stickinson. Those are the operations guys, man. They get pulled over as subs, making big difference for this team. Getting a couple pictures after a win. I don't want to get too comfortable. Our stats look good. Only had to kill one vehicle, though. And I think that's the key factor here. Cracked is just not that vehicle-heavy of a map. Obviously saw some towards the end. This is playing into their play style quite effectively, but a great look at them preparing for what is next. A couple hugs, all smiles. Don't get too comfortable, though, gentlemen. Let's see what is next, because I'm excited to see what they can do on the defensive side going into this.
I mean, Crack can definitely be a vehicle-heavy map, but if it goes 10 minutes, nobody has enough score to call in a vehicle. You know what I mean? So
yeah, and compared to some of the bigger maps, like Trainwreck, for instance, there's so many vehicles that you spawn in, and the map is so much larger. This map really only supports usually like max 2, maybe 3 if you count assault vehicles into the mix. Usually you're seeing like a max of 2 per side that are able to stay up at any given time. So that's kind of what I mean by that, but it is a good shot. I think this really is playing well into No Mercy's playstyle. I think they lucked out a little bit on the map selection, but also just executed really well.
yeah, exactly. And as you can see here, both of our teams kind of chilling in their respective war rooms. On one side of things, we were seeing pictures all around, smiles all around. On the opposite side here for HR, everybody is locked in. They're kind of staring at the screen over there. What calls are going to be made? What strategy? Where are we going to go on the map? And you know, again, we come back over here to the No Mercy side of things, just casual conversations, little groups here and there. So not a huge collaborative effort, but again, that individual skill is definitely going to shine on a map like Crack. So they're just in their element right now. They're feeling comfortable.
Yeah, and again, they changed commanders for today.
True.
Lil J being the commander. I don't know if that was a huge difference maker or not, but regardless, we take it. Looks like they're being told to head back to the stage. Should be jumping into this game here shortly. Baxter, Stickinson, Nimke. Let's take a look at the MVP, though, from that match. I was curious of who, I guess, would get it. It was Kaskadsky, and I think well-earned, too. Reminder, 21 kills, 24 assists, huge. But also, Kaskadsky was one of the vehicle operators. Picked up a ton of value from the vehicle operator standpoint of being able to use that tank destroyer so effectively towards the end. And that was kind of the difference maker to be able to take C1 and C2 so effectively and so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see here what happens. Again, this is an elimination game. Opportunity to continue on, win yourself a little extra money, and get a good chance to go ahead and make a lower bracket run. Otherwise, you're going to be on the team of the receiving end of the loss, and that'll be their second loss of the tournament. So they'll fall in the category of 7th to 8th place, which still does take home some of that prize pool, but won't be able to fight further on into it again. We're going to go back to Crack, just swapping the sides of the teams. Let's see how No Mercy is going to adjust when they are on the defensive side of things.
Yeah, and I think obviously they're preparing for holds. I think if you're a defensive team, you're not counting on a hold at A. Again, it is one that's fairly swingy, and we've talked about that at nauseum. I think B1 and B2 is really where you stake your claim with trying to win the game there.
Yeah.
You can win on C1 and C2 for sure, probably the hardest to attack, but I think as a defensive team, if I'm planning for this I'm ahead of time, I'm spending most of my time thinking about B to start, because to win out on C, you have to deplete some of those lives. You cannot let the opponents go in with max lives on C1 and C2. That war of attrition is not quite as in favor for the defense as we see on some of the other maps. You know, even on the end of, for instance, Trainwreck, that last point, D2, the spawns are so close for the defense, it's really easy to get to that D2 point quickly, and the way you win is based on scores. So Cracked is not that way because it's a short map. Let's take a look at the best squad, though. I'd be curious to take a look at who's squatted up together and who's going to be the top of the category. I would assume it's Kaskadsky's squad, but there's a chance it's maybe somebody else. And oh no,
really?
It's our fraggers. So you can see Uzbishka, Mimke, Canyon, and Westa S. And I think before the broadcast, they said one of their star players was Westa S. This is their fragger squad. This is their aggressive playstyle squad, seeing a ton of assists and a ton of kills between these 4 players.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably just racking up all of the kills on the assault classes there. I was actually kind of thinking about the operator and choice of operators and everything like that. I actually saw a couple of Virens that match, which was kind of crazy, right? We haven't really seen many Virens so far, so it was kind of cool to see some players playing out the Viren.
Yeah, mobility for the rooftops is nice. Magnetic bombs can help out with some of the vehicles close range. But fun class for sure. Big shout out to that squad. Again, I've said this multiple times. Bishka sub came in, make a huge difference on a squad like that. Also played on LAN and DFI Invitational for operations a couple months ago. So cool stuff here. Look, I'm really excited to see No Mercy hitting a different form right now. Now, I don't know necessarily that's going to be a 2-0. I think I predicted 2-1, if I remember correctly. Still in favor of No Mercy. And if I remember correctly, you're already wrong. I don't know what to tell you. Or did you go to game 3 as well?
No, I said 2-0 in HR.
Okay,
and you
well,
said,
you lose, so.
You said 2-1 No Mercy. So you're on track.
Look, you obliterated me yesterday
Yeah,
in predictions. I'm just really glad that today it is the opposite, all right? That's all I'm going to say. I still don't know if I'm going to be right, man. Based on the way No Mercy played that last one, it just feels in my gut like it's going to be another 2-0. As much as I want to see Game 3 finally, this feels like a 2-0. I think HR is a good team.
Dude.
I think they absolutely can do this, but
2-0. If this is a 2-0, we would be at that point 6 matches in a row, 2-0.
6 best of 3s without seeing a single third game. Yes.
Wow.
What's the statistical anomaly of that? Anybody know? Somebody want to do permutations for us?
That would be crazy to calculate. I'm assuming, though, when you think about it, would it be more likely to see a third map
It's gonna
in the winners bracket?
Yeah, it's gonna be more likely to see.
Closer.
Yeah, it's gonna be more likely to see Game 3 the deeper we go into this tournament, because in theory you're making all of the talent kind of closer and closer together when it comes to scores. But again, it's all conjecture. It doesn't actually mean anything. It's just really interesting. And the amount of times you and I have said this could be our first Game 3 it hasn't happened still.
We've said it.
At least the last 4 or 5.
We always expect it, and we always try to see when it's happening. Another substitution coming here. This time it's on the side of HR. We're going to be at an AD in replace of Atomic. We're kind of used to seeing these trades kind of happen. Sometimes, as you can see right there, AD is now getting warmed up. Going to be sitting on the stage probably for the first time today. So give him a little minute here to go ahead and adjust. As you can see there, get the monitor distance right. Dude, I'm telling you, it's very undervalued. I myself have played esports. I've gone to events. You can sit at home, in your office, in your room, whatever you want to call it, at your home desk, and you can play all day long and it feels comfortable. Once you change literally anything, especially just a whole different environment, it's so hard. I swear, you just feel so uncomfortable.
And we're rotating almost 200 players, 160 active players with our subs. It's like more like 170 with the amount of subs we've had. 170 players through these setups. You have to change it every single time you sit down. It's crazy. I'm really impressed, but I'll be very curious. Again, this is kind of the classic conversation that we get to see is, will the sub make a difference? I mean, this is a big kind of breaking point for this player right now to show what they've got. Obviously there's some strategic play there. There's a reason they're bringing this person in.
Yeah.
usually the conversation. We don't get all the behind the scenes from the coaches. You know, I have to ask them afterwards. Was it this player was doing bad, let's replace them? Or is it this player has a very special set of skills, we need to replace, put them in? And like, I don't think it's a knock on any active player. I think it's just a strategic decision. Their back is against the wall.
Yeah.
I can't emphasize this enough. If HR lose this map, that means they lose the match, and that means they lose the tournament, and they are headed home. That is it. They are done. Maybe they'll be able to say and sit in the audience, but either way you look at it, they're done. They'll make a little bit of cash and be happy that they made it here. This is a really big moment, and frankly, when the nerves should be the highest.
Now, Cracked, we usually kind of talk about some of those subs. You know, there's no like vehicle that instantly spawns that you'd be able to take advantage of, right? So yeah, it has to be just one of those things like there's maybe better on the opposite side. So, you know, one player is better on attack, one player is better on defense. I don't
Maybe
know.
somebody just fell off today, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
there's always moments like that in esports or sports in general. But take a look at the top right-hand corner of our screen. Thank you for staying patient. We're about to hop into game number two. Could be the last game of this match. Could be the penultimate one. We're at less than 3 minutes until we start the game. Players are loading in. Players will then vote for their commanders, pick their weapons, pick their classes, and then we'll get our eyes on the action. Gonna be nuts, folks. I want to ask you in the chat, may feel a bit one-sided in our English broadcast, but I want to ask you regardless, are you cheering for NM or HR? Are you cheering for hostile response or no mercy? And who do you think is going to win this map? Do you think we go to game 3, or do No Mercy score their very first 2-0 in this bracket series? I want to see us in chat. I've been trying to pull up multiple chats. We are live all over the place. We've got global streams happening all over the world, but also here with our English broadcast, we've got a live stream on just about every social you can think of. So I want to see what people in chat want. What do they think is going to happen? I'm seeing a couple folks say they want to see game 3, but a lot more NMs than HR in our chat. We'll see if chatters, although you may have voted oppositely on the global chat, maybe you'll join us here cheering on, well, I guess just me because Vivid loses, but join me cheering on No Mercy. I don't know. I'm not biased. I just like being right in my prediction.
I'm
right?
officially cheering for No Mercy now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
I'm convinced. Well, I mean, hey, listen, if you're asking the chat to switch over, surely I'm also allotted that opportunity.
Yeah, that's fair. You're right. I like it.
No Mercy. I'm sorry. I really didn't respect your game. I mean, yesterday I just wasn't feeling it. Today you guys look absolutely different. 1 minute to go ahead and like it. You know, I got to say, take a look at some of the player cams. No Mercy. They are looking pretty locked in. I feel like everybody so far throughout this tournament, they seem pretty comfortable on camera, right? They've kind of been interactive with camera, throwing up some gestures, some hearts, some thumbs up and everything like that. It always smiles as well. So shout out to all of our competitors. Sometimes it's hard to kind of adjust to all the cameras that are around when you do come to a LAN event like that. It does add to the pressure. You're just constantly on camera. People are watching you while you play. But yeah, 30 seconds now separates us from jumping into game number 2. No Mercy is going to have to defend on Cracked against the hostile response. A response is exactly what they're going to be looking for. A response to that first game dominant performance that we saw from No Mercy for the DFIW. This is where you can continue your tournament or decide to go home if you do not show up. Who is it going to be with a lead going into game number 2?
Yo.
No Mercy. They got to be feeling confident.
Feeling confident, ready to rock and roll and on defense. If you see green, you're going to be looking at No Mercy. If you see red, you're going to be looking at hostile response. And hostile response is in a bad situation, in a bad way. They have to win this map if they don't want to go home. No Mercy, a chance to move on to the next round and earn a little bit of extra cash. Oh, I'm so ready for the game, folks. Thank you for staying patient with us. All the players that loaded in, all the players ready. Our commanders being selected, weapons chosen, operators chosen, roles chosen. Here we go. It is time for some more Cracked. What do you think so far? First look at Cracked on LAN. Felt pretty good.
Dude, I blinked and it was over.
True.
But I genuinely do, like, as somebody who does not usually really partake in hopping in any of the vehicles or anything like that. I'm a very just kind of run and gun
Here we
type
go.
of player. I did like the way that first game played out. Let's see if game number 2 is any similar. As you can see, we know exactly what hostile response want. They are on the attack side of things. This fight for the hill, it is always pivotal. The ATVs make it very, very easy for the attacking side to go ahead and run up the hill, instantly kind of get here with all of the beacons, but winning this fight is going to be important. Can No Mercy actually hold off the push?
I like this play from No Mercy to address that fight. They know they're going to try to make the same split push that they made, so they're actually going to try to take the fight to them. They're going to battle on the hilltop. They're kind of just playing over the edge of the rocks, playing over the ledge, trying to cut down any momentum from the side here. HR having to think twice about peeking over the top. This is a win on the left side for No Mercy. Let's take a look at the right side, though, and see who's winning that fight. It looks like it's maybe Westa trying to hold the line nearly by himself. Now Stickinson joining him, fighting a 2v2, and then the flank all the way on the bottom right side also getting met. No Mercy checking all the angles. No Mercy winning in the immediate fights off rip after spawn.
Not only are they putting themselves in very good positions strategically, but the positions are also so good for them as a team specifically, because these positions, they rely almost exclusively on you being able to win gunfights. As a team that Goj was kind of talking about, that they have absolute gunners on this entire team. The fact that they're now putting themselves in some of these positions to go out and actually win out some of these gunfights, it's working. It's working so well right now. I mean, taking a look at the map, it just looks so strategic from them. Wow.
I was gonna help
First
you
one
out.
from Vivid. Yeah, I was like, geez, dude, my fault. But I mean, it just looks so good from them, and it looked so different yesterday.
Now, the one exception is because they were covering on the flanks, it forced the spawn to all be in one position for the attackers. They are now calling into a critical mass, deathballing into the point, and actually getting a little bit of action, a little bit of motion on that coverage. But it looks like the defense was able to recover very quickly. Look at all the revives coming in, though, for HR on the point. That's like 6-7 people back up onto their feet, onto the point. They're going to get a lot of motion here. The medics are going insane for HR on the point. They have smoked themselves, they've covered their push, and they're getting a lot of action on point A to try to move this into the neutral zone.
Yeah, and this is one of the faults of that strategy from No Mercy. You can take a look at it at the bottom of your screen. The players who are kind of holding off that flank position where those ATVs were trying to go, they're actually not rotating in right now. So what hostile response decided to do? Just brute force. Stinger spoke the middle and just run in. If we get bodies on point, all of these players are playing off the point, we're going to make it work. But as we say that, it looked like they had enough medics to keep that revive train going, but the util comes in, the nades, the mollies, the gunfire, and somehow, some way, all 20 players seemingly just vanished from hostile response.
Oh, dude, the kill feed was only green for like 30 seconds. That was insane. I think on the back of the entry fragger there with Wolsiv pushing the equation, this is very reminiscent of what HR tried to do on attack on Threshold. If you remember, they just deathballed all together, grouped up in this massive clump, and just beat their head against the wall and never made it through. They actually made it through this time, but they couldn't survive long enough to actually capture the point. And all in turns into despair for the attackers, and they're gonna have to reassess. And now on a split push, one grouping on the left, one grouping on the right. Let's see if this pinch pays off for them.
Hostile response got to be feeling good, but they got to feel it for what works, what they can do a little bit differently now to go ahead and try to approach this point. But because of that push that they just did, again, a lot of the No Mercy members had to push onto the point, so now they're actually playing on the point. This is something that's a little bit different. Some of those like flank positions are now not as strongly covered as they once were. But actually, as I say that, if you look at it, so the rotates are coming out from the point. They're leaving the point to go return to those original positions that they were in to go ahead and maintain all of the space. Dude, look at this view right now. It looks amazing for No Mercy.
Yeah, they've set up a very nice line. It looks like it's actually way off in the distance over there. Kaskodsky playing that very far-ranged flank position. likely kind of waiting on their first vehicle as well to hop into, playing a longer range position to help with some covering fire over the top. Just weed out the numbers in rotation, trying to stay alive. This, by the way, on your screen briefly, now still on the screen, swapping perspectives. This was our MVP squad, our match squad MVPs. That's Westa, that's Mimke, that's Vishka, Canyon, that whole squad fragging out. They're playing on the far flank, trying to get kills. Assault vehicle, a couple splatters. This is the commander saying he'll do it himself, picking up a ton and dropping off. Again, these assault vehicles, they're really only good for one thing. We put a vehicle respawn beacon down on the point. It's only there for a blink of an eye. The defense are answering as the commander comes back in, trying to splatter more and more players and stay alive as long as they can.
Yeah, as soon as this vehicle actually spawned in and made its way onto the point, you can see the urgent deployment was called in for hostile response again. But that same exact play that they made before, just use all of the smokes behind this building and hope that we can get the reses in. It looks like they are prioritizing the medic role almost entirely to make sure that they can kind of keep getting these reses. But look, again, no mercy. It's kind of the fault to the strategy that they're employing. They're all up on the rocks, which leaves the entire sector pretty vulnerable. But now they're going to have to make that rotation and just rush into the point, kind of similar to how hostile response just did it. But it works. It works. Back-to-back times, they just flood the point, and all of a sudden, we blink maybe once, maybe twice, and all of the red members of hostile response are sent back to spawn.
Yeah, yellow's already called in an artillery strike. They are farming points right now. We already see 90 lives and counting for HR. It honestly feels like this is a very intentional strategy, which we know it is. Spread out, cover the flanks. They're forced into a funnel position onto the point. We then collapse from literally every angle. They can't shoot back fast enough. They can't kill all of us. We're picking up 1v multiple situations. This feels like hunters laying a trap for their prey. The prey running straight in, trying to freaking find the cheese, and the rats get sniffed out, snapped down by the trap, and No Mercy wins again on another all-in from HR.
Now the vehicles start to make a way into the game. Remember, hostile response yesterday in their match, they failed to win out in the vehicle gameplay. Just the game prior to this one, they failed to win out in vehicle gameplay. Will the tank be something that finally finds value for HR here? And I gotta be honest, it needs to, because as it currently stands, their strategy of kind of bum rushing the point, it's not working.
It's like another artillery strike being called in. We'll see if it gets any value. Commander in a tank. Not quite all she wrote yet, but it is a very important piece of the puzzle. And they're gonna have to make a move very soon here to get onto the point. Tank in hand, everybody on No Mercy knows where it is and knows they need to prioritize it. Because of that, Luke is being very patient with this tank, not trying to overexpose across the top. Got plenty of engineers around as well. Getting basically no value with the tank right now, just trying to stay alive. No Mercy playing very patient as well on the opposite side, not to give away too many lives, and just pepper this tank. 74 and counting for HR.
Shout out to the engineers here from HR, because it looked like there was a plethora of Allure rockets kind of flying in, but it still maintains its health. That's probably because it looks like there's 3 dedicated engineers. One of the engineers does go down, though.
And HR picked up the tank destroyer before it landed on the ground immediately. One of the highest points we've seen a vehicle destroyed before it hit the ground, too. The problem is HR's still in the trap. No Mercy is at every single angle, playing these rocks near perfectly. Finally with 2 vehicles, nope, just kidding. Assault vehicle but does basically nothing, blows up immediately, and the tank is back to being pinched and in trouble. All of these players are just sitting here healing the tank. Sure, they're keeping it alive, but they're not even addressing the point.
Every single time we tune into HR, they're all in the same spot. And they're just getting funneled into the bullets, into the firepower of No Mercy. Right there for the defense. They're actually going to be picking up a tank if they can escape the rockets. HR doing a great job of kind of preventing those vehicles from landing, but one slips through the cracks right now. Urgent deployment called in from the commander from HR. They know that the tank's coming. They have to make a push for the point right now, because if they're losing just straight up gunfights with a tank of their own, what's going to happen when the defense gets a tank of their own? What about No Mercy taking out the tank as soon as it steps in the enemy lines? That being said, Sector A, look at that progress being made right now. It looks like HR finally has an answer. They picked up enough kills. They sacrificed a tank for it, but now it's up to No Mercy to prove that their tank is worth it. Can they defend this point and retake it?
Kaskadzki, welcome to the party. Picks up like 15, almost all of HR down, but not enough. Wow. Just a hair too late on the retake, and we do see HR fight on. Tank Destroyer will likely land as well. This game is not over yet. No Mercy need to take a deep breath, prepare for what's next, and decide on a plan right now. Kaskadzki keeps his tank, pick up several kills. It was just like 8 seconds too slow.
It was a close one. A tank almost made it to the point. It didn't make it to the point, but not in time to actually go ahead and defend it. We like to talk about this a lot. How long did it take you? What did it take to actually capture that first sector? For Hostile Response, they effectively lost 70 tickets right there, capturing Sector A.
3 vehicles to 2. Side of the defense, you can see 2 tanks and a tank destroyer for the defense. Tank destroyer for the defense. Sorry, for the offense. Looks like a Lav is their second vehicle, if I saw that correctly. Huge advantage on the side of the defense if they're able to use it correctly. See a nice early push over to B1 as expected. Element in 1. Kaskadzki in 1. See Kaskadzki playing a little bit more of the aggressive approach with this tank up near the front. Playing in tandem with the tank destroyer. A lot of red popping up with kill feed. Actually, HR's player number 15 picking up like 2 or 3 in their vehicle.
And you want to talk about the flow of the game. We're actually approaching the time amount that it took No Mercy to win last game. We're about to reach a 12-minute mark. And right now, Hostile Response has yet to even touch B1 right now as the vehicle gameplay is coming in. HR actually going to be winning out so far in the vehicle gameplay things. Look at this Tank Destroyer on the right side over here is very, very low. A sliver of HP. It's not receiving any sort of return fire right now. It makes a push of its own. Who's going to go ahead and win out this fight? Wow. No Mercy backs up against the wall. Somehow that Tank Destroyer not only gets away with destroying that, but also survives and does not get blown up. As I stated, though, a great push from Hostile Response to make sure they get something in return.
Nice trades there from HR, frankly. I think that was a 2-for-2 trade, if I saw that correctly, maybe a 2-for-1. We still have Element on the tank on the back side. Volsiv got decent value out of the Tank Destroyer, takes down one of the vehicles, but that's a much better trade for HR. It is now 2 vehicles to 1. This Lav actually putting in great work to clean up the Tank Destroyer of Volsiv after the trade to win out in that engagement. So 82 lives now. I will say the attackers still haven't hardly touched B1 or B2. We're focusing so much on the vehicle gameplay. We got to remember the objective right now. We got to get bodies on the point, and right now we are not getting bodies on B1 or B2. They're getting cut down from a distance. Huge push coming in from the flank for B2, actually. Looks like 5-6 players coming in the backside.
Looks like there's a giant regroup happening right now for Hostile Response. I see a bunch of vehicles kind of spawning in. You were talking about that flank right now. What about a Tank Destroyer? What about a Flank Destroyer? Oh my gosh, cleans up all of those members over there on the right side, and usually that right side is actually the break onto this B sector. But if you can continue to defend it, it is going to be very, very hard for Hostile Response to actually get to B2. But a quick glance over at B1, and it looks like finally something has surmounted for the attack in terms of pushing towards this compound. There's a couple of defenders left over here, and now Hostile Response finally gets a foothold onto the B sector right now, on top of capturing B1, an urgent deployment to follow behind it. I'm not necessarily sure why we're calling it in right now, because we've already got control over B1. You have to stay on the point for another like 10-15 seconds to actually capture it, and then you can push to B2. If you would have just held that deployment for 20 seconds, called it in right now, then you could have used the momentum to continue to B2, but you effectively just wasted 20 seconds of that deployment.
I wholeheartedly agree. The small glimmer of hope, the silver lining, is that again, HR are winning the vehicle engagements. This is different than what we saw last game, but again, this is pretty similar to what we expected to see from No Mercy. They have not been thriving in the vehicle gameplay category, and it could be the bane of their existence here in the latter half of this cracked map. B1 in full control now of the attack. They have full control of the vehicle gameplay as well. Volsiv doing a good job. He just can't get enough backup from his team to stay alive long enough. big vehicle advantage on the side of HR. They have to utilize it effectively, though. Element is going to stay alive and hold out for a little while longer while getting revived, or rescued rather, and repaired. And so Element's getting repaired on the back line, and they're going to try to not let him breathe. Fortunately, that drop off the engineer didn't net any major boon. Still a vehicle advantage, still control of B1. HR preparing for the push over to B2.
The threat alone of a tank is often enough, but I have not really seen Element find an insane amount of value from that tank. It's kind of staying behind B2 for sure, so we'll have to kind of keep an eye on that. I did just see NM actually just took out one of the vehicles of hostile response, so now the vehicle scoreline there is going to be 2-2, as we just saw. No Mercy looks like they picked up a tank destroyer, one of the scary vehicles on this map for sure. Trying to pick up an interesting flank over here. This left side, we don't often see the attacking side try to go in from over here, but No Mercy still very well aware that it is possible.
Yeah, No Mercy's job right now, their goal is just put Wolfsiv back in the tank destroyer. They've been putting him over and over again in the tank destroyer. He's absolutely his role. It will continue to be his role. The other thing I'm seeing from No Mercy that is very different from yesterday, they are much more coordinated. They have much better usage of their commander. They have a much better usage of information gathering. They're picking up on flanks that I can't imagine they had seen very easily. This is great communication from a team who really struggled in the communication department yesterday. 36 lives, hostile response, looking a bit better this time around. If this vehicle lands, it will likely be the harkening of their last push, and unfortunately with it going down, that is going to force their shelling from morning all the way in the back spawn to go get active. They have to all in B2 with their tank at a vehicle disadvantage. This is great news for No Mercy.
Yeah, as you can see right now, Element kind of following the position of that tank destroyer. They're trying to play a little bit more aggro with only 32 tickets remaining, trying to see if they can pick off some of the stragglers that are going to be running over towards B2. I haven't really even seen any of the attackers cross the road that separates the B1 and B2 buildings. Hopefully, this artillery barrage that just got called in from hostile response can somehow find some value. It is a super good map for that streak because everybody's kind of up on top of the roofs of the building, so it can find a lot of value. But paying attention to the kill feed, I have yet to kind of see any of it find much value at all.
Yeah, Kaskadsky actually answered with an artillery strike of his own and actually did pick up at least one. Here's a push. It looks like maybe an assault vehicle trying to push over to the point of B2, drop a couple players off, maybe drop a beacon off. All of it, equipment, vehicle, players, all dead. Not even close. Nice hold there from No Mercy. 14 lives remaining. It is going to come down to a hero play, some miracle of a response from a hostile response to find a win in this game. And this could be the end right here if Element wins the fight.
Nice.
He does not, but look who's here to try to play backup. No, I thought Kaskadsky was going to go in and all in this vehicle, but instead taking a long route around, sniffed out by the commander. They're just stalling, though. They're keeping this tank on the back line. They don't have enough lives. They're losing B1. They don't have anybody on B2. HR about to fall. HR about to lose this game. NM gonna style on it a little bit and just retake B1 to add salt to the wound. We're already cheering in excitement because we know that they have won. Look at the camera in the bottom right. All smiles. No Mercy win the game. No Mercy win the match. 2-0, another stomp.
No Mercy providing a little bit of advice there to hostile response. Why don't you guys go ahead and rebrand to no response? You guys got nothing for our cracked gameplay. Absolutely unstoppable. The push at a sub 12-minute game on the attacking side from No Mercy. On the defensive side of things, yeah, we lost A. Yeah, but you didn't even get close to B2. And even at the end, they're putting a statement on it. You kind of talked about it, Goj. They could have just sat back, relaxed. You guys got 10 tickets. They actually pushed. They pushed back on the B1. Oh, incredible stuff there from No Mercy. Completely flipped the switch from yesterday.
You could say this is a different team. You could say maybe their opposition was just the difference. Maybe a weaker team, but however you want to look at it, this is exciting stuff here for No Mercy and their fans. Let's take a look at the highlights from that last match. There were plenty of them. Hostile response finally put up a pretty good fight at the end of A into early motion of B. They're winning out in the vehicle gameplay, but the beginning and mid of A was utter domination. This was nearly flawless execution from No Mercy on a very interesting plan, which was funnel the enemy to the point and then collapse on them. HR's game plan since the beginning of this competition has been to death ball. Let's pile up on each other, let's prio medics, let's just keep bodies on the point, let's use our assault vehicles to drop as many people off as possible and try to overwhelm our opponent in numbers. That can work to a lesser opponent. It does not work to a highly strategic opponent. Would this work against the No Mercy of yesterday? Maybe. The No Mercy of today, much more strategic and much better executed of their game plan.
You know, the fact that I think we can actually say that about both teams because, you know, even though HR on the attacking side right there did kind of get stomped down, we saw that push kind of happen, right? It seemed like all 20 members of HR were simultaneously making that push. They did it like 3 times. So the communication was there. The attempts were there. The follow-up that says Saturday, yeah, I mean, you know, NM just had a very good response to those strats, but I still really love to see a game where we can definitely see both teams kind of approach this map with some preparation.
Unfortunately for Hostile Response fans, they will be done in this tournament. They will be headed home, and if you're a fan of No Mercy, you will get a chance to watch them tomorrow, folks. No Mercy still in this competition. No Mercy done for the day, waiting on their next matchup tomorrow. Get a chance to see Little J there right behind Baxter, Canyon, MVP squad of Game 1. Really good individual players that are slowly but surely becoming a team. Loving what I'm seeing from today's version of No Mercy, and I hope and pray that we see more advancement, more improvement from this team going into tomorrow, and hopefully some even better games tomorrow in the second round of the lower bracket for No Mercy.
Yeah, definitely deserve to put some more respect on No Mercy's name. After yesterday, it was tough to do that. Today,
take a look at this.
Definitely earned that loser bracket run now possible. Let's see how the scoreboard actually broke down there in game number 2. Once again, Kaskadsky finding himself towards the top of that leaderboard. 40 kills in a short spell like that is very, very impressive. Even following up right there a little bit further down the leaderboard, see 38 on the side of Lulsiv.
Yeah, now Lulsiv, a big difference maker, 38 kills, like you said, Kaskadsky, those were our 2 vehicle drivers. Big shout to Yellow playing the assault operator and also picking up a lot of kills from an infantry standpoint. Some really good stuff there.
I saw some huge numbers, by the way, right there as that scoreboard disappears. HR had, I believe I saw a 70 on one of the players for revives.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang.
I mean, we saw how many medics they had on
yeah,
the
that makes
right
sense.
There. So
yeah.
it's no surprise, but I mean, just still performances like that, if you can't find the kills, if you're not winning those gunfights, you can't really make any progress.
Yeah, no, that's a really good shout. They did really prio medics that time around. It'd be interesting to look back on that and try to watch all the icons to see how many medics they were actually playing with, especially going into that first A point. I mean, it had to have been half of their team at least, especially on a map where engineers aren't as valuable early in the game. Here's a quick look at the team stats, though, from that last round. 7 total vehicle destructions, one of the highest numbers we've seen from No Mercy yet. A solid amount of revives as well. Solid kills across the board for these shorter games on No Mercy. So big stuff here from No Mercy to see them change their fate in the tournament, make some extra cash. They're walking away at least more than $10,000. They're not getting 7th or 8th place. We know who those 2 teams are now, unfortunately. Hostile Response out of this tournament. They're going to be tying for 7th place with PO, who also just got knocked out a moment ago. So both those teams done, making a little bit of cash, and a lot more competition coming your way soon. But all smiles here for No Mercy. Excitement in their eyes. I hope that they continue to VOD review going into tomorrow. It's only going to get more and more difficult the deeper they go into this competition. Quick look at the MVP for this team, though. I believe it's going to be Kaskadsky on the Assault Operator class and in the vehicle, picking up 40 kills. Absolutely an MVP in my mind. I thought he played very, very well.
Yeah, absolutely. For a team that kind of struggled in the vehicle category to go ahead and kind of pick up some value over there, great to see. And I mean, yeah, you want to talk about it. Some of the flaws that we saw there for No Mercy yesterday. We kind of talked about the vehicle gameplay that they lack, the strategy as a team that they lack. All over during those 2 games, it looks like they picked it up. They've got the vehicle game kind of figured out. They've got the strategy kind of figured out. They got the comms figured out. So super great to see. And it's just on the back of MVPs like this. Kaskazhi kind of stepping up, finding the value in the vehicles. And I mean, 40 kills, the most on his team, the most in the server. Definitely deserve it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, sadness in the eyes of our friends here. A couple smiles, well, we were glad to be here. We still earned a bit of cash. They still qualified for this stage. It's not like it was all losses. They won up into this tournament, and then unfortunately after the tournament couldn't piece it all together. So that will be the last time we see HR here in the tourney. And as we bid them farewell, we have to turn our eyes forward. I think the last thing we get to see here shortly is the squad MVPs from that game. But otherwise, after our interview, we are headed back to the winner bracket, folks. Some of the teams that crushed these teams we saw today. Those are the squads I'm really excited to. I think that's where we, look, we've said this 15 times. That's where we finally may see some game threes. Insane to say that all of our first round matchups from quarterfinals and first round of lower bracket all were 2-0s. Really, really interesting. Haven't had to talk about the tiebreaker at all. Haven't seen it come into play at all. Haven't seen any priority side selections yet. And map selections has all been random on the maps thus far, which is pretty cool. So we have seen 5 out of 6 maps through our 6 rounds, which is pretty cool too. I'm curious to know.
The only one remaining is Fault.
Yeah, we haven't seen Fault on main. We've seen every other map out of the 6 rounds we've gassed it over. So pretty interesting. I wonder if we get Fault pretty soon, maybe in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think Fault will be a great map to see the two of the winning bracket teams go head to head on. I think that would be a pretty crazy matchup. I mean, still regardless, super looking forward to those matches that we have coming up because, dude, I think the first of the matches is going to be TL versus DNI, and after that absolute stomp yesterday from TNI, the jaw-dropping strategies that they were able to employ, I really just hope that they're not on Ascension again, because I want to see a different map. I want to see those,
more strats,
something different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, super looking forward to that match. But as you kind of mentioned, we got to take a look at the best squad from that match.
Looks like it does go to Yellow, Store Life 1, and Silly Cat. If I remember correctly, I don't know if they were all on Assault. I know Yellow was on Assault, at least at the very end of this one, picked up 30 kills, was second overall in score as well. But the team in general here, this squad in general, put up really good numbers in pretty much every category. You actually have 2 medics, probably 16 and 11 revives on defense, solid amount. So yeah, pretty good stuff here from that squad. I like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of surprising there. You definitely expected Kaskazhi's squad to be up there right after his performance as well, but just a huge, performance from that squad there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, as you can see down on the stage, I believe we've got an interview with a couple members of No Mercy, folks. Let's head down to Tao Tao on the stage and an interview with No Mercy and a couple of their key players. Let's see what they have to say down on the stage. Let's head down there.
Hãy cùng chúng tôi quay trở lại với sân khấu lớn và cùng đến với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu để cùng chúc mừng cho No Mercy đã có được chiến thắng để bước vào trận đấu kế tiếp. Và cùng lúc đó thì chúng tôi cũng rất buồn sẽ phải nói lời chào tạm biệt với Hostile Response. Hy vọng rằng là họ sẽ quay trở lại mạnh mẽ ở trong mùa giải tới. Let's head back to the stage for the post-match interview and congratulations to No Mercy for pulling off an incredible performance today. And sadly, we have to say goodbye to Hostile Response, but hopefully they will come back stronger in the next tournament. And now, standing next to me is Element from No Mercy. And let's hear what the winner have to say with us. Bây giờ thì hãy cùng xem là cảm xúc của Element như thế nào các bạn nhé. Không biết rằng là trận đấu vừa rồi thì các bạn đã chiến thắng với tỷ số 2-0. Nó có nằm trong dự đoán của các bạn trước đó hay không?
This match, the match previously just ended with the score 2-0. Is that go as planned or is that surprising?
Yeah, we went pretty much the same as we expected. We were planning a lot of things yesterday night, and seems like we have done it pretty good.
Thưa quý vị, tối đêm qua thì chúng tôi đã dành thời gian cùng với nhau để trao đổi chiến thuật cũng như là chuẩn bị những cái kế hoạch cho buổi tối ngày hôm nay, cho ngày hôm nay. Cho nên là trận đấu vừa rồi diễn ra với tỷ số đúng như những gì mà chúng tôi đã dự tính cùng với nhau.
Yeah, that's awesome. You did a really good job today. Congratulations again. Và không biết là trong suốt trận đấu vừa qua thì đâu là cái pha xử lý mà bản thân các bạn đánh giá là pha xử lý quan trọng nhất, được đánh giá cao nhất trong trận đấu vừa qua?
So what is the key moments that you remember the most during the match?
Oh, the key moment I think was the first time that we destroyed the enemy tank, and that time everyone like feel the hype. We were like very hyped about this moment because we know it's like our time to push them and be aggressive, and that's what we did, and we played very aggressively.
Thưa quý vị, đối với những cái khoảnh khắc mà đáng nhớ cũng như là những cái khoảnh khắc quan trọng trong trận đấu vừa rồi thì đầu tiên là chúng tôi đã sử dụng xe tăng để có thể tấn công đối thủ. Sau đó là những cái trận tấn công tiếp theo làm cho chúng tôi càng ngày càng cảm thấy hào hứng hơn, và chính những cái phút giây hào hứng đó đã dẫn đến những cái chiến thắng ngày hôm nay như quý vị đã nhìn thấy.
Vâng, và đối thủ tiếp theo của No Mercy sẽ là DNI hoặc là Thang Long. Thì không biết là các bạn muốn đối đầu với ai hơn ở trận đấu sắp tới.
So next round is going to be whether DNI or Thang Long. So which one do you prefer to face and why?
Both. We want to face both. We don't matter who. Like we're gonna face them both.
Không quan trọng đối thủ của chúng tôi là như thế nào, chúng tôi đã sẵn sàng để chào đón bất kỳ đối thủ nào, đó có thể là DNI hoặc là Thang Long, và chúng tôi đã rất sẵn sàng để chào đón cả hai đội ạ.
Yeah. Because the most important thing is your team spirit, right?
Yeah.
Và không biết là bạn có một lời gì đó muốn nhắn nhủ tới đối thủ tiếp theo của mình ở trong trận đấu tới hay không?
So if you have something to say to the next opponent or the next round, what would you say?
Look me in the eyes and good luck.
Hãy nhìn vào mắt của tôi và chúc cho các bạn may mắn để có thể vượt qua chúng tôi nha.
Vâng, quả thực là một tinh thần rất là tuyệt vời. Một lần nữa xin chúc mừng cho No Mercy về chiến thắng ngày hôm nay. Họ đã có được tấm vé đi tiếp và chúng ta sẽ cùng chờ đợi những phần trình diễn hấp dẫn hơn nữa của họ ở trong những trận đấu tiếp theo. Once again, congratulations
Thank you very much.
for your win today. An amazing performance, and we are looking forward to seeing your great performance in the next matches. Và các bạn khán giả thân mến, chúng ta sẽ cùng nghỉ ngơi trong giây lát trước khi đến với trận đấu tiếp theo. Đừng rời khỏi màn hình nhé, chúng tôi sẽ cùng quay trở lại ngay. Let's take a few minute break. Stick around, we will be right back.
pretty good value for artillery that we've seen thus far. There's a huge push with the respawn beacon. Look how many players just spawned in the bottom of that building, and they are all getting obliterated.
Close this one out. I mean, come on, we're getting a little bit winded right now. The guided missile is going to be the one to do it. DNI calls it in to end game number 2.
And win this tank battle. So far, decently good for both sides. It looks like the attackers are going to get the advantage. Engineers are down. Wow. Down goes the defensive tank. They did it in overtime once. Our QX7 sins were clutch in a pinch. 0 seconds. See you later. If this doesn't give them enough breathing room, I don't know what will. There's another 3-piece from Whistly. That is double-digit kills just from guided missiles in this match for TXD. And we got another one, ATX. We were questioning the play style. We couldn't see the score. TXD knew exactly what they were doing. They said, let us farm the score. This one doesn't even have to land. And now we somehow didn't capture this point. Barely alive, but down goes another vehicle. Get the point. This is bad news if you're an attacking player. Where it is on the map, but it's not looking like it's getting a lot of value right now because all of a sudden C2 falling to the hands of the attackers. It is inevitable at this point to add insult to injury. RLF.
Chào mừng các bạn đã cùng quay trở lại với những diễn biến tiếp theo tại ngày thi đấu thứ 2 của Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare. Chúng ta vừa mới được chứng kiến 2 trận đấu ở nhánh thua nơi định đoạt 2 tấm vé cuối cùng để đi tiếp vào vòng trong. Còn bây giờ thì hãy cùng chuẩn bị đến với cuộc đối đầu ở nhánh thắng giữa hai cái tên đáng gờm đó là DNI và Tanglong.
Welcome back to the stage of 2025 Delta Force Invitational Fair, everybody. We've just gone through 2 extremely tense and emotional matches together, and now the first match of the upper bracket has officially been relieved, which is DNI versus Tanglong.
Và các bạn ơi, các bạn đã sẵn sàng chưa? Hãy cùng hướng mắt lên sân khấu để chào đón hai cái tên tiếp theo sẽ đến với trận đấu ở nhánh thắng ngày hôm nay.
Now the next 2 teams will step onto the battlefield of 2025 Delta Force Invitational Warfare.
Cái tên đầu tiên, hãy cùng chào đón đội tuyển đã chiến thắng để chính thức giành quyền đi tiếp vào vòng tiếp theo và tiếp tục đối đầu tại trận đấu này. Hãy cùng chào đón DNI.
As the first winning team that officially qualified for the next stage, please welcome DNI.
Không quá ồn ào và không quá phô trương sức mạnh, nhưng DNI đã khiến tất cả khán giả phải ngả mũ khi trình diễn một chiến thuật cực kỳ hiệu quả. Thi đấu với sự kỷ luật cao độ và từng vị trí đều thực hiện đúng vai trò, đúng thời điểm và đúng kế hoạch. Chính sự chuyên nghiệp, bình tĩnh và khả năng tuân thủ chiến thuật gần như tuyệt đối đã trở thành nền tảng để dẫn họ đến chiến thắng. Liệu họ sẽ tiếp tục duy trì phong độ này hay thử thách phía trước sẽ khiến cho họ phải thay đổi cách tiếp tục trận đấu? Hãy cùng chờ xem.
Without showing off their strengths, DNI impressed all of us with their incredibly effective tacticals. They played with high discipline, each player performing their role correctly at the right time and according to the plan. Will they maintain this form to create more surprises, or they will challenge and have forced them to change their approach to this game today?
Và hãy cùng chào đón đối thủ của DNI ngày hôm nay, Thanh Long!
DNI's opponent today, please welcome Team Thong Long!
Trình diễn một lối chơi vô cùng thuyết phục tại ngày thi đấu hôm qua. Với khả năng kiểm soát trận đấu và chính xác trong từng quyết định cũng như tốc độ xoay chuyển thế trận, Thanh Long đã khiến tất cả phải công nhận rằng họ là một đối thủ nặng ký ở mùa giải năm nay. Và điểm đáng sợ nhất của họ chính là bộ óc chiến thuật đến từ Commander. Liệu rằng họ có thể tiếp tục thể hiện sự lạnh lùng và chuẩn xác để giúp đội tuyển của mình vượt qua DNI hay không? Hãy cùng chờ xem.
Thong Long showed us an incredibly convincing performance yesterday. Their control of the game in every decision and speed in turning the tide every match and earned them recognition that Thong Long is one of the strongest teams in this year's tournament. Not only they're strong in individual skill, but also Thong Long's most powerful aspect is the tactical brilliance of their commander. While Thong Long's commander continue to demonstrate their coolness and calculations to help them overcome DNI.
Và ngay sau đây hãy cùng chúng tôi đến với trận đấu nhanh thắng giữa DNI và Thanh Long.
Now it's time for the epic showdown between DNI versus Thong Long.
All right, shoot, I gotta say that intro got me excited, man. I am so pumped for this matchup, folks. As you saw, some of the cool highlights there as well. We are moving back to the upper bracket. It is the upper bracket semi-finals, folks. And I gotta say, DNI versus TL is going to be a banger matchup. If you haven't seen these folks play, they have been nearly perfect throughout the course of this competition, and now they have to go head-to-head, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You're talking about getting excited about this matchup simply off of the introduction. My straight-up introduction to these two teams is what set me up for the excitement of this match yesterday. I saw this, it was going to be a possibility, and I was like, oh my gosh, let me hurry up and fast forward to this match. For anybody that doesn't know, the most dominant performance we have seen so far, TL yesterday was just on another level.
Well, as we prepare for this matchup, let's remind you where we've come from, okay? To start things off, we did start with the lower bracket. We started with Project 1 versus RRQX7 Sins. RRQX7 Sins win that matchup 2-0. Frankly, dominate that matchup both ways. We then move into No Mercy versus Hostile Response. Reminder, by the way, all four of these teams down the lower bracket hadn't won a single game until lower bracket when No Mercy also stomped their competition, another 2-0. And so now we're back into the upper bracket. Both of these are upper semis. Every single matchup we do will be the exact same flow. You know what we're doing. You love what we're doing. It's a best of 3. The judge randomly picks a map. Once that map is selected, both teams will attack and defend on that map in any random order. If we ever get there and they finally trade wins and we go 1-1, Game 3 has a bunch of different rules from tiebreakers into priority side selections to figure out what map we're playing and who is on attack or defend. We haven't seen it yet. We could see it here in the upper bracket. Take a look at our bracket. We are halfway done with the games today, and we're going to be paying attention to that top middle of your screen right now. Dead Dog and Idol, DNI versus Tinglong TL on your screen right now. This is the match we're about to play, and then you're going to see Rapid Lo-Fi versus Tuxedo in XG as both of our winners bracket semis. Big thing here though, Vivid, this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. If you win right now, you go straight to winners finals, meaning you do not play tomorrow at all. That is a nice boon to have a rest day. Let's talk about these teams though.
Yeah, DNI, what a powerhouse. Take a look at some of these names. You, of course, have the Commander, Dead Dog right there. And then, dude, the absolute fragging ability yesterday. I feel like we were so impressed with Artyom, the star player on this squad. Just straight up fragging, was out fragging those vehicle operators by a plethora of kills as well. All to play for here, and I'm not going to lie, Dead Dog and Idol, this team is looking stacked.
Yeah, a really strong team, a well-balanced team. They had great chemistry, they had great progression. I will say an interesting point though, yes, they went 2-0 during the quarterfinals, but they had the hardest time going at 2-0. They had the longest games going at 2-0, and it was against PO, who just got stomped by No Mercy. So it is an interesting statistic to look at. They are unbeatable at this point. They are perfect on their record, but it wasn't without some trial and tribulation from a team who's out of this tournament already.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they're up to the challenge against another team who had absolutely zero issues. Tinglong was unstoppable yesterday, not only from a strategic fashion, they were near perfect on defense as well, but on the back of their commander, AG78 Cat, folks, I'm telling you, it was the best game of Warfare I have ever seen in the 50-some tournaments that I've casted in Delta Force. This roster is insane, and if they come in with the same speed, aggression, and strategic gameplay that they had in the quarterfinals, they will quite literally be unstoppable. This is on paper probably the best team here, at least one of them. It is a tall task for DNI to try to measure up well against Tinglong, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, TL, they just did such a great job yesterday. Literally from start to finish, every single one of their moves, every single one of their kills, everything that they did on the map, not by one person, not by two people, literally by all 20 seemed planned from start to finish.
A really interesting stat. We've got a bunch of stats from day one. Of course, Artyom, star player for DNI. On the side of TL, AG78 Cat was their MVP as the commander, picking up a ton of kills, an insane amount of score. Everything that AG78 Cat put on the board for his team to do, the team executed on it. Yes, that is a notion of how well the team is able to coordinate together, but it's also a notion of the right timings that AG78 Cat was able to use the support system and issue those orders.
Yes, absolutely. And dude, I don't know how some of these players are actually able to do that. Like, it's so impressive how much they have to do. Let's take a look at the prediction. Goes, wow, we are thinking the exact same thing here.
Yeah.
Talking about how good DNI looks, but again, seriously, put some respect on TL's name. That's just they're on another level, which is why I think we both go ahead and choose the 2-0 for this one.
I wouldn't be insanely surprised if it goes 2-1. I do think that TL almost assuredly wins this based on what we saw yesterday. Now, who knows? Maybe Ascension is just their map. I don't know. Maybe Ascension is literally just the best map they could play, and they were just perfect on that map.
True.
Who knows what could happen? We know DNI is good. We know they're strategically sound, and we know they have great chemistry. So, chat, we want to ask you, are you with us or are you against us? It's looking like you're with us at least barely. This is a global chat prediction, so if you're watching on any of our streams in our global audience, type into the chat if you think DNI or TL will win. You can just type it into the chat right now, TL or DNI, and maybe these numbers may adjust slightly. You're going to go with the underdog of Dead Dog and Idol, I guess, at least on paper, or you're going to go with the front runner of Tinglong, who has been a front runner before the competition started. A lot of folks said they'd be one of the scariest teams. So far, those lot of folks, they were right, I think, Vivid.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were kind of talking about it a little bit earlier. I'm very excited to see TL. You were kind of talking about that dominating fashion, that dominating game that they played yesterday. It was on Ascension. I seriously just want to see them on a different map because I want to see all of the strategies that they have cooked up. I think this is, without a doubt, the most thought out team, the most prepared team, and I just want to see what they have prepared on one of our other maps.
Yeah, a couple more things to note, of course, with DNI. We do have our only female competitor, Hodu, who was a huge difference maker for this team, by the way, during their quarterfinals matchup. Really want to watch out for Hodu and what she's able to do on the map this time around. Played a key role for this team to blow up vehicles, play well in the engineer slot. We know that she's an Uluru main or a Uluru only, an Uluru pure, if you will. I mean, really unstoppable on the Uluru operator and loves to use it. So watch out for Hodu in the engineer category. There she is on your screen right now. And so I'll be watching out for them. And then Aryam, we've mentioned several times as their top fragger. Technically, I think speaking, Aryam is actually the top fragger out of the entire tournament.
Yeah.
It helps that their games went longer, of course, so that it is a statistic with an asterisk, but it's actually not really close. They had 140 kills in 2 games. I'm going to say that again. 140 kills in 2 games, folks. That is insane.
Boots on the ground.
And that's not a vehicle operator. That is a person, boots on the ground, with an M7, flying around, literally killing everybody. I mean, it's a crazy stat. So watch out for RDM as a huge, huge difference maker, and then Hodu as well. Here's another interesting stat that I've pulled up on the bot side of this. TL, their games were stupid short, right?
Yeah.
They blaze through Ascension, win on the attack. They crush on defense. They had the 2nd highest kills out of any team at any level of the competition as a team, only behind DNI, who they're about to play. But DNI's games went almost double the length. Here's another interesting statistic. They had nearly the least amount of deaths out of any normal paced game out of any team as well. That's how bad they crushed their competition.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible that they were able to pick up that many kills and have short games like that. Dude, that just speaks to how dominating they were. And it's, you know, it's on the back foot of players. Like, I'm looking over here at TL, names that kind of stick out instantly. I remember Aim Bobo was just running through the competition, I believe playing hackball as well, so that was great to see.
Well, okay, one more stat for you. Our team behind the scenes really crushed this. Not even close, by the way, they destroyed the most vehicles.
TL
did.
Yeah.
It wasn't even close. They destroyed 24 vehicles in 2 games. Now, they did play Ascension where there's a lot of vehicles, so keep that in mind, but still, 24 vehicle destruction. And one of which, by the way, I don't know if that's in the stat or not, is when they stole the vehicle from their opposition on Ascension, which is my favorite highlight, I think, of the competition thus far. And there's 7 more than the 2nd highest, which is DNI at 17. So some fun stats for you from day 1, moving into day 2, their first games of the day. Just really, really fun stuff from both of these teams. I think this is going to be a good game. I don't think it's going to be a stomp. I do think it's going to be a 2-0, though.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of talk about those vehicles being destroyed, right? When you kind of mention that, I instantly think about the highlights that I remember from that Ascension game that TL played on yesterday, right? These pushes that they made to actually destroy the vehicles, it was definitely with purpose, right? We saw them go past the sector to actually go destroy an opposing tank that was sitting at the bottom of the elevator waiting for the next sector to actually pop up. That was awesome. The performance from 78 Cat, right? We talked about, you know, how good he was in the helicopter, how good he was all around, but then went over to the defensive side of things and was able to actually take out the helicopter once they did actually, you know, swap sides and made it very, very hard for the opposing team to ever really get into the game, right? So those vehicles kind of being destroyed, it wasn't just a result of just the map having a lot of vehicles. There was some serious intention going on from TL, and the fact that it was always by the team as a whole, there was a straight up plan for it. Dude, they just seriously looked perfect.
Yeah, they looked extremely perfect. They looked unstoppable. But it is a brand new day against brand new competition, and I'm really pumped to see what they're able to do against, frankly, on paper, a stronger team, a team that has won games. Right now, if I remember correctly as well, TL is also perfect, not only in this competition, but just in general. They are a team that is comprised of 4, I think, different organizations of players all coming together for this event. They have, by the way, mentioned that Posui is their star player, which I think we saw mostly the case, but really TL, it was hard to almost say that there was a star player besides the commander on paper, just because it was such a great team effort. So it'll be fun to see if any other individuals kind of step up and continue to make a name for themselves on a global stage like this. Quick look at the players. Everybody seems calm, cool, and collected on both sides. as we prepare for this game. Should be dropping in here shortly. I'm really interested to see what map we're playing, Vivid. I gotta say, I think this could be a big moment for either of these teams. Depending on what map we pull, could really change the strategy and see who can adapt to it quickly. Both these teams are known to strategize a lot. Both these teams, I believe, have coaches as well. That'll certainly help preparing for what is to come. See who's attacking first, who's defending first.
I would like to see, I think, one of our bigger maps, because I think that kind of opens up more of an opportunity for these teams to kind of showcase what they have prepared for this event. I mean, obviously, we can talk about the only map that we have not seen out of the 6 so far is going to be Fault. We've talked about that a couple times. It would be cool to see that, because then we would get to see a little bit of Jet gameplay and see the impact from that. But Fault, kind of a quick map, right? Would love to see it for the first time. What about, obviously, if we don't see Fault, we're going to be going back to one of our other maps. I think, if we want to see some strategy and some preparation, kind of taking a look at the map list here, I feel like trench lines, I think TL would probably impress us on.
Yeah, that's true. I can see that. I don't know, man. I really like to see Fault, I think, just in general, because we haven't seen it.
Yeah.
But strategic-wise, it could be. I know this is crazy. I don't necessarily want to go back-to-back Cracked, but Cracked would be so interesting with this matchup.
A 3-sector map, it'll be a fast-paced one. All right, I feel like once they kind of get a foothold down, the momentum might be going. But again, listen, we talk about like DNI, how good Artyom is. We just kind of watched a game on Cracked, and the vehicles were kind of lackluster, right? They didn't really necessarily find their spot on Cracked, so it was just, usually just straight up gun skill.
Yeah.
And I think it would be pretty easy for us to argue right now that Artyom would be the best in this server that we have seen so far when it comes down to gun skill.
Yeah, I want to be very clear. There's a couple people asking in chat about what maps are actually in the selection. Two main things, too. Operator selection, nobody's seen Gizmo. It's because we are one patch behind. We're on a tournament server. This is pretty standard across all esports, so you're not going to see Gizmo at all. You do see Tempest, etc. But our map selection is going to be Ascension, Cracked, Threshold, Trainwreck, Trench Lines, and Fault. It's only those maps that we'll be playing throughout the entire course of this competition, but they are randomly assigned in each of these best of 3. So just so everybody's on the same page, you guys don't have access to all the rule books. We talked about this a little bit at show open and things like that, but these are long show days, so I want to continue to remind people, feel free to ask questions. We've been paying attention to all the chats, hanging out with everybody here in the English broadcast. We have global streams happening right now covering this event. It has been amazing thus far, and it feels like we're just getting started. We are halfway through day 2. We're not halfway through the entirety of this competition. And as we take a quick peek at the lobby, it does look like everybody's in the lobby. So it should be starting here very, very shortly. You should see that timer top right of your screen here whenever they're loading into the game. But let us know that we are very close. But kind of hyped up both teams. Both teams have not lost a map yet. What do you think the strategy is from DNI to try to cut down on the momentum of TL? I mean, I think they have to go for AG78 Cat, maybe? Like, they have to prio vehicle destruction?
Yeah. I think, well, first and foremost, I wonder if they're a little nervous, because
I'd be nervous.
I
am nervous, I think.
If they watched the game yesterday, which you would imagine they would have, right? Because
of course they did, yeah.
You're here for a tournament. I would hope that you kind of doing a little bit of research, kind of checking out what's going on in your competition's games. They would have seen what we saw yesterday. And if I was going to step up on that stage and go against the team that I saw yesterday, yeah, I would be a little bit nervous. So you're kind of talking about strategy. Obviously, it's hard for us to talk about strategy when we do not know the map yet specifically. But in terms of preparing for the match itself, I would try to make sure that I was just level-headed. You know, they did well yesterday. They played their game, DNI. They had their players in the right spot. If they just play their game and don't necessarily try to adapt to that of TL and kind of think about how well they did yesterday, then I think it will just go better for them, right? I think that's the main thing that they need to kind of focus on.
Yeah, I think it's a good shot. I just think they have to prio taking down vehicles of TL. I think any advantage you give TL, they're going to take that advantage and run a mile with it. You know what I mean? Even if it's a small one. vehicle advantage, I would say, are a big advantage. Even giving up a high ground position, they could find so much value with it. So I think you really need to prioritize taking down those advantages, trying to keep it as even as possible from an advantage standpoint, and therefore should be able to actually compete. DNI is not necessarily a worse team. I just feel like TL rather, has really, really good strategic gameplay, and therefore will outlast and outplay their opponents based on strategy. You have slaying power from DNI. You can outfrag your opponent.
Yeah.
And that war of attrition always goes to the defense if you're able to hold on some of these points. So, I don't know. A lot of conjecture without knowing the map. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see what that is very, very soon. Thanks everybody for staying patient there. There's a quick look. If I am not mistaken, I believe that is Dead Dog on your screen right now. He's the commander of this team and the namesake of this team. I was saying yesterday, Vivid, that I've had a chance to talk over Dead Dog a ton, cast over his gameplay. Really cool guy, cool content creator, but also a great commander.
You know, obviously we're in, got stage behind us, everything like that, right? We're in the same environment. And kind of getting to the stage, right? DNI, they were loud coming into this match in their war room. Let's go ahead and take a look at the map that we're going to be going to do. Threshold. Okay, I can work with this. I feel like Threshold, you can definitely cook up some crazy stuff. If we take a look at the bottom of the map there, DNI is going to be on the attack first with TL on the defensive side of things. Now, Threshold is one of those maps that is very, very cool. And the reason for that is because the attack starts with the helicopter, which can change things up, right? That can set the pace of the game. We did see Threshold yesterday, and honestly, that helicopter got like zero value in the match in its entirety. So I'm hoping to kind of see a switch up. In this game.
On Threshold. Yeah, I was about to say the helicopter on Ascension got so much value, but you're right.
But on Threshold specifically.
Yeah, basically completely worthless on both sides almost.
Yeah.
It really didn't do much of anything. So the interesting note here, though, and the worry I have for DNI is we saw how much value TL was able to find with their helicopter. And because there is a chopper on Threshold, I am worried. Now, I will say DNI is starting on the attack. We saw that correctly, right? And so because that is the case, I actually think this is maybe a bit better for DNI. I think DNI starting the attack is a good thing. We get a chance to see their chops on attacking this first point. We get a chance to see their chops in the helicopter. I think they could catch TL by surprise and start off pretty hot.
So obviously we've already seen Threshold, and that match yesterday was Rapid Lo-Fi versus HR. And that was a stomp from Rapid Lo-Fi. On that first sector, actually, what Rapid Lo-Fi did, if you remember, is they used the helicopter not necessarily as something to go ahead and blow up, vehicles or get many kills. They used it to kind of send somebody down in the parachute and establish that flank in that A sector building. So I feel like the value for this helicopter, obviously we can see it pick up a lot of kills, but something that kind of flies under the radar is its mobility. The opportunity for it to kind of get people on your team positions they otherwise would not be able to. So definitely keep an eye on that from DNI. I hope they do something like that.
Well, I will say the defense is going to nearly immediately start also with an anti-air vehicle. Probably a lot. One of these IFVs that will be kind of that continuous battle. So you could see maybe from the defensive stance a more emphasis around protecting their vehicle early to make sure that it harries the helicopter and keeps it out of the way of clearing a path for the infantry. But folks, as much as we can ramble on and conjecture about strategy, you're going to get a chance to see it on main stage. 40 seconds on the clock before we load in. And I couldn't be more excited. Upper bracket, as a reminder, if you're just tuning in, it is double elimination. If a team wins this matchup, this is not like earlier, if a team wins this matchup, they are going to skip competition tomorrow and head straight to the winners finals. Not the grand finals, they gotta win in the winners finals to get to the grand finals, but you will not see them tomorrow, they're gonna chill. If they lose this matchup, they are not out of the competition. They will have to play in the lower bracket tomorrow and work their way towards the finals with more matches than the winners. So this is a very important matchup, but nobody's back is completely against the wall. They just might be shown where the door is. They don't have to walk through it yet.
Yes, absolutely. Once again, as a reminder, we're going to be going to Threshold right now. DNI is going to be starting on the attack side of things. Everything related to them when they are on the attack is going to be highlighted in red. TL on the defense, they've got to go ahead and try to do the unthinkable. See if they can hold the line here on Threshold. Everything that they do and everything related to them is going to be in that green color. Will be easy to distinct the two as we go through the games right now. And if I was DNI looking across the stage right now, seeing TL, I would be a little bit nervous. They've got to overcome those nerves, though, because this is a big match ahead of us. Our first winners bracket game of the day. It's going to be Threshold. As you can see there, Sector A. We talked about this a lot yesterday, Goose. The importance of the bridge, the importance of the helicopter that you begin with. Where are DNI going to put their priorities?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think DNI have to put the priorities in being able to get some value out of the helicopter. I also think they have to put the priorities on splitting and not just banging their head against the wall like HR did on this map, running at the point. Obviously, blow holes into the wall and push on to the point. But let's see a flank on the left-hand side. Here we go. They do have a split push starting. Group on the left, and it looks like they've got 2 tank destroyers. Am I seeing that correctly? No, a tank destroyer and an IFV, I believe, with the helicopter in tow. As per the usual, Threshold giving the attackers a nice little advantage to start. And look at how TL has set up on the defense. You talked about the priority of this bridge. They have a ton of people up on that bridge protecting the left side flank, while the main force is protecting the wall here before it gets blown to pieces.
Yes, absolutely. You can see a split of the attacks. That's because it's just kind of like one of those things where you need control of the left to push on the right, but you also need control of the right to push on the left. So that's why they go ahead and split. Look at the helicopter. Man, the maneuvers that are kind of coming out, playing from all the way back there, is going to make it very, very hard for TL to do any damage to that. I really like the position of the helicopter. That being said, it is kind of far away, so it is going to be struggling to find much value. Oh my gosh, look at the point right now. There is an absolute flood of the attack on right now. There's not a lot of defensive members on this point, so much so that it was actually slowly getting captured, and because that was the case, some of the defenders are actually leaving the bridge and going towards the point.
I actually really like the way DNI has set up this attack. They've got a couple of people kind of staying back. You even saw somebody on the AA gun back there with the tank destroyer playing really slow, just blasting this bridge to open up a runway for these infantry. Look at this squad running up onto the bridge. They're going to be met with their defensive unit. However, they're winning the gunfights and they're winning the trades on the bridge. I really like this play to slowly and methodically gain ground before all-inning on the point and just bashing their head against the brick wall. I'll keep saying that because it's something we've seen over and over again. Teams trying to go all in and getting punished for it. DNI, as we know, is a very methodical team. They're going to slowly but surely try to creep forward and gain ground and not overcommit to one strategy. Again, we don't see this often. Take a look, top, middle, and the timer. We're already 2 minutes in. We've only lost 7 lives. This is a slow, methodical team. This is going to be a long game, I think.
Yeah, Miyangi is going to be in that helicopter for DNI, and I cannot lie, just looking very, very smooth. Kind of dodging all those shots coming in from the enemy vehicle. You can see the enemy vehicle is posted all the way back there. Its only goal is to try to suppress that helicopter.
Wow, look at
it's
that.
so far back that it's not going to be able to help out the point. And you can see, look at the priority on the bridge. Almost everybody from the DNI side is flooding up this left side. They've got a little bit of control on the bridge. So now they're going to start flooding up a little bit of a hill right here to see if they can start to flood out some of the members that are going to be in the courtyard here.
It's a really good push. You actually met with more resistance than maybe they expected near the bridge with the defense. They massively outnumber their opponents right now. They should be able to push up to the point very easily. It really comes down to where some of these spawn beacons are that we haven't been able to see yet. Defense is just struggling, holding on to the last remnants of their defense. And you're right, look at where our lava has had to sit. It's just peppering this helicopter from afar. They can't afford to lose it. They're going to wait and stay patient with the vehicle. That way they can even the tide going into the next point when they get a couple more vehicles. Now we have lost one of the vehicles here for the attackers. I want to say that was just the assault vehicle. Shouldn't be a huge deal. Tank destroyer is still alive, but a lot of folks in that fountain and on the point. Here comes the defenses. Probably only push to recover, and so far so good. Defense has pushed back the attack. Defense has reclaimed their land.
Yeah, I mean, the attack right there, they look pretty good, right? They were really close to capturing it. And then with the vehicle on the point as well, but because it was so invested positionally-wise, the tank destroyer had to back all the way up, went all the way back to spawn, and as you can see there, Hodu is going to instantly be finding some of that effectiveness, playing that engineer role on the back there, laying down and getting the repairs off on this tank destroyer. Urgent deployment comes in for DNI here.
We're almost 5 minutes in. We haven't even used 30 tickets, but that should dwindle pretty aggressively during the urgent deployment. Just want to get bodies back onto the map. I don't think they're necessarily prioritized getting onto the point yet. They're just trying to get to a critical mass near the bridge. They can actually push forward and try to make a play. Diane Dan picking up a couple in the kill feed. Several, actually. They find another. Again, sometimes we get so lost in the macro that it's hard to kind of address the micro, but anytime you see a player like Aim Bobo picking up a 2-piece, Diane Dan picking up a 2-piece, 3-piece, 4-piece, like those are hero-level plays, making your life so much more valuable than your opponents. And it's one of the reasons we're able to outnumber our opponents onto the point and take full control over point A. Plenty of time, but still looking pretty good for the defense.
So far, TL is poised up right now pretty well on sector. I feel like we saw a pretty good push from DNI, and they were able to go ahead and thwart that pretty early on. They did a great job of resetting. They've lost the bridge a couple of times, but been able to fight for it back. And, you know, honestly, we were talking about win conditions here for DNI starting off in the attack. You were mentioning that you wanted to see value from the helicopter. I don't know if we've necessarily seen that yet. Yeah, it was getting fancy, flying through the air, wasn't taking much damage, but not many kills so far.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically trading a 1-for-1 helicopter for their only vehicle. It's actually not a bad trade for the attackers because they have a vehicle advantage. I would even say it's a good trade for them, but you're not seeing the infantry and these two vehicles get as aggressive or at least as much value as you would prefer. Both are pretty weak because TL is prioritizing harrying them, and they keep backing off, trying to reassess. Hodu in trouble now on the far right-hand side with a tank destroyer. Quite low, assault vehicle goes down as well. TL putting on a masterclass of prioritizing vehicles, making sure that whatever advantages their opponents have, they're getting thwarted and cut down as fast as humanly possible. And I'm seeing a lot of green in the kill feed.
Tank destroyer still looking for an opportunity to get onto the point and clear out a lot of these members from TL. But it's just always so risky. We know how good TL is at destroying those vehicles. If you make a little bit of a mistake like that, they will instantaneously punish you for it. But no members of TL are on the bridge. They're all kind of forced back towards this backside of the building, funneling in for DNI. If DNI picks up on this, which I'm sure that they have, they'll know where all of the TL members are coming from. Yeah, the revives come out, the spawns come out, but if you have the tank destroyer able to funnel all of these rockets towards those 3 entryways where all of the TL members are coming from, it's going to be easy pickings.
And some individual gunfights, but losing the point. TL gonna have to be heroes right now, and I don't think they have very many heroes left near the point. A couple rotating in late, may be able to jump onto the point and at least stall things out, but Dead Dog smartly marks the point to take, and they should get it. Yes, they get it. That's a lot of extra score going to the side of DNI, and our defensive unit gonna have to back off. This is only the second individual sector TL has lost in this entire tournament. They only lost one the last time they played in the quarterfinals. They were not infallible, but they were pretty dang close. The same story for now, but I will say that is an offensive win. We have max lives going into B1 and B2. Very well done from DNI.
And look at this. I mean, again, from the TL side of things, look how far back this Lav is playing. When we were attacking Sector A, it was effectively playing on Sector B. And now that we're going to be attacking Sector B, it's playing on Sector C. It's a whole sector bound. It's playing so far back, so that way its sight-line is pretty good to see the aerial side of things and you know, hope to continue to suppress the helicopter as much as it possibly can.
Well, this is where things get really interesting, because this is where we'll finally start to see the defense pick up some vehicles. Obviously, they've had that lob that you were just talking about where it's positioned, but otherwise they have nothing. So it is only focused on helicopter, and we are finally about to see probably some more vehicles come in for the defense now that they've earned a bit of score and we're into the B points. This is going to be a huge swing in favor of the defense if they get them in here shortly. So while Dead Dog and his crew have an advantage, they need to press the attack, and they're doing it from a couple different angles. You can see a squad on the far right-hand side of that free cam coming in around the flank, and then the other half of the squad trying to push through B1 where they're meeting a majority of the opposition.
Take a look at the kill feed there over there on the right side of the screen over the past couple of seconds. I did see a lot of red. Now that I'm talking about it, though, a lot of green kind of returning the favor over there. And now that the helicopter has maybe picked up on the fact that the Lav can't necessarily see you if you do get close, like, you know, lower down in elevation here, you might be guarded enough to go ahead and do a sweeping attack onto B1. Definitely going to want to pick up on that. As you can see here, trying to destroy the vehicles that are coming in for the defensive side of things. It's very close. One more hit, I think, is what it's going to take. I don't think they've got it. The engineers are there to go ahead and repair.
Yeah, very good save there from TL. They had a ton of engineers to make sure they got that vehicle down. Like I said, so important that they get another vehicle into the mix to try to slowly but surely take back or at least even out the trades. When it's even, it is anybody's game. With that advantage, the attackers have been winning pretty aggressively because of all the vehicles they have on the map. It is technically 5-2, really more like 4-2 based on the vehicles that they have chosen, but either way you look at it, we take the win if we're the attackers right now. They are contesting B1. They're actually going to push it into the neutral zone as well as they come through those yellow tents. Being met with some resistance, though, they may not fully capture it as TL has decided to swarm this point and not give it away for free.
Yeah, absolutely. I was taking a look at where the vehicles are kind of poised up now for TL. The Lob that was playing all the way back there got really close to B2. Look at that. They're actually both in the garage. So it is pretty much conceded the airspace if it's going to make that push into the garage. So finally deciding that you're really not doing a great job of suppressing that helicopter. So you've got to start to find value with that lob elsewhere. And as we can see, B1 is going to go down here. A really hard one to hold because you are really close to where the attacking side can get some really strong points, right? These tents are always pretty tricky to go around and hold. But we'll have to see how much damage the helicopter can do. We know that B2 is completely inside though, so actually finding value from the helicopter now that the lobs are inside even, still going to be a hard challenge.
I'm really impressed with DNI right now, I'm going to be honest. Everything is very clean. They're doing a really good job of keeping bodies up, getting a lot of revives. They're hardly using any lives. Slowly but surely making progress. Very systematic, slow-paced, strategic team. Finally a little bit of battle between Sarah Jin and our defensive vehicle. That's going to be our commander on the other side. We're getting aggressive with the tank destroyer, but AG-78 Cat wins those. He always wins those. And that's a big take, slowly turning the tide back towards the defense.
Quickly following up the position of that tank destroyer, Sarah Jin over here on the backside of this garage. Going through that garage is pretty much the only way to get your vehicles closer to B2. So if TL can pretty much shut down this entrance, then it's going to remain the way that it currently is. A vehicle-less push for DNI towards B2 is something you do not want.
Dead Dark has marked B1 as it's about to go to their hands, and I think, unfortunately, this actually might have been a mistake because immediately that single player, I think, that was capturing it has been cut down, so he maybe doubles down on that mistake by calling in the urgent deployment time to try to put boots on the ground ASAP to get onto B1 and secure that score. On the other side, our defensive team has marked a vehicle for death. If I'm them, I'm marking this assault vehicle here because it's the weakest, but we're not sure exactly which one. If you see it completed in a vehicle go down, that means it's successful. It'll say it. I'm loving this overlay right now, and I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed, yes, with DNI, but this hold on B2 has been nearly perfect here for TL to maintain their position, not let anybody get close to the point, and slowly but surely rack up enough score to bring more and more vehicles onto the map.
Yeah, obviously it's a giant fight for B1 right now, and DNI have done a good job of eventually capturing that, but they have not got anywhere near B2, which is, you know, you can kind of see the strategy coming out from TL right now. B2 is where they plan on holding down this sector. Obviously, they're going to try to hold B1 for as long as they possibly can. But if they give it up, it looks like everything is kind of invested towards B2. The lobs are kind of just hanging out in that garage. Again, cannot be attacked by the helicopter because they're completely inside. And then they're locking down the garage where DNI needs to go through to get their vehicles over to B2. So right now, yeah, TL showing that strategic mindset here on Sector B.
Finally feels that we've made our way closer to a stalemate. Bad news if you're the attacking side. I said it before, the war of attrition always goes to the defending side. exception to that rule sometimes is on point A because of the spawn points. TL is winning the war. B1 will fall again here shortly if a body's able to jump onto the point. It looks like maybe just a solo is within range to capture it. But again, I think you're right, TL is setting up for the long game. They said, we don't really care about B1. We're holding B2. It's the hardest point to capture out of the two by a mile. We've got our vehicles posted up inside. They are completely safe. They've been basically untouched besides a single push by that DNI roster with the tank destroyer who immediately get punished for it. And they're checking all these flanks too. They're not going to let anybody play route man and get sneaky to go for a vehicle kill. Finally see DNI get active, get aggressive with their vehicle, and almost get fully punished for it. And they do get punished. They do get punished. Any move they make to B2 is a loss.
Yeah, 777 from TL getting the credit for that destruction of the vehicle over there, and that's exactly what we're talking about, right? The way this is laid out, that's the only way for these vehicles to get towards the point. DNI, if they cannot get past that choke point with their vehicles, they have no shot at taking out these lavs. Yeah, of course, you can get a bunch of engineers in there, but that's really not going to do it. They're just going to take you out, especially when you're covering all these flanks. Look at the gunfights just being won over and over and over again by TL. Of course, the medic's going to get some incredible value over there on the side of DNI, but they're going to be well aware of the possibility of this flank kind of coming in. They've covered it multiple times. Would not be surprised to see them do it again. And 78 GAT. Or no, that was 777 coming out, sneaking out, and firing the lob over there.
That was so clean. That's what I'm talking about, a chemistry, by the way. The team communicates that they lose the gunfight in the flank. We pop out for a moment, 777. They said, oh, you're going to try to flank us after you revive everybody? No, how about take a shell to the face, takes down two, forces them to back off. Really well done. But here comes another aggressive push by the DNI. They've got to make a move. They got to make a move now. They're going to push into the game. It's going to be a 2v2 out here. We got a third lob off in the distance. Remember the one that was holding down the helicopter? It's getting active here, and it's helping out the fight. It's winning the fight. We do finally lose one lob from the side of TL, but an incredible trade from the defensive side because of the patience, the virtue of that deep lob all the way back on C that's just been shooting at this helicopter the entire game.
Yeah, this back and forth between that lob over there and the helicopter, it's kind of creating this boring game for both of them. You gotta imagine if you're operating the lob, you've just been sitting back here, you have done pretty much nothing score-wise. You've probably gotten like 0 kills. Your only objective for the entirety of this game is to just make sure that helicopter feels your presence. You know, go ahead and pressure it enough to make sure it does not find any effectiveness. Now the vehicles are kind of spawn in for DNI. I see a tank destroyed, and I believe I see a tank as well. But if you take a look at the bottom of your screen, we know that TL just lost one of their lobs. It just got destroyed. Bang, they're right back to 3 of them.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4v3 in vehicles again, but positional advantage absolutely goes to the side of TL, and that helicopter has basically been nulled by the far lob. So it almost really feels like a 2v3 with a positional advantage for TL because of the positions inside of this kind of quote-unquote garage area where B2 is. And one of the vehicles that we're seeing from the attack side is the assault vehicle, which is basically a transport vehicle at this point compared to the firepower of some of the other options. So really fun game to watch right now. We're starting to finally get to a point where it's a little bit scary for DNI. We see an aggressive push from the tank to try to punish a forward motion from the lob, but of course well timed. A nice Aluru rocket picks one up. I misspoke, or at least spoke too soon. We're seeing some value from DNI. They have the advantage, and they're trying to push it, and they know they have the advantage. Look at that, artillery and urgent deployment.
Yeah, Sarah Jin making the swap over to the tank, right? Saw him on the tank destroyer, switches over to the tank, probably feels a little bit more confident in the tank versus the lobs that are kind of holding down right now. Udu, we've been talking about her effectiveness when it comes down to the engineer role. Picking up that triple kill right now, finding the vehicle destruction is going to be big. But look at this, the Allura rockets flying over top of the buildings, trying to pressure these tanks. Right now, TL is feeling the pressure because they've had lapse in the amount of vehicles that they have on point, and as I say that, they lose one of their lobs, and within seconds, they're right back into the game with another one.
Right back into the game, and I want to say too, we're seeing a lot of points, a lot of kills. This is maybe the first thing that we've seen from TL. They've got an advantage in points, I can only imagine. They're now using urgent deployment, they're now using an artillery strike, and they've only been saving up their score just to buy lobs over and over again. They're not worried about tank destroyers because they're not trying to play aggressive. They're playing defensive right now, turtling up on B2, and it's working near perfectly.
Urgent deployment for TL being called in right there. Again, they don't really need it. There's no urgency right now for them, really. Yeah, they can use it to go ahead and make DNI feel the pressure of the B1 point, but again, they have nothing to do on B2.
It's a very easy and cheap thing for them to call in because they haven't used one yet. That's probably the reason they're using it now, just to hole up for this first push.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see, though, the tank over there for the DNI side is trying to sneak through that garage. I would not be surprised if the pressure does fall in. The tank destroyer is actually on the point of B1 right now, but what is that doing for you? They've pretty much given you B1 repeatedly throughout this point. You are securing an objective that they are basically giving you, and you are almost losing a vehicle for it. They do not care. B2 has still yet to be scratched.
Tank destroyer getting active. It's going to go for a play. This is a bit of a Hail Mary. It's going to be met in kind. AG in a bit of trouble here. Goes down. Tank destroyer wins that if it's a 1-for-1 and gets out scot-free. Maybe the first mistake, the first piece of the armor that is a bit weaker than we thought it would be gets punished, and now we get aggressive. DNI, strategic team beacon goes down to spawn closer, vehicles galore. Lav getting aggressive, picks up the tank destroyer. They trade 1-for-1, does not get out scot-free, but the Lav goes down. A big opportunity, got to push in with the tank. The tank goes down. We know TL prioritizes blowing up vehicles, and they are trading so well to hold B2. Their opponents get aggressive, they get even more so.
A complete trade of everything. Look at the bottom of your screen. The only two vehicles remaining are the ones that both the teams started with, but both of them have been all but doing nothing other than just holding each other back. And TL, because they have not been using many of their score, they can continue with this strategy, just keep calling them in. So much so they were like, hey, listen, we're feeling pressured on B2. B2 is actually being captured right now, so they're going to call in a beacon. Is it going to be enough? Is there going to be enough time for the Lobs to get back into the play? B2 is being captured at an extraordinary space.
The speed of B2 dropping means they tried to surmount over to B1. Too much energy was spent on recouping after an extremely aggressive push from DNI, and it was just enough room, just enough time to push onto both points and take them both down. We still have a game on our hands, folks. This is not the stomp that maybe some would have expected. DNI putting up a great fight. Here's the problem. The caveat to this amazing push thus far is they only have 90 lives going into what I would argue is the two hardest points to capture, C1 and C2. They got to get them both, and they got to get them pretty quick.
Yeah, only 90 tickets to work with right now. Let's talk about strategy for TL. Every single time that they have advanced on the DNI side of things, the Lav has moved back, and that's still going to remain the case right here. But now C1 and C2, the helicopter is going to find extremely hard to get any value.
First tank destroyer we've seen from the side of TL now into the mix. Need to get a bit more aggressive when there's this much room to work with. A lot of open air around the outside, especially, we've got two tank destroyers, I apologize, and one of them is inside the building, playing the high ground position over the top of C1. That is so sick. I love it. Always thinking up creative strategies to get an advantage over their opponents. So it's going to be two tank destroyers. You're also still going to see that Lav, and on the opposite side, we got plenty of vehicles as well. So pretty even across the board. Let's see how much value the helicopter gets when 2 points are both indoors.
Absolutely. And, I mean, listen, they're kind of in another one of those scenarios where the garage is going to be the main point of contention. Wait a minute, DNI, if they've picked up enough score, the guided missile is going to be coming in here. How much effectiveness is going to be? We have not seen a lot of kills get dropped in from there. It's going to go right on the C1. Look at that. Absolutely 0 kills.
Here's the thing. We've been talking about this a lot. We've been talking about the possibility of blowing up this point. We'll get back to it, though, in a second because we've got a big battle on our hands. 1 versus 2, and somehow the 1 is nearly winning because of the help of the Lav on the backhand side and another support here. It was a trap. It was a bait. We baited in one of the tank destroyers of the DNI team. All 3 vehicles pushing up. 1 goes down. The second goes down. A fantastic trade, 1 for 2 towards TL, and they secured a bunch of points that was an order from their commander.
Yeah, absolutely. The urgent deployment was in there for DNI as well. I don't know if they necessarily found any effectiveness from this. And look at this. How far out is this helicopter? I didn't even know you could go this far out. The Lob has to return to its initial objective of keeping that helicopter at bay. It's been doing a great job of it. I've not seen any kills in the feed at all from that helicopter.
Another vehicle falling in for TL. Trying to cut it down before it lands. They're not going to be able to do so. Now, again, I want to remind everybody at home, I've been saying this for years now. When we talk about Threshold, you can blow up C1. I think I mistakenly said yesterday it's C2. It is C1. It is this building, the smaller building on the right now. When you're looking at your screen, they've already dropped a single guided missile on it. If they're able to drop another, this building can collapse, and it will force this into a one capture point sector, a complete game changer. It's a lot of score to invest, but talk about a huge boon for them. It is possible from what I have heard, so let's pay attention to that. It's probably the only reason Dead Dog spent the score on a guided missile this early into this sector.
I mean, once again, 78 Cat is going to be calling in the urgent deployment right now. Honestly, kind of blinked, right? And C1 and C2 were both getting captured. A lot of the TL members are actually playing off both of these sectors right now. But as we can see, C1 is actually under heavy fire from the side of DNI. TL does this very often, though. A lot of the times, they let their opponents onto the point, and then they'll go ahead and flood it in later. But on the opposite side of things, over here towards C2, a giant vehicle battle is happening right now. Tank on the side of DNI, a Lob and a tank destroyer on the side of TL. The tank destroyer goes down. The tank is trying to back up. That gets destroyed as well. That's going to be a 1-for-1.
John Chin there on the far side. It might be a 1-for-1 for a moment. Helicopter is trying to clean it up, and they're able to do it with the help of the infantry down below. It's going to be a 2-for-1. Helicopter support over the top. Still a decent trade, and it's still even. Building on the right looking weak, but also bodies on the point means in the neutral zone, folks. We still have a very even game. This is a close one, but only 43 lives. I think DNI may not have enough gas to get to the finish line. It is going to be so close. If they had over 100 lives even, they may have enough time. TL is holding very well, and we are running out of daylight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just 40 tickets is not a lot to work with. And as you can see here, another lab going to be coming near for TL. They're going to spawn that one. DNI has done such a great job of trying to destroy these vehicles as they're falling down. The Allurers are doing a great job of applying that pressure, but unfortunately, that one is not going to come to fruition for them. The vehicle economy right now for DNI, it has dwindled down to nothing except for the helicopter, which, as we know, if you look at the bottom side of your screen, 2 of those vehicles on the backside for TL, they are going to be making sure that the effectiveness of that helicopter is not found.
33 lives, and they're calling in double tanks here to try to support. Myanji grabbing the tank for just a moment, setting it up for teammates. Pops back in the helicopter. Doing a pretty good job right now of making sure they maintain some presence with the vehicles. The problem is they're running out of daylight. I said it before, at 40 lives, they're already down to 26. Night is coming. An advantage here for TL on the defense is such a massive boon. There's a push with the assault vehicle, waiting to make sure some players can spawn inside of it before they drop it off inside. Take some shots, unfortunately gonna have to back up. Helicopter gonna try to provide some covering fire. The Lob is a bit distracted, could play the long route, sweep all the way around the backside, and hopefully clean up one of these vehicles. Look at where that tank destroyer is, by the way. There's a tank destroyer on the upper level of C2. Here's the second guided missile. I can only expect this missile will land on C1, try to blow this building to smithereens. It is coming in. I think I heard too late, but better late than never. Let's see where it lands.
Yeah, trying to pull out all the stops where the investment comes into the guided missile. That's actually the most effective one we've seen so far this tournament. That's going to be a 5-piece though. But if you take a look at the right side of your screen, TL caught in a guided missile of their own. That one's going to find 2. The tickets are down to all but 10. Vehicles are spawned in here. If you take a look at the bottom of your screen, 2 tanks available. The helicopter is also available. But C1, C2, they're all green. There is no way 8 tickets are enough for DNI to make this final push.
It was such an amazing bait there from DNI to, instead of dropping the missile on top of the building where people were flooding out to make sure they didn't die from it, it landed where they retreated to. One of the most effective guided missiles, but again, better late than never, but still too late. 8 lives. They have to have a miracle right now, and this is their miracle push. 2 vehicles, all the personnel on the boots on the ground that they can, everybody sitting at C1, and they're getting cut down on rotation. They're losing out to individuals making hero plays. Nobody is even touching this C1 point right now, at least not right now, with 7 lives. All the stops being pulled out for DNI. They're trying to find an angle to get in, and they drop the strategic beacon. Let's see how many people hop into it. The problem with the strategic beacon is to join it, to use it, you have to die. They do not have enough lives to make good work of it. We see another missile coming in to try to seal the deal here for TL.
Yeah, absolutely right. We can see how careful DNI are playing. The tickets have been going down so slow because they know how valuable their lives are right there. TL going to be calling in the guided missile. That's not going to be finding any value right there either, other than backing the DNI tanks up just a little bit. AG78 Cat calling in a backup guided missile to go ahead and do the same thing. 3 tickets, 1 ticket. The guided missile, if it is well placed, it'll deliver the killing blow. It's going to be landing in 3, 2, 1. Doesn't matter. TL, they take the victory. C1 and C2 are their homestead. The live play, the helicopter was all but suppressed on that game of Threshold. TL did a great job on the defensive side of things.
Really well done from both teams. A fantastic match. It felt like a little bit too late there for DNI at the end. The win came at B2. The win came from how long they held. TL held B2. So many lives spent on that point that when it came down to 2 of the hardest points to capture on Threshold, they just didn't have enough gas to get across the finish line. A great game though, and I am so excited to see the back half of this match as we swap sides. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights from that match. There were plenty of them, frankly, from both sides. Great coordination from DNI. And again, you know, it's funny, this helicopter operator never died. They had the heli start to finish, just didn't see as much value as they wanted. All they did was just take the gas away, take the attention away of the Love on the back half of the map.
Yes, absolutely. The Love did great work. We never really got to see who was actually operating that Love, but like I was kind of mentioning earlier on, I feel like that was such an incredibly boring game for them, right? They were kind of just playing so far back, but they did their job so well. We really never saw that helicopter get any kills throughout that game right there. And I gotta actually tip my hat because this push onto the B sector right here for DNI, it looked like TL had them in such a chokehold. Actually getting through the garage seemed seriously impossible. Eventually they do break through, they destroy a couple of Lobs, they secure the sectors, and then they push it all the way to the C sector as well.
Yeah, it's a really cool finish here. Again, look at the lives here. This is the final push that actually got them both points, and they only get 50 from it. They go from 40 to 90, and 90 just didn't feel like enough. They started out with a guided missile on C1. I think if they had more score, they maybe could have double missiled it or triple missiled it to make sure to drop the building. But either way you look at it, we just kind of ran out of gas, man. I'm saying that over and over again because it was so close. I think DNI had a chance if they had like 20 more lives. By the time they're calling in their missiles, by the time they're calling in all their score streaks, it's just too late. They didn't have enough runway. Let's take a look at the score though and see where everybody landed. Again, this score is a really interesting one because it was a long game, but you're not seeing the 70, 80 plus kills. It was a true, very even match. TL just held on and won the war of attrition.
Yeah, instantly I want to go ahead and take a look at DNI. Love looking at RDM because I'm always curious to see how many kills he's actually able to pick up over there. 59 again, boots on the ground, picking up the most kills in the server. So great to see that. Over on the side of TL, great effort there from Lancias, picking up 53 kills of their own as well. So just incredible work right there from TL. Obviously, the scoreboard is just going to tell you a lot about the kills and the revives and everything like that, but the strategic plan there with all of the vehicles, the vehicle gameplay was just perfect from them.
I was really looking at where Myanji, the helicopter operator, landed on the leaderboard to see how consequential they actually were. 31 kills, actually maybe a bit more than I thought they would have. But around middle in terms of score, which makes sense, not playing an objective, etc. So I'll be super curious to see what happens going into the next match. When TL have the helicopter, how much value will they get out of it? Was it the most value we've seen from a helicopter in general? No. Was it the most value we've seen from a helicopter on this map so far? Absolutely.
Yeah, now an opportunity for the teams to go ahead and take a break. We know they're going to jump into the war rooms right now and start to talk strategy. They are going to be switching sides, so, you know, kind of flipping it. And honestly, Goj, we were kind of talking about it already. The fact that DNI put that much work in on the attacking side of TL is very, very good. I think, you know, you might be right in saying that this might end up going to a match 3. I think DNI kind of performed better than they were kind of expected to on that attack right there. Of course, you know, being stopped at C1 and C2, no easy feat from TL from then, but, you know, they did just so well.
Yeah, it's a good shout. Here's a quick look at the team stats as the players are preparing for the next game. 495 total kills here from TL. Not sure, they've definitely destroyed more than one vehicle, but regardless, the rest of these stats look good. 500,000 points as per the usual in a longer game. Solid amount of assists. Good revives, a really well-balanced team as per the usual. Be very curious to see what they're able to do on attack, though, because again, I think the last time we saw an attack from TL, it was ferocious. I'll just use that as a terminology for it because that's what it was. It was disgusting, frankly, in a good way. And I wonder if they're going to be able to find that amount of legs in this matchup. Let's take a look at the MVP, though. And I think we know who it is. It's Kiss Shot.
Wow.
Okay, right. Top of the scoreboard here for TL. An assault operator. 31 kills. 38 revives,
on the
my
assault.
friend. That's probably switched towards the end, right? Switching back and forth.
Those 4-second reses are crazy if you do that 38 times.
A lot of kills and a lot of revives. Very well done from Kiss Shot.
Yeah, did such a great job there. Picked up so much score. Honestly, I'm very, very surprised, right? The fact that we were on a map where there are 3 sectors, and then, you know, we kind of saw actually a lot of score accumulated from both sides, so much so that we saw some guided missiles. Usually those maps go pretty quick, but both of those squads being able to pick up those guided missiles is super, super cool. Talk about the best squad here, Goj. We've got Dian, 31 kills, Aim Bobo. I was talking about Aim Bobo, again, boots on the ground, very, very good at aiming, so love the fact that they went ahead and yeah, put aim in their name. Lancey as well, 47 kills, and Posui right there, 39 as well. What a star-studded squad.
Yeah, this is their assault op. I mean, these are their aggro players. These are their gunnies. This is, I mean, look how many kills they have between all of them and the amount of assists. Played really well together as a squad. They were the entry fraggers. They were the ones picking up a crazy amount of kills, including Posui, who is their star player. So very well done from them. The players prepare for what is next, folks. I want to remind you of the stakes on our screen right now. The players are going to be hopping right back into the lobby, and they're going to be swapping sides on the same map. Threshold we go again. TL this time on the attack as DNI move to the defense. And I think, again, when we talk about predictions, a lot of us chose TL, and I didn't think it would necessarily be a stomp. I don't know if I thought DNI, though, would get all the way to the last points. They looked very, very strong, very well coordinated, and we saw Dead Dog leading the command side as the commander of DNI. Saw him yelling into the mic, issuing orders non-stop in a great way. Non-stop action from a vocal category for this guy, and I really like that. A very vocal leader like that is one of the reasons why they were so organized and so well coordinated. Even though they lost the game, I'm liking what I'm seeing from DNI, and I think as a defensive team, they could push this to Game 3. I think this could be the time. TL is very good on the attack, but if DNI keeps prioritizing keeping their vehicles alive, they can win this. Defense is really a strong position on this map, in my opinion. So I'll be very, very curious to see how they try to deal with this helicopter. TL, as we think back to the matches we saw yesterday, for those that maybe missed them, probably the most value I've ever seen from a helicopter in my life came from TL on Ascension. Now, Ascension, a lot easier to see value from a helicopter, in my opinion, than this map. But either way you look at it, this is going to be one for the history books. Hopefully, we will see some really interesting, maybe nuanced new strategies from TL that we haven't seen from anybody else on Threshold, because that's what we saw from them on Ascension. Are they as planned or prepped for this map? I don't know. Let's take a look, obviously, at what I was just talking about, what we're going to be playing, and the swap headed back to Threshold, swapping sides. So TL in red on the attack, DNI in green on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be super cool here to see what TL can do on the attack side of things. Let's talk about that strategy of the lob that they kind of used right there. Do we think that that's something that like DNI kind of has something paired? Like, how do you really stop the helicopter from being effective? Not to mention, I can almost guarantee you, Goj, we know who's going to be in that helicopter on the side of TL.
Yeah, look, I think, you know, I think when you think about our commander, AG78 Cat, think about his impact on the map. Having eyes in the sky for that impact is even more valuable.
Yeah.
This is what we saw AG78 Cat do on Ascension. And
yeah.
I just, the question I was pondering just a moment ago was like, what value or what kind of crazy plays could they pull off with a helicopter on this map? Because on Ascension, it feels like there's more room to work with.
Yeah.
On this map, it's like, how are you, I mean, you could maybe ferry people around the backside to do like a strike force on one of the vehicles around B2, but I don't know. There's a lot of question marks on what they're going to be able to pull, like what stops are going to be pulled out that we're not expecting.
So I will say, I feel like one thing that we were kind of missing right there from DNI was kind of like dropping in some members of the team, right? Because the helicopter felt like it had to play so far out of the map because of the pressure that the lob was kind of put in, it never really was playing over top of any of the points, so nobody would really spawn into it to kind of parachute down or put down any of the beacons. This is something that we've already seen TL do on another one of the maps. Yeah, sure, Ascension obviously is a little bit different, but they're definitely going to be wanting to do something similar to that, and I feel like that's one of the ways that they really find more value than DNI did from the helicopter. Obviously, yes, you know, you mentioned it, 31 kills from our helicopter operator is definitely more than I think we both expected, which if we're talking about the trade-off there, I can almost guarantee you, I'm not sure because I don't have the scoreboard in front of me, but I can almost guarantee you that that attack helicopter finding 31 kills found more effectiveness than that lob did that has been literally like sitting there since the start of the game.
It is a lot more kills than I thought they would have.
Yeah.
We tuned in quite a bit, and they were basically just dodging bullets the entire time.
Yeah.
Saw them pop into the kill feed a couple times. I would have guessed closer to like 20 rather than 31, even maybe in the teens. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think that's a good analysis of more value than the lob. It was just an overall team play. I think the helicopter, too, like, you got to remember, too, like, some of these ground vehicles, Tank Destroyer, for instance, I think is the most valuable vehicle in the game by what it can do.
Yeah.
But a helicopter left unchecked can be much more valuable.
True. Yes, I definitely agree with that. We've seen some crazy things in some competitions, and I can't lie, like, our helicopter operators are so cool because, we kind of watched some matches yesterday where we were kind of talking about on Threshold, we did not see that helicopter find much value. Instantly, when we tuned into the DNI vehicle pilot there, the helicopter pilot, the maneuvering that they were doing, just kind of floating around, you could tell that they were just way better at operating that helicopter. But of course, going up against TL, still able to kind of shut them down. Could you imagine if that lob kind of wasn't applying the pressure, or they were kind of just left to do whatever they wanted? Like, we would have probably saw some absolute destruction from how good they were looking flying around.
Sure, I'm honestly a little worried about this game because of that. Like, I don't know if they're going to do the same strategy or they're going to do something similar. I'm worried that TL is going to have the answer to it because it's the same strategy they implemented. Yeah, I don't know, folks. Take a look at the top right-hand corner of your screen. If you're asking when we're going to start, it's in 1 minute 45 seconds, folks. And again, this is make or break, not necessarily back against the wall. They're not going to be kicked out of the tournament. They're not done yet if they lose. But if DNI lose this game, they lose the match, and they will head down to the lower bracket where their job to get to the championship is that much harder. A super important piece to this puzzle, too, is that the winner of this match also skips competition tomorrow. They will not play until finals day on Sunday, and with that, you're getting a lot of breaks, you get a lot of chill time, and then you go into winners bracket finals, and you're pretty much assuredly walking away with a bunch of cash as well, playing for like a third place position.
Yeah, the cool thing here is actually just realize that the winner of this match and the winner of the next match, I think they pretty much guarantee themselves third.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Which
Winners
is
bracket
pretty cool.
finals. If you lose that, you go down to loser bracket finals, and then you play for the championship.
Yeah.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, so definitely a lot to play here for. A lot of pressure on the line for TL, for DNI. Obviously, TL feeling a little bit more comfortable. They did go ahead and win that first game, but DNI, they have the opportunity to answer back.
30 seconds before we start. Players loading in. You can see it right now, voting on their commander. Of course, we know who their commander is going to be. For those maybe just tuning in for this matchup, I'm loving it. It's been a lot of fun, and I am so pumped to see if we will finally see our first game.
Oh my
3.
gosh. Are we going to talk about that again?
It's
going to happen, right?
Listen, Vivid,
How many games is it?
here is the thing. I will say it until it happens. And I've been saying it until it happens because it is unbelievable that we haven't seen it. We are on match 7 and we are poised to not see a game 3. Every single round has been 2-0.
Yeah.
D and I have a chance to turn that on its head and finally force a tiebreaker, folks. Here we go. Tanglong versus Dead Dog and Idol. Here's the chance to make history and finally force us to game 3. Is Tanglong infallible? Will they finally drop a map? Only time will tell. D and I have to hold on Threshold.
It's going to be absolutely incredible to see what TL can pull off here. Not specifically on Threshold, but just on the attack side of things. The last time we saw them on the attack side, it was clinical. It was planned out from start to finish. Threshold, the opportunity here, yeah, only a 3-sector map, but it's very open enough. It's open enough for them to employ one of these strategies. Here we go. We're starting things off early, and as you can see, the vehicles are already kind of getting involved here. 2 vehicles already spawned here for TL. They're going to be pushing directly into the point. It was a little bit more slower for DNI, right? They kind of played for the bridge. TL, they're going head straight towards the sector.
This had to be a prediction that this DNI squad was going to be split maybe across this map, but it doesn't look like that's the case. This is just head-on-head combat, and we're sending the tank destroyer into the mix immediately. I have not seen this style of aggression from anybody besides HR, funny enough, but it didn't work. It works flawlessly for TL. The doors open, and they come busting through like the Kool-Aid, man. Good grief, we don't need doors. We'll go through the wall. What did I just witness? A is already falling. We've only lost one singular life.
I don't know. I thought, listen, it says 179. It said 180 for like the longest time. I thought they weren't going to lose a single ticket in capturing A right now. The performance that we just saw out of DNI, I thought there was going to be, oh my gosh, AIM Bobo. That's why AIM is in your name. The flicks, how did he have enough bullets to take out 4 in a single clip right there? The individual ability was just in full force right there. TL stomp DNI in 1 minute and 30 seconds on Threshold for the first sector.
Can we just sit on AIM Bobo for a while? I'd like to just sit on that perspective maybe for the rest of the game. That was absolutely foul. That is something that will be on our highlight reel. I can assure you of that. Holy cow. All right. Let's catch our breaths. Let's prepare for B1 and B2 with 180 lives. As much as it was a stomp, this is the exact same position that DNI had going into B1 and B2. We see our strategic beacon there, or at least a respawn beacon there, up near the tents so that we can spawn close. Helicopter in the sky, getting active, first love. Here we go, folks. Everybody take a breath. It's time to get active onto the point. And oh,
what?
My goodness. Folks, we told you to watch out for the helicopter gameplay. We told you it was going to be crazy. And we told you to watch out for the paratroopers dropping out of the sky, out of the helicopter. That lob goes down, and all of the players jump out to make sure that it falls. And all advantages are on the side of TL. This is high-level gameplay.
They said, hey, listen, if you want to do the exact same thing we did, we're going to go at you head on. Takes the helicopter over there, drops what seemingly was like 5 or 6 paratroopers to take out the lob. Goj, I was asking you the question, could you imagine if a helicopter was able to just fly through the air uncontested, how well they would do in the hands of a good pilot? TL have just set up AG-78 Cat for an uncontested airspace. He is about to shred through DNI.
This is an unbelievable game already, and we just got started 3 minutes ago. what felt like a pretty even matchup when TL was on defense. This doesn't even feel any sort of close. Now, DNI has restabilized a bit around B1, spawning up above the stairs, looking down. Looks like they've maybe got a beacon up there as well as an ADS, trying to block some of the projectiles, but not getting a ton of value on the point itself. Attackers come flooding through, and here's the problem. They're like roaches. They won't die. They creep forward and hide in the crevices until the whole team can move forward and eat all your lunch. B1 goes down, and B2 soon to follow by the looks of it. Green in trouble, peeking out, trying to find any angle, getting punished for it. They're just on their heels. They have no clue where to go.
Yeah, now making quick work of B1. The flood kind of comes in. They're not even really interested over there on the left side towards that garage, right? That's the push that DNI is kind of doing right there, but they do have to surrender B1 in order to kind of make this flank happen. The question mark for me will be, how do TL pursue B2? We saw it took quite some time for DNI to actually make their way over to that flag. I'm sure for TL, they could definitely shake things up if they're able to get over there quite quickly as well.
So much value from the helicopter up above, not even necessarily getting kills, but just assists galore. They're taking shots from the top and aim Bobo. I don't know if you're winning this gunfight. Ooh, almost gets the flick, but she'll get the trade with his teammate there. Lanks on the left-hand side. This is one of the top slayers as well for TL. Diane, Posui, aim Bobo. This full squad are the best squad. They are the most aggressive squad. They're the entry fraggers, and they're winning their gunfights. Finally, Diane gets cut down. We swing over to check out what's my Angie doing from DNI. This was their helicopter operator in the last game. I guess making sure nobody else paratroops on top of their head. I don't know what's going on over there.
Maybe trying to look for some sort of an angle to kind of work on the helicopter. Bit of a strange location for sure when you think about the fact that B2 is currently going to be under attack. I mean, we talked about the effectiveness of this squad multiple times, them getting the MVP squad of the last game. And the incredible thing is, every single time we tune into one of these POVs, they're boots on the ground. They're not a vehicle operator.
Yep.
To put up that many kills, it's just straight up gunplay too. Seriously incredible stuff.
Big moments here, trying to prepare for the flank. Again, we saw a chance to look at the vehicles for a moment, and ooh, just bad timing there, trying to get a reload in. Gets traded out though, and maybe we'll get the revive. See that DG Delta is playing that support operator. DNI, so they're going to try to pick up as many bodies as they can on the flank and protect that flank. I was going to say there's no vehicles beside the helicopter. Well, Firecat says, I've got a tank destroyer, and good luck getting onto B2. I'm going to clear the way for my troops. Where's Posui? Where's Diane? Let's make a move. And we got a respawn beacon. I don't think that's been spotted here by Firecat, but anybody that respawns here, yeah, I was going to say maybe he's going to let them respawn there to make sure he cuts them down. Opening up a hole, opening up a wave to get through, and then gets cut down finally by Ginman there with DNI. But is it enough to open up the floodgates for the attackers to make their move to B2?
Obviously, DNI still in full control of B2. Yes, this has been an incredible attack so far from TL, but if we take a look at the tickets, we have entered the territory of where it is going to start to hurt. If they take a while to go ahead and secure B2, their push towards C1 and C2 will have to be thought about a lot, right? Because they will not be at full capacity in terms of lives available. That being said, it's almost as if they are feeling the pressure. They are recognizing how severe this push is, and every single member from TL is seemingly pushing at the same exact time towards B2.
Yeah, and every time you see Cat in the kill feed, AG78 Cat, that means that helicopter's finding more and more value. Keep that in mind. Here's the push from the attack as they try to slowly creep their way towards B2. They've trapped the defense inside. And as they go for any sort of trade they can get, there's just so many defensive bodies inside of B2. This is interesting. It looks like they're going to probably go for a vehicle here, I would assume. Gonna pick up another vehicle, that's right. Here it comes.
Vehicle drop to designated location.
Looks like maybe a lob this time around, if I'm reading that correctly from the bottom side.
I was actually just about to say, Gosh, I was like, they've kind of just maintained a helicopter and no other vehicles. Surely they've had enough score to call in something else. What am I watching?
MP7, I want to say that is from Changji 1. A big quad on main with teammates backing him up. That was a huge trade there for DNI.
But I was about to say, yeah, like the vehicles, they've kind of been lackluster, but because they captured A so fast, we're actually only 8 minutes into the match. There's not really enough score at this point for you to be calling in all of those vehicles. So they've pretty much lost 90 tickets towards this push towards B2, and now they finally have vehicles, right? You gotta wonder, like, capturing A so fast is almost hurting them in a sense right now.
We did get a respawn beacon there. Take a look at that armored assault vehicle, rather, drops in, drops the respawn beacon. Should see that squad respawn there a little bit closer to B2. There's a huge push. We've marked the objective. AG78 Cat is pretty imperative that they have to capture now, using urgent deployment, marking the objective for capture. This is a big moment for them. They're making a huge push with their vehicles, trying to open things up. It's going to be XD 777 on main, clearing the way for his team. Gonna shoot the vehicle coming out of the sky. Not enough damage to stop it, but enough time to where they've got boots on the ground on the point. This could be the first time we see B2 enter the neutral zone. Hopefully this helicopter is gonna be able to find some value up above. They are way up there, making sure they stay alive. And here comes Sarah Jin trying to save the day. This could be a savior moment if you can get a ton of value from it. And the offense knows it. They're going to trade blows here, and the offense is going to win. An easy win. An opening for the team to finally take B2. This is assuredly going to be a capture from TL, forcing us into the final sector.
Nothing but straight confidence there from the side of TL. They see that vehicle trying to step onto B2. They just rammed their vehicle straight ahead at it, fully confident that the team backup will be there to go ahead and justify that push. B2 is secured. We're going towards C right now. 130 tickets is what remains for TL to approach this sector.
AG78 Cat still up in the helicopter. Only time it's being shot at this point without a lob on the ground has been that AA gun. Pretty strong, but decently easy to evade if you go way up high, and that's exactly what AG78 is doing. Couldn't be any higher almost at this point. Gotta be reaching that ceiling cap. Still can pepper down below. See Asmodeus calling in an artillery barrage. I wonder if it's gonna be on the crane. Got a wire guided going up there. They're really prioritizing taking down this high ground so that the boots on the ground can get there uncontested. Oh my goodness, look at the play. They're all dropping in from on high onto the top of C2 rather than going onto the ground. Talk about value from this helicopter.
Yeah, absolutely right. This is what I wanted. I kept mentioning how I felt like they did not really utilize the helicopter on the side of DNI to call in any of the paratroopers. Look at that cheeky spot, landing up on top of the roof. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do this before. Of course it's TL that shows me something like that.
I will say, very well done from DNI to send both vehicles immediately to the point when they saw it being captured, and as people were falling down, they're getting cut down. So a cheeky move. It pays off to defend, but a nice trade. Once they saw why their strategy wasn't successful, they had to go punish their opponent, and unfortunately for the defense, yes, they trade out one, but can AG78 Cat come in and get another trade as a heli? It doesn't look like it. Wants it down below in the tank destroyer. Huge win there for the defense.
Sliver of HP left on that tank destroyer. It's all but cornered over there. The attack is on. They're trying their best to go ahead and secure the destruction of the vehicle right there. It's still maneuvering around. 78 Cat is trying to finish it off. It's got a sliver of HP.
It's got a sliver of HP, and it's going to be a big score success. There's the shot connecting. AG78 Cat, a commander for a reason, but also the pilot anytime he can. Big moves, and he gave himself an order. He said, if our team kills this vehicle, we get a lot of points. So I'm going to do it myself. Picks one up. They do lose the vehicle on the ground, though. AG78 Cat is doing a great job in the air. Boots on the ground now have taken C2. They're not waiting on the full cap. They're putting pressure on C1 in transition. It's going to force the defense to either be scattered or commit to one rather than the other. I like this play from them.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the play that was the capture C2, right? The helicopter was involved heavily right there. They can parachute in from the roof. C1 is a little bit different. You cannot parachute in from the roof. So now, TL, yes, they've went ahead. They secured C2 with 98 tickets remaining. what is going to be the call to go ahead and secure C1? Probably going to go ahead and wait for the reinforcements in terms of the vehicle, but actually the rotation over to C1 is super hard. The bridges are obviously going to be blown up right here, so rotating over is always a difficult task.
I love that analysis. I kind of blacked out for a moment because I looked at the kill feed and I saw Aim, Bobo, and Diane's name like 12 times each. That was the craziest pharmacy receipt I've ever seen in a kill feed from just 2 players. They are slaying out, and because of it, we're going to push the equation. And I like what you said there at the end when I kind of came back to consciousness. You've got to cross over from this opening. With the bridge down, it becomes more difficult. With vehicle advantages, though, they should be able to open things up a little bit and hopefully get, with the urgent deployment, a lot of boots mass together, critical mass, shove across, and get aggressive onto the point.
Yeah, and you can already see the strategy that we've seen multiple times throughout this competition. The vehicle, the last ground vehicle remaining for TL, is going to sit on C2. Because the defense in DNI has no vehicles, it can pretty much sit there uncontested. So now all of the boots on the ground are going to be free-flowing over towards that C1 position. With that being said, it looks like the attack side is just all spawning in that building on C2. Jumping over the bridges, they've tried it a couple times now. It's not working. Every single time they try to do it, Artyom, we've talked about how good he is on that M7. When he gets those gunfights, he's probably going to win them. He's an MVP for DNI. So jumping across those bridges against a player like him is not going to be easy. And ever since they captured C2, remember I said they were at 98. We've blinked good. They're down to 78 right now.
Losing out on some value, but they've been able to hold C2, like you said, with the vehicles. Tank Destroyer being harried by, I believe that's Yancy, swinging around the corner, but able to stay alive and probably going to go for some repairs. Here's an early push from down below, and actually Veronica picks up 3, Blake picks up a 2-piece, Green wins that one. Now we've got a player over there, 2 now. Oh, we got a beacon down. Look at where the respawn beacon is. It was a bait. They push down below to draw the fire down below. They send one up above. They drop the team respawn beacon, and all of a sudden, oh, it goes down. We get a lot of people through it first, though. A lot of folks onto the high ground here. This could be the beginning of the end, but they got to win the gunfights. We're able to see from up on high what the defense is doing, and they're just parachuting down below. We got to get into that building right now and see how these fights are going.
Urgent deployment call comes out from Dead Dog. That is a very good time to call it in. He sees how urgent it is going right now for C1. Also, the beacon being dropped. I'm not sure where that's at, but I'm sure it's in a good spot right here to go ahead and defend C1. With that being said, the beacon under fire right now. It gets destroyed.
Kiss Shot sniffed that out immediately. Talk about a sack of a ton of points just from an individual, and take a look at what we are doing. If we are TL, we are on C2, holding the point. Says, come and get it, my friends. We've got a vehicle on the map, and we're calling in a guided missile to try to open things up, and we're landing directly on top of C1. And if I have to wager a guess, with enough score, they're gonna keep dropping missile after missile. Yes, they increase in value, but TL has been farming some points. We'll see how much they get.
But the big thing has been that there have been no vehicles available for DNI, so that way they've been able to sit on C2 uncontested. The lava is now under fire. The Tank Destroyer is finally on the point. This could be the push that DNI needed. They find the vehicle right there. They blow it up. They're going to reclaim C2 here because they've got another vehicle available to go ahead and cut off the rotations if there are any. I say that, though, they actually lose that Tank Destroyer that put in all that work on C2. Now the Lav has to take over.
If they lose this Lav, it might be GG's. They have an advantage right now, barely. They have to keep this vehicle up. Finally, we're seeing both points contested, but it is going to be a retake here. We've got a respawn beacon over on, I want to say that's C1, so we're going to be able to capture this no problem. We've done a full trade of points, but look at where the defense is at off the screen through the X-ray. We've got a Lav and like 4 people holding down C2, and that is it. With urgent redeployment, I am worried that this is the end. We've got to make a push here as the attackers to clean this game up. 37 lives remaining, and they just called in a bunch of vehicles to get back to the point very quickly.
It's definitely worth noting right there as well. The helicopter for 78 Cat has been destroyed. We did not catch that, not necessarily sure what happened right there. With the urgent deployment right now, for TL, 2 vehicles being called in. It's actually going to be answered by a vehicle being called in from DNI as well. So the vehicle game right now is 2 versus 2. What point are DNI going to go ahead and choose that they want to defend? It seems like C2 is going to be the option that they want to go with, and I kind of agree with that because they do have the vehicles to go ahead and back this up, but so do TL. Who's going to go ahead and win the vehicle warfare right here for the match?
A big moment, maybe the game-winning moment. Right now, DNI know they lose a vehicle. We've lost one on point, and this is the opening they needed. AG78 Cat said, I don't need a helicopter, give me a tank destroyer. I'm getting active, and I'm getting into the mix, and he drops out 3 engineers to clean things up himself. He will do it himself. He will lead his team to victory, and they are winning out on C2. They still have control barely of C1. There is one player there trying to play spoiler. It is not going to be enough. They're almost out of runway, but I think this plane is going to leave the ground. I think TL could do it right here. There is a respawn beacon, the last hope of DNI, the last push to win this game. It comes down to hero plays and a great beacon to bring in 8 players to try to save the day.
The beacon could be enough to go ahead and thwart the attack just long enough. 2 vehicles spawning in from the sky. If they can use those vehicles to go ahead and charge C2, get on the point and thwart those vehicles, they could hold it. The strategic beacon for TL is down.
Too late.
Respawns are coming in. C1 is being captured at a fast pace, and because of that beacon, because of the rotation, TL are going to 2-0 DNI.
An incredible match. The 2-0 doesn't even bear to speak of how close this truly was. Truly the first time we have seen TL be challenged at all. They stomped them on point A. It was almost a joke how clean it was. They push into B1 with every ounce of momentum, and they're finally caught short at B2. A strong hold, a hold that pushes TL to the last sector with not full lives. But that final sector was so clean by TL. We got to take a look back on that one, see all the highlights. Of course, like I said, it started here. I mean, this was insane. They full sent, could not have been more aggressive, and it paid off perfectly. Aim Boba picks up like 50. I don't know how many kills that is. It was a lot. I think it's at least a pentakill. They open things up immediately with a ton of aggression. They take B1, but B2 was much harder than I think they expected.
Enemy key objective is under our control.
Absolutely, on both sides of the game, and in each one of those games, I think DNI put up a way better fight than a lot of people, than I was kind of thinking that they would have coming into this one. I myself am definitely impressed by how well they did here on Threshold. But of course, we know the story. TL doing some incredible things on the attack side here. The helicopter able to free reign all this entire game because they did an incredible play onto the lob that DNI was able to actually start with. That's what they're supposed to use to go ahead and suppress the helicopter, but TL using the paratroopers to go ahead and land down and help blow up that lob early on in the game. It just opened up so much space for 78 Cat to do so much, and you know, again, just this back and forth between C1, C2, C2 being the main objective that the vehicle just wanted to put themselves on top of, and that one felt good for TL.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, again, they're met with resistance and they still overcome. Take a look at these stats, by the way. Crazy to say AG78 Cat was less important on the map than Miyagi was in terms of raw stats. Only 22 kills, but still AG78 Cat, as the commander, picked up the most score by a crazy margin. Just so effective in leading his team and pulling up in clutch moments. Score and kills aren't everything, but they are certainly a helpful stat. Artyom, of course, picks up 34 kills there on the right-hand side of your screen. For DNI, pretty strong in that category, but in terms of raw slaying power, it was all TL all day.
Yeah, I mean, Aim Bobo right there, 53 total on his side of things. I mean, and we know why. Every single time we tune in and check out his POV is just absolutely shredding through whoever is on his screen. So just impressive stuff. The gameplay from TL, it looks unstoppable. Threshold, you know, you were kind of questioning it. Small map, right? Kind of hard to maneuver. It's kind of hard to pull out some of these full strats, but they did it. They also managed to go ahead and pick up a total of 409 kills. Total vehicle destruction is actually at 7. I'm not gonna lie, I thought it would have been more myself. But I guess
it's hard to calculate. I'm not sure.
It is hard to calculate. Obviously, you know, we saw some very important vehicle destruction right there, and there he is right there. Goj pointing him out for me. Aim Bobo.
That guy's him, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, he's him. If I've got a fantasy team and I'm drafting a team, he's on it, period. Innocent. It's Commander's going to be AG78 Cat. I'm pulling in Aim Bobo. Actually, I think I'm pulling in that whole squad. I mean, they've got to be top squad again.
Yeah.
Diane, Poster. I mean, just ridiculous strats there. But AG78 Cat, MVP again. And I think this is so well earned. Picked up several vehicle destructions inside the helicopter. Only 22 kills, and I think, again, that is a much lower number than I was expecting. When you had kind of free reign with the helicopter, I say free reign, we still had an AA gun down on the ground. There's a lot of folks infantry-wise that were trying to shoot up at you, so he was getting harried, and he was drawing so much aggro of multiple people, not just one, and I think that really helped out his team. That's understated by the stats here.
Shorter match, though, too, as well, because of how fast Sector A was for TL right there. Quickly got us over to B2, where obviously a lot of the players on the defense can kind of hide out in that garage. But yeah, I mean, incredible stuff. And, you know, Goj, we kind of talked about it already. We do have to tip our hats there to DNI because that was a seriously great effort. I mean, a way better one than we kind of saw in terms of the opposition against TL than yesterday.
Yeah, let me be very clear, too. This is not the last that we will see of DNI. DNI has moved down to the lower bracket. They'll be playing tomorrow, and I can only expect we're going to see DNI make it, at the very least, to the lower bracket finals. I mean, that is a very, very good team. A team that, frankly, on paper, going into this competition, has surprised me a bit with how strong they are. With the best squad, like I said, I mean, who else would it be? Aim Bobo, Diane Deland, Lanks, Hosui. This was an unstoppable squad. Aim Bobo picking up 53 kills. This aggro squad was the thorn in the side of this this Dead Dog and Idol team. I mean, really found so much value on the map. Playing flank, playing aggro, playing entrymen. Just a ton of kills across the board for them. I can't even do the math fast enough, but it was well over 100 just from those 4. I think it was well over like 120, by the way.
Yeah.
Just between those 4 in a single game that wasn't all that long.
I might have to walk away from this and make sure I go ahead and catch Aim Bobo before he leaves.
You gonna go shake his hand?
No, I'm gonna shake his hand. I'm gonna ask for that loadout code.
Okay,
I gotta use that M7 because it just looks too clean. Incredible stuff here. Actually, you know, you were kind of talking about it before we started to talk about the next matchup. By the way, I just want to talk about how incredible of a match we're going to have tomorrow in the losers bracket. Obviously, you know, we saw DNI lost right there, so they're going to drop by there. They're going to go against RRQ7S tomorrow.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, folks, look, as per the usual, we've got an interview down on the stage with some amazing members of TL. Let's hear from them down on the stage and see what they have to say.
Chào mừng các bạn đã cùng quay trở lại với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu và xin được chúc mừng cho chiến thắng của Thang Long. Với chuỗi trận bất bại của mình thì họ cũng đã ghi tên mình là cái tên đầu tiên bước vào vòng tiếp theo của chúng ta. Và bây giờ thì hãy cùng xem là Commander của đội tuyển Thang Long, AG78 Cats đang suy nghĩ gì sau chiến thắng này nhá. We are heading back to the post-match interview and congratulations again to Thang Long for becoming the very first team to advance to the semi-finals, maintaining an undefeated record in their journey so far. And let's see what the winner gonna say with us with the team's commander, AZ78 Cats. Ni hao. Xin chào bạn và không biết là lúc này thì bạn có thể chia sẻ cảm xúc của mình khi đã trở thành đội tuyển đầu tiên bước vào vòng tiếp theo không?
So what are your feelings to become the very first team to step into the semi-final?
你们已经成为了第一个队伍进入半决赛的，那你现在的感受如何？可以分享一下吗？
也是跟预期一样啊，也是成功的2-0的拿下了这场比赛。 虽然在途中出现了一点小问题，但是结果是好的。
Chúng tôi cũng đã thành công chiến thắng DNI với tỷ số 2-0 để có thể tiến vào vòng kết. Tôi rất là vui mặc dù là ở trong ván đấu chúng tôi đã có một số những cái khó khăn nhưng mà đến cuối cùng chúng tôi đã vượt qua được.
I'm so happy that we could overcome DNI to become the very first team in the semi-final, even though during the game we had some difficulties to come over, but that it just make us so happy to win the game.
Tất cả những chiến thắng thì đều phải trải qua những khoảnh khắc mà có lẽ là chúng ta sẽ chưa được hài lòng lắm, nhưng cuối cùng quan trọng nhất là đã có được thành công, đúng không ạ? Vậy thì với chuỗi trận bất bại của mình với 2 chiến thắng liên tiếp thì hiện tại tại giải đấu này khán giả đang đánh giá Thang Long rất cao. Còn với riêng cá nhân bạn là một người đội trưởng thì bạn đánh giá phần thể hiện của team mình tính đến thời điểm này là như thế nào?
So you are having the strike from winning. So the supporters are there is going to vote for you and they are waiting for your performance. What do you think about the team performance so far?
到现在为止，你们已经连续赢了2场。那作为一个指挥官，你如何评价你们现在队伍的状态呢？
整个队伍的状态现在对于我来说也是跟我预料之中吧。 大家表现的都非常好，也打出了自己应有的水平，也是不负了从5月一直训练到12月的训练成果。
Với tư cách là một commander thì tôi thấy là sự thể hiện của đội tôi đến bây giờ vẫn ở trong cái dự đoán của mình. Tất cả mọi người đều đang ở trong trạng thái tốt và thể hiện được những cái thành công của mình trong suốt cái quá trình luyện tập.
As a commander of the team, I do appreciate every contribution of the teammates, and they are doing well, and everything just go well as planned. We are expected to have more achievement in the future, and we are looking forward to perform what we have been practicing.
Vậy không biết là một câu hỏi chi tiết hơn đi. Bạn cụ thể là bạn kỳ vọng rằng là đội tuyển của mình sẽ đi được bao xa tại mùa giải năm nay?
What is your expectation about this competition? How far will you go?
那你希望你们的队伍在这个比赛能达到什么样的成绩呢？
我接下来的2场比赛，我将会以全力以赴的状态去成功的，还是2比0对面，并以拿下冠军 终结这次的比赛。
Tôi và toàn đội sẽ cố gắng hết sức để có thể có được những cái trận thắng với tỷ số 2-0 và mục tiêu của chúng tôi là quán quân ạ.
Me and my team are going to try our best to win with a score 2-0, and we are coming here to become the champion.
Vâng, quả thực là một đích đến rất đáng kỳ vọng và mong chờ, đúng không? Vậy lời cuối cùng thì bạn có một lời nhắn nhủ nào đó muốn gửi tới các fan hâm mộ ở quê nhà đã luôn cổ vũ và ủng hộ cho Thanh Long không?
Do you have anything to say to the fans back to the hometown?
那你可以跟你们中国的粉丝说几句话吗？
我想对腾龙的粉丝们说，接下来我们还将以这样的战绩，成功的拿下每一场比赛，给你们带来更精彩、更漂亮的操作，给你们带来一点小小的腾龙震撼。
Tôi và toàn đội hứa với fan rằng sẽ cố gắng hết sức để có thể chiến thắng những trận đấu sắp tới với tỷ số 2-0 và đem về trước quán quân để có thể làm một phần quà cho những người đã luôn ủng hộ chúng tôi ạ.
To all of the fans out there that are supporting for Thang Long, we are ready to be the winner of this competition, and we are going to bring back the championship and the trophy as a special gift for all of the supporters out there. Thank you.
Vâng, thực sự là một câu trả lời thể hiện được sự tự tin của Thang Long tính đến thời điểm này. Một lần nữa, xin được chúc mừng cho họ với chiến thắng hủy diệt và cùng lúc đó cũng sẽ là cái tên đầu tiên bước vào bán kết và chúng ta sẽ cùng chờ đợi phần thể hiện tiếp theo của Thang Long. Once again, congratulations to you for securing their first spot in the semi-finals, and we are looking forward to seeing your great performance in the next matches. Không xí. Và các bạn thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta cũng đã khép lại trận thi đấu tiếp theo, trận đấu đầu tiên tại Nhắng Thắng. Vẫn còn một trận đối đầu nữa nơi mà tất cả những bất ngờ sẽ được chờ đợi xảy ra. Đừng rời khỏi màn hình nhé, chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại ngay. Ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up our previous match. And stick around, we will be right back in just a few minutes with an upcoming match. Chào mừng các bạn đang cùng quay trở lại với những diễn biến tiếp theo. Trận thi đấu cuối cùng tại ngày thi đấu thứ 2 của Delta Force Invitational 2025 World Fair. Trận đấu giữa hai đại diện rất mạnh ở nhánh thắng, đó chính là Tuxedo NXG và Rapid Lo-Fi.
Welcome back to the stage of 2025 Delta Force Invitational Warfare. We have just gone through extremely tense and emotional matches together. And now the second match of the upper bracket semifinals, which is Tuxedo NXG versus Rapid Lo-Fi.
Ngay bây giờ hãy cùng chào đón hai đội tuyển sẽ bước lên sân khấu để cùng tranh tài tại trận đấu cuối cùng ngày hôm nay.
Well, and right after this, the next two teams will head to head on 2025 Delta Force Invitational Warfare Battlefield.
Sẵn sàng chứng minh sức mạnh bền bỉ của mình tại giải đấu này. Hãy cùng chào đón đại diện đầu tiên, Tuxedo NXG.
Ready to prove their strength in this tournament, please welcome Tuxedo NXG.
Đây thực sự là một đối thủ nặng ký, một tập thể thi đấu đầy bản lĩnh và chắc tay trong từng pha xử lý. Sức mạnh của họ không chỉ đến từ kỹ năng cá nhân vượt trội mà còn đến từ sự gắn kết và khả năng đọc tình huống cực nhanh. Đó chính là tại trận thi đấu nơi mà Tuxedo NXG đã thể hiện được sự phòng thủ gần như không thể cản phá, khiến cho No Mercy đã nỗ lực hết sức nhưng không thể nào vượt qua.
This is a team displaying amazing skill in every play. Their strengths not only from superior individual skill, but also from their cohesion and incredibly quick awareness. An example is their recent match where Tuxedo NSG played almost a perfect defense.
Và hãy cùng chào đón đội tuyển nước chủ nhà, Rapid Lo-Fi.
And finally, the host team, welcome Rapid Lo-Fi!
Rapid Lo-Fi đang trình diễn một phong cách thi đấu nhanh, gọn, chính xác và đầy thuyết phục ở cả tấn công lẫn phòng thủ. Mỗi lần kiểm soát cứ điểm và mỗi pha giao tranh đều cho thấy một tập thể kỷ luật và tập trung. Không chỉ dựa vào sức mạnh cá nhân, họ đang chơi như một cỗ máy được vận hành hoàn hảo, chặt chẽ và di chuyển hợp lý. Dù đối thủ của họ phía trước là nặng ký nhất của giải đấu, nhưng Rapid Lo-Fi vẫn đang chiến đấu với tất cả những sự quyết tâm trên sân nhà.
Rapid Lo-Fi is showcasing a fast-paced, precise and convincing style of the play in both offense and defense. Each control of the position and each engagement demonstrates a highly focused team effort. Not only relying solely on individual strengths, Rapid Lo-Fi is playing like a perfectly functional machine.
Và không để cho các bạn chờ đợi lâu hơn nữa, hãy cùng chúng tôi đến với trận đấu cuối cùng ngày hôm nay giữa Tuxedo NXG và Rapid Lo-Fi.
Next, let's move on to these two teams.
All right, welcome back here at Delta Force Invitational Warfare. Stand or fall is the end of day 2. It is the end of the quarterfinals bracket stage, and we are in to the winners semis. We've seen 3 best of 3s today, and we got 1 more to go, my friend. I am so pumped about this matchup. The last one was a banger, by the way. If you all missed it, you got to go back and watch it. The 2-0 scoreline really doesn't show the whole story of what happened between TL and DNI, but we have to turn our eyes forward to this matchup. Rapid Lo-Fi, the host team, here to prove that they are one of the best teams here. They crushed it in the quarterfinals, unstoppable, and they got a chance to go back-to-back and maintain a lossless record.
Yeah, yesterday was absolutely disgusting from Rapid Lo-Fi, but, you know, to be fair, again, this is why we were looking forward to the winner's bracket all day. 2-0s across the board mean that Team TXD, they also 2-0 their competition. So this should be a very close match. And, you know, heck, me and Goj were kind of talking before this one kind of kicked off right here. We're like, yeah, we think RFL, we think they're going to 2-0, but we thought it was going to be in dominant fashion when TL was playing against the opposing team in that last match, but it was way closer than we thought.
Yeah,
you know, maybe we'll see kind of the same thing that's being a closer match than we kind of think it will be.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk a little bit about that TXD team and what they've been able to see. Let's take a look at the matches first, though, and we'll talk about each of these teams and what they've been able to do so far. Great players on both sides, but this is the last match of the day, folks. We've only seen 2-0s in the entire competition, and I think you and I are expecting another 2-0 in this one, albeit it may be close. Rapid Lo-Fi, TXD, Tuxedo in XG, the last teams to play each other here in the upper brackets. This is a really important matchup, again, to set the stakes. The winner of this matchup will move on to winners finals to take on Ting Long, who just won in the matchup just a moment ago between D and I. They will also not play tomorrow, whereas the lower bracket team will. Now, again, to remind you, if you're maybe just tuning in for this matchup, it's a best of 3. We haven't gone to Game 3 yet. I'm not sure if we ever will, but if we do go to Game 3, aka each side wins once in a 1-to-1 trade, we will go to Game 3 via the tiebreaker rules on your screen. The simplest version is whoever does better has priority selection. That priority selection means you can either choose side or choose map. The map will always be chosen first, and then you get to choose whether you want to attack or defend on that map. So that's how that works if we get to Game 3. Taking a look at that bracket, this is what I was breaking down earlier. Ting Long already into the winners finals. Look at that tiny little date. If you're on mobile, you can screenshot and zoom. 14th of December, meaning TL will not play tomorrow. They're going to wait on their competition. We'll see who they are in this matchup. The winner of this TXD versus RFL, whoever wins this, RLF rather, whoever wins this moves on to winners finals. Whoever loses this heads down below into the lower bracket. Going to have to face off against some of the other teams who have their backs against the wall. It is a double elimination tournament. You lose twice, you are out of here.
Yes, absolutely. It'll be awesome to see what is going to take place. And we were kind of already talking about this in the last matchup as well. This is actually basically for third place right now as well. So this match is
playing for third
huge.
Fourth,
let's talk about it, Goj. Who do we think is going to go ahead and win this match?
Taking a look at the screen here, we almost agree. Now listen, have I said we're going to go to Game 3 the last 5 best of 3s we've done? Yes.
Yeah.
I really believe it this time. I
really?
truly believe it. My wager is that we will see the host team win. I do think that Rapid Lo-Fi will win this matchup. Okay. I do think it'll go to Game 3. And let me tell you why. I know you disagree with me. The reason why is that I think this TXD team is so systematic, actually very similar to the DNI team we just saw a moment ago barely lose. Okay. And because of that, I think they're going to be able to take a map off of this extremely talented Rapid Lo-Fi squad.
I do remember us kind of casting yesterday over TXD that it seemed pretty methodical and slow, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would not be surprised myself. And we kind of talked about how these teams got here, right? Rapid Lo-Fi, they beat HR Hostile Response, who actually lost to No Mercy. So kind of technically speaking, RLF had the easier matchup because when you think about it, TXD, they beat No Mercy, but then No Mercy beat HR.
Right,
a lot to kind of like think about there, but, you know, technically had an easier matchup, but RLF's, you know, performance yesterday was just so strong that I think both of us agree we think they're the favorites coming into this one.
Yeah, and I will say TXD beat a No Mercy squad that was pretty bad. Today, No Mercy looked very good.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's a 1-for-1, but it's still something to write home about. And speaking of something to write home about, can we write home about this commander, Romania? Really, really strong player. But not only that player, take a look, second in the first row in TPP. watch out for NTPP. This
player.
guy is unreal on the map. Can definitely match up against the best of any other team out there as well. Certainly going to be one that's going to be top categories across the board in stats. So watch out for NTPP in particular. Anybody else you got your eyes on from this roster?
I actually wanted to take a moment to talk about how important a commander role is, like Romania, in a playstyle like this, right? We're talking about that slow and methodical playstyle. Like, how do you really do that in Warfare? Well, it's all about kind of like holding your punches and being the commander, getting your entire squad of 20 people to do that is seriously impressive, right? So kind of expect to see them kind of just like stop their pushes sometimes. Wait for their vehicles to get in good spots before they start to send bodies at the point. It's very, very good for the grand scheme of things of the economy of the tickets. Now, on the other side of things, we of course have Rapid, Lo-Fi, Koba instantly going to be the commander up there. And I'm looking through this list of players right now, and I feel like it's like endless. I see so many names yesterday that I remember. Vico was a great one to kind of keep an eye on yesterday. Vitamin K also was doing such a good job in terms of the vehicle battles. And then, of course, we have New Pilot, who, no surprise, yesterday was the pilot.
Foul pilot, too, in a good way. Sorry, my lingo. A really, really good pilot. New pilot, namesake, makes a lot of sense for them. I will say Kobayashi really reminds me of what we saw from TL and AG78 Cat. I think that's the other thing to remember, is that this commander, Kobayashi, picked up MVP back-to-back in the quarterfinals, was a non-stop presence on the map, and a great commander, not just a mouthpiece, but also did it via action. I'm really impressed with this commander. It's very obvious they've been practicing as a roster. I think Rapid Lo-Fi, under the leadership of Kobayashi, Koba in this instance, is certainly somebody to keep your eye on as well, to see how much impact they have on the map. And you'll oftentimes see them the top scorer because they're the commander, but also because the team is able to execute the commands of Koba very, very near flawlessly in the quarterfinals. But let's take a look at the audience prediction. What do you all think? This is going to be a global chatter, so you can actually influence it as we go. Who do you think is going to win? Holy cow. Now, this is via all of our global chats, so this does make a bit of sense based on the streams that we're putting out there and where this team's run. Rapid Lo-Fi, 74% majority. This is the biggest majority we've seen from chat yet. Rapid Lo-Fi, everybody here in our English broadcast, are you going for RLF or are you going for TXD? You can type it into the chat now and try to influence this. Maybe you can cheer on the underdog right now. An overwhelming majority for the host team.
Yeah, I like that prediction kind of coming out, and we got to kind of talk about it just for a little bit here, being the host team, you know, kind of like that home field advantage. You gotta feel like that's going to play a little bit of part in how these matches are going to go. You got to be feeling just a little bit more comfortable than everybody else for sure. And dude, I mean, just incredible stuff. Can't wait for this one to get underway.
Yeah, and I also, we talked about a lot of these stats. You know, when we talked about the day one stats, it's really important, but we got to go to the map. It's ready. What map are we playing?
No way.
Oh,
no way.
My goodness.
Okay, a back-to-back, right? But here's the caveat. Rapid Lo-Fi played Threshold yesterday, and it was over in about 20 minutes.
2 maps combined, 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So,
we pull Threshold again. It's the first time maps go back-to-back like this. Here's the good news. If you're a TXD fan, the good news is we know for a fact TXD VOD reviewed over RLF.
True.
What did they VOD review?
True.
RLF playing this map. They're going to know how they won and how aggressively they won. But we are going back to Threshold. If anything, I think this is a wash in terms of a benefit for either team.
Yeah.
Because of the knowledge of watching them. I guess maybe slightly in favor of RLF because they've already won on this map. Will that make them overconfident? I don't know. But yeah, a lot of weird conjectures. What an interesting poll.
I think I did see as well that RLF are going to be starting on the attacking side. So we're going to see New Pilot get active very early on.
Yeah, he'll be active. Yeah.
Again, mind you.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see. Now, you were kind of talking about the VOD review potential against Rapid Lo-Fi here from the opposing side. Technically, both teams kind of maybe benefiting in terms of experience from the game that just happened.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, you could watch that as well. I mean, there's a lot of VOD review around Threshold, so it does make sense that this would maybe give a slight advantage to TXD, just knowing their opponent, knowing exactly what they're going to do. I don't know. I mean, I think it's a lot of just conjecture that maybe doesn't matter all that much, but it is fun to talk about. I want to talk a little bit more about stats, though, because the stats don't tell the full story, but they are helpful. When we look back on day one, what RLF was able to do, I want to remind you before I say these stats that the games were insanely short for RLF on Threshold. They won, folks, 2 full games in about 22 minutes. We had like an 11-minute game and then like a 13-minute game, something like that.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous how fast it was. So when I talk about this kills total, for instance, for Kobayashi, only 37 yesterday. That's like nothing compared to NTPP, TXD's top player, at 126.
Jeez.
But that TXD game, who were they playing? No Mercy. How long did those games last? We played on Trainwreck. Those were long games. They might have gotten very far, but a big map that lasted a long time. So those stats don't tell the full story, but it does tell the story of how aggressive NTPP was, how dominant NTPP was. He will absolutely be a difference maker for the TXD roster on a smaller map. You won't see numbers that high, but you certainly will see probably him top fraging, maybe in the entire lobby, even if they're losing.
It's going to be interesting here. I mean, they got to be feeling pretty comfortable. The ability to go ahead and play the same map that you already won on has got to be feeling pretty good. The attack side is going to be scary, though. That was, again, that really fast match, that really fast game that Goj was kind of talking about, though. Of course, you can be faster on the attacking side to go ahead and win the game, because on the defense, you do have to, wither down through all of those 180 tickets, and sometimes that's harder to do than push through all 3 of these sectors. But I really like this dynamic for the tournament as a whole, because it's going to allow us to directly compare the way that some of these teams play the map. The fact that we're watching it back to back is going to be interesting to see. I mean, we didn't see the LAV kind of get active in terms of playing from the defensive side all the way back to the map. But we saw that happen in that last match that we just watched back to back from both teams. So it will be interesting to see if anything kind of switches up when these teams actually go ahead and take control of Threshold.
Yeah, we can definitely compare it to just even the game that was just a moment ago. I think that's what you're saying, right? Like, I think that is cool to kind of think of. This is going to play totally different. It's 2 totally different teams. There will certainly be some similarities. I think the big question mark, again, I go back to New Pilot. How much value are you getting from the heli? I think that's a crucial linchpin, honestly, for a win. How much value are you getting from the helicopter?
I will say, though, is that the big thing for TXD, and now, speaking about the matchup for TXD, it was against No Mercy, and we've kind of already talked about how dismantled No Mercy looked yesterday. But TXD, their strength yesterday in their winning match was actually vehicle gameplay and their ability to go ahead and destroy vehicles. Now, are we going to see that again against Threshold? We've kind of seen how this has already played out. The helicopter alone is really hard to destroy if you do have a good pilot, because of how far outside of the map you go, because of how many buildings and skyscrapers are all around the map you can hide behind. So it is very difficult to destroy that helicopter. But TXD, one of the pros, one of the things that I kept mentioning was a positive for their team yesterday in their win, was how good they are at destroying the vehicles. So the fact that we are kind of talking about how good New Pilot is in the seat of that helicopter, but then on the opposing side we have a team that's good at destroying vehicles. Is he going to be able to find the value there? It's going to be a big question mark.
Yeah, big question mark indeed. Vehicle gameplay, we know, huge piece to the puzzle, but not the only piece. So many what ifs, so many question marks, and as much as we've seen certain teams roll others, when met with new competition, sometimes the tables are turned. And I think that's the cool part about Warfare, is that everybody comes in with predetermined strategies, but the best teams adapt as they go. We saw that with TL winning in the last round. They had some really good strategies that paid off. A couple gimmicks that frankly were great. But when rubber met the road, they were met with a lot of opposition. They were still able to outplay their opponent. So that's what we're going to be looking out for here, folks. Is yes, some fun strategies to start things off hot, but it's going to be all about adapting and playing as a unit. Again, based on predictions, everybody's saying RLF should win. We've said the same. I think their team as an entire cohesive unit felt stronger yesterday.
Yeah.
I think Kobayashi felt like a slightly better or more effective, maybe, commander is a better way to put it. But you gotta perform on game day. This may be their first true test as both teams really rolled their opponents in the quarterfinals. A lot on the line as well. A full day off if you win this.
Full day off, third place guaranteed. The ability to play in the semifinals as well. The opportunity, I mean, hey, listen, if you're in the semifinals, you definitely have a good shot at least making it to the championship game. Just to kind of break down how the bracket will work. If the team here wins their game, they are going to go up against TL in game number 12 of the bracket. If you lose game number 12, you go down to the losers again, and you have another opportunity to win that game to get back into the championship game. So effectively winning this match allows you to play twice to get into the championship game, right? So you have a very good shot at getting, you know, you're guaranteed third place. You have a good shot at getting at least second, or getting in that position to at least fight for first and get second.
Yeah, 100%.
So,
I mean,
huge win.
If you win this game, you're top 4, period. In a sense, no matter what, you're playing at least for third or fourth place. So, yeah, really, really fun. I'm pumped to get into the action here. I know the players are itching to get in as well. We should see this lobby full shortly. Players almost ready to rock and roll. See them staying warm. Hey, dude, you see it?
Oh my God.
Did you see it?
Yeah, go ahead and talk about it, man.
Listen.
In the firing range of all places?
Listen, it looks like we're missing one player, by the way, glancing at that lobby. I told you people use shotguns, okay? Now, is using it in the firing range means he's going to use it on the map? I don't know. I hope so.
So I personally look at the firing range and I'm like, okay, a little bit of a warm-up.
Got to warm up that shotgun trigger finger. What's wrong with you?
What? I feel like you want to warm up the aim in the firing range zone. I feel like you're not really aiming with a shotgun. You can't tell if you're hitting.
Aiming.
Bro, oh my gosh.
Chad, tack me up, okay? I like a good shotgun.
You're telling me you'd rather warm up with like that giant spread of a shotgun.
Whoa. I didn't say rather. I didn't say rather.
Why don't you just tell us you're a shotgun player? You keep talking about it.
I'm really not a shotgun player. I just like to see you squirm. Anytime a vehicle is mentioned or a shotgun, this dude has to stand up and take a lap. It's insane.
You're just so jealous of how good I am on D-Wolf sliding around with my M7.
Sure.
Jealous? Yeah, a little bit jealous. One day I'll get to prove it on the big stage.
Okay. Yeah? Gonna go back to competing?
No.
Fair enough. All right. Well, we get a chance to talk over the gameplay. You know what we haven't really mentioned that much? A couple times. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to pause.
You want to talk about squirming? Every time a shotgun pops up,
that's the second one.
Literally pause.
Yeah, because I like to see you squirm a little bit. But no, let's actually turn our eyes back to the weapon conversation. You know what we've actually seen a lot of? We haven't given a lot of conversation to is the bow.
Dude, can I be honest with you? I've never used the bow. I really feel like I should. I feel like
I think you'd be really good with it.
I think I would be good with it.
It's such a strong. It looks good. If you're good at aiming, it is so strong.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen some serious highlights throughout the day of how good some of these people are with the bows. I really got to jump into a Warframe match and go ahead and use the bow, try it out for myself. But yeah, some highlight clips. It's so easy. Well, it's not easy, but you know, you just hit that shot and boom, they're dead.
Dude, I watched a guy with a bow. It was a show match we did. I cast it over. I watched a guy with a bow pick up a guided missile in TDM.
Wait, pick up a guided missile?
Like earn a guided missile with a bow in TDM. That's how many kills he was picking up. Yeah, it was disgusting.
It was in a show match, though.
Yeah, it was in a show match.
He was picking on people, is what you're saying.
He was kind of picking on content creators, I'm not going to lie. The guy was an absolute animal. It was insane. Very strong weapon if you hit your shots. It is high risk, though. I mean, obviously,
if you miss, it's...
If you miss, you don't even get somebody weak, which means you're not doing well for your team. It's a kind of selfish weapon in a good way. But anyways, we go on and on as we wait for our players to get all prepped and ready to go. I think, again, we were waiting on like one player, so get a chance to peek over the shoulder what weapons some of these players are rocking.
What's really cool about Delta Force, too, you know, just to kind of pick on some of the small things right there, is your ability to, like, calibrate your weapons. For example, right, we were just kind of like watching the POV there of the firing range. I myself keep my red dots in that 1.5x, but it's very obvious to me when people don't do that. Like, for example, the player we were just kind of looking at right there is in that 1x mode. So when you zoom in, like, your POV doesn't actually change, and that is so weird to me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but dude, some of these players as well, I'm watching them kind of warm up in the fire range. I look nothing like that in the fire range. I really think I should stay on the stage.
They are like almost halfway through a tournament on land for $200,000, so they're probably a little bit more dialed than you at home, drinking your Red Bull, preparing for a stream or whatever you're about to do. I mean, good grief. Oh my God!
I gotta hit an aim routine, man. I'm looking weak out here compared to these guys. You guys are making me feel bad.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you know, you're retired, so. Welcome to the show, man. Welcome to the booth. I've been retired for years. I was retired before I even came into the scene, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
All right, well, let's see. Taking a look. Players still loading in. Dialed up. Back to Threshold we go. It is cool, too, to see these LAN events. I think one of my favorite parts about LAN events is seeing the players in person, obviously, but also seeing the competition in person where everybody's on the same ping. You know, global competitions like this can be so swingy based on ping, and I saw some conversations about ping in the chat, but, you know, it reminded me of LAN. You know, zero ping gameplay is so fun. I mean, it's truly a test of who's better in the moment. Like, you're not getting any difference. There's no skill gap there. The skill gap comes down to your actual skill, which I think is so cool and very, very fun.
I've experienced like zero ping LAN environment in a couple of games, but I really wonder what that kind of feels like in Delta Force. It's got to feel good.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking over the shoulder here. I see every player.
That looks like
40. We see all 40 players. They should be queuing up shortly, which means when you see that timer hit the top right-hand corner of our screen, that means we are loading in, folks. Oh, man, I'm pumped about this. Now, this is the last best of 3 of the day, all right? This is it. Once we're done with this, we are done for the day. And it's kind of crazy. We've been moving quick today, Vivid.
I mean, hey, listen, yesterday we did have 2 O's as well, but today everything's been just going smoothly. The 2 zeros continue to reign supreme. Not entirely sure how this has happened. That's a conversation we keep having, you know, amongst ourselves. We're like, how in the heck are we continuing with these 2 zeros? And again, we're kind of in another favorable position for another one of those 2 zeros. So yeah, the tournament is going to move faster if we're scheduled for 3, but only end up playing 2.
See, players again, very, very close here, folks. Thank you for staying patient. Again, you know, the funny thing about these competitions and LAN events, we've said this 1,000 times, but I think we kind of get an influx of new viewers for every time zone that we're hitting as we go through this competition. Our timer is officially on screen, folks. So again, I want to remind you, we've had 160 players today on these setups. We have 4 rotations of players on these setups every single time as we got a chance to see every team yet again. And obviously, that requires a lot of settings changes, so the players are making sure they're fully ready to go before we get involved. But now, the timer on our screen means we are loading in. 2.5 minutes on the clock. All right, Vivid, I'm going to ask you the age-old question. Do you have words of wisdom for either of these teams going into a huge matchup? The last matchup of the day.
Just have fun, man. Isn't that the classic? Just have fun.
Sure, yeah. Have fun, but you gotta win. I don't know what to tell you.
Personally, listen, I'm big on fun is winning, and winning is fun.
So it's a double-sided.
So I was basically saying just win. But yeah,
right,
I mean, seriously, we've talked about it a lot. You know, coming to a LAN environment, you do have to find your stride here, get a little bit comfortable. You do have the opportunity, of course. Both of these teams have already played, so hopefully they do feel pretty comfortable in these setups already. But, you know, sometimes I, myself, personally, it would always take me a couple of minutes, you know, jumping into matches for the first day to get comfortable. So we might kind of see that come into play here where the first engagements, they're going a little bit slow for you until you actually do end up warming up. So definitely got to get a little bit loose as soon as we jump into the game, start to feel confident. And just remember, trust your commander, trust your squad leader. These guys have plans coming into these maps for sure. They have the opportunity to stand in those war rooms, talk to their coaches if they have them, talk to the leaders of their teams. Somebody, surely amongst the 20 of them, is kind of taking up that leader role and establishing what they are going to do. They know what map they're going to go into. Threshold is going to be the one to decide it all. Remember, a lot on the line here. Winning this match guarantees you third, puts you into a good spot to play that semifinals match on Sunday. 1 day off to go ahead and relax and talk over strategy. Again, for the loser, they're going to drop down to the loser's bracket and have to make one heck of a run to get more share of that $200,000 prize pool.
Here we go, folks. 30 seconds on the clock. I want to remind you, keep your eyes peeled. The commanders, Romania for the side of TXD. RLF is Koba or Kobayashi. However, star player for TXD is going to be NTPP, one of the top fraggers in this entire tournament, a game changer when it comes to boots on the ground and getting aggressive. Let's jump into the map and see how this one goes. We are headed back to Threshold, Victory Unite, 180 lives. That's all you've got. You've got to make it count early in this matchup. Let's jump in and see how it all goes. Now, as a reminder too, if you see red, that is the attack no matter what POV we're on. If you see green, that's going to be the defense. And Rapid Lo-Fi, the favorites according to us, the favorites according to the audience, we'll see if they're able to live up to that. They're going to start on the attack. TXD going to be starting on the defense. Let's see how fast or slow this first point is captured. If it's anything like yesterday, anything even like last matchup, it's going to go very, very fast. So don't blink or you might miss Sector A. Let's jump into the gameplay and see how it goes, Vivid. I am pumped for this.
Third time we're going to be seeing Threshold during this competition. A lot of people like to say third time is the charm. I'm going to go ahead and doubt that one because the first two matches we saw on this map were absolutely incredible. I do not doubt that this third one will disappoint. It's going to be Rapid Lo-Fi on the attack. TXD is going to be on the defense. We know how this one's going to start. We know that new pilot is going to be taking control of that helicopter. Can TXD live up to the performance of yesterday? Destroy the vehicles, hold down the sector. We are in.
Here we go, folks. It looks like a two-pronged approach with the majority of the approach coming in from the right-hand side directly onto point A. This is fairly standard for the most part. From the left side, you saw a couple of ATVs getting close. Helicopter already claimed as well. We know for a fact that the attack starts with an advantage when it comes to the vehicles. The big question is how long does that lob last for the defensive side, and it looks like RLF are sending a strike team closer and closer to the backside of this point to either pick some folks up in transition or maybe go for a vehicle kill. However, this full squad is weak, as it looks like KKN goes in and just cleans house.
Incredible awareness right there from KKN to go ahead and realize that that flank was coming in and actually go over there by himself and have the ability to go ahead and take them out. New pilot's actually picking up early kills. That's going to be 3 in the feed with the building, almost ending the run in the helicopter early. Luckily for him, not really luckily, but the skill was going to back him up right there and go ahead and make sure that he gets out of that sticky situation.
A lot of green in the kill feed, but a nice flank here for red. The attackers, RLF, have kind of swung around the backside of the point rather than trying to go through the front. Because of that, they seem decent value, but it's not enough. They're actually losing gunfights inside of the point and therefore have no footing besides Kobayashi trying to get aggressive onto the point with the vehicle. The problem is we've seen this before. Koba's getting a little bit too aggressive when he's by himself. Almost loses the tank destroyer in a weird moment trying to open up a window of opportunity. There just wasn't infantry to support the push.
It's kind of funny to mention, actually, AXD, Asya is going to pick up that vehicle destruction right there. So an early win for the defensive side of things. This is kind of funny because when we're talking about Rapid Lo-Fi, they, of course, already played Threshold. They had actually already captured A at this point, the last time that they played it. So finding themselves in unknown territory. The M870 Goja's smiling right now. The shotgun is appearing on the main stage. That's going to be KKN again. The individual performance from the hack wall is in full force.
Welcome to the party, baby. You want to get close to the shotgun, you're going to head back to the gray screen. Holy cow. Nice triple pick up there with the shotty. We'll see how much value they actually get, though. And, geez, that bow is finding so much value on main as well. Yet again, both sides using it for some of their mid-range encounters. Here's a look at the classic battle between two vehicles. Helicopter being forced backwards. Aerial support is nice, but Slav has one goal and one goal only, which is make this helicopter think twice before moving strafing runs onto the point.
That was going to be Oak on the side of Tuxedo NX G, seeing if we can go ahead and do some damage to that helicopter. Allura rockets are going to try to make it all the way across the map to maybe pressure that LAV. And the reason why they were calling in the Allura rockets, because look at this, the LAV was actually half HP. That might have been a run from the helicopter, but luckily TXD, they were well aware of the possibility of that. They destroyed the Allura rockets as they passed through, and I cannot lie, Rapid Lo-Fi, they're being held at the front door.
Stuck at the line a bit. No cause for concern yet. Again, metric for success we usually say is around 120. For the defensive side, if you're able to hold the attackers to 120 lives or less, that means they'll move to the next point without full. 180. Low finding a target after target. Success after success, but it's not opening up crazy doors for our golly, that's a nice shot. Keeping this thing strong and trying to find a small opening in the defenses of the defense.
The bridge though, right? We did see a couple of players from TXD. They were up here, putting in some work just moments ago, but quickly the push from RLF is going to thwart their efforts. And as I say that, look at this. The reinforcements are back on the bridge. This bridge holds a key point looking over the Sector A to go ahead and try and hold it. So constantly attackers do try to get up there so that way they can take their advantage point.
Oh, the flanker gets cut down pretty quickly. Good job from RLF to try to maintain their position on the battlefield. They've taken bridge and they're moving on to the point now. The problem is there's a lot of defenders still there and they may have smoked for cover, but it doesn't matter. They still got at least some sort of ping. I don't know if it's from some of our recon operators or they just spotted them through, but it's not looking like they're able to get on the point like we thought they would. They have a nice advantage originally from the bridge. They've given it up to try to make a play for the point, and because of that, they're actually getting punished. They're losing gunfights. They haven't touched the point in a while. They still technically have control of the bridge. The Lav's now getting active to harry this bridge position and make it not quite as easy to set up a push onto the point in some sort of critical mass.
Marksman rifle right there. Pretty rare one, actually, to see that find some use in warfare. NTPP going to be on the screen right there, picking up some kills, applying pressure on the bridge. Again, that's going to be one of our star players, so try to go ahead and keep a focus on him. Try to keep a focus as well to the top left and the top right, because it kind of shows you what gets called in. Urgent deployment right now for Rapid Lo-Fi. The pressure is on. They're down to 132 tickets. Again, Goj mentioned it. 120 is kind of the metric for success. What about the tank destroyer pushing the Lav back?
Big fight, got down to 19, I think, on the HP category, thinking maybe this helicopter is going to try to sweep in and finish the job. Luckily, engineers, or skillfully rather, engineers are there to save the day, keeps things up. I will say TXD, it does look like they were able to destroy an attacker vehicle. Not sure which one, didn't see it on main. They will replenish it nearly immediately, but this is a much stronger hold from TXD than I was expecting. A very impressive start. We got a couple floaters in the sky. It's not going to get anywhere near the Slav.
Rapid Lo-Fi just trying to figure out what to do. We could see them. They tried to go ahead and push the main building initially. Did not work. Halfway through this push, they tried to go for the bridge. That did not work. Now we see the flanks trying to come in all the way around on the left side, trying to see if that will work. They have to find an attack where it works at the same time. At the same time the helicopter gets value, at the same time that one of their vehicles get value. And as I say that, actually their vehicle just got destroyed. One of their ground vehicles went down right there. So now they're just left with the attack helicopter.
Yeah, this is bad news for RLF. Cloud trying to keep people up as they try to push forward. Still an AA gun alive on the point somehow. I'm not sure how that's possible, but let's see if they get some value from it. Not a bad position to play from, actually, until that thing blows up. You can see EMD there, bottom left of the screen, going for the Allura rockets. They got a lot going into TXD. TXD, by the way, not only the Lav now, they also have the tank destroyer. It's going to be a huge boon for them to hold, but the urgent deployment coming in for the defensive side because the attackers have moved up onto the point. The push comes well-timed up onto the point with everybody swarming to quickly make work of capturing this point. So what do? We send Legacy into the mix to try to get active with the tank destroyer. This is where Legacy found so much value in their battle against No Mercy, and they have pushed back the attack. Urgent deployment plus the tank destroyer unbelievable hold yet again. TXD doing a great job against the host team. Holy cow.
Yeah, the exact moment that the push came out from Rapid Lo-Fi onto Sector A, the tank destroyer, that rolled onto the point. At the same exact time, Commander called in the urgent deployment. So it all just came together so well for them. Great stuff, and look at this, oh my gosh. The tank destroyer is all the way in the spawn. It's around the gas station. How do you get all the way here and not punish at all? He literally left taking 0 damage and just picked up so many kills. Now in the grand scheme of things, because all of those kills were kind of found in the spawn, they're probably gonna get revived and they won't necessarily hurt the ticket count, but still applying that pressure is crazy, and it actually allows them to push all the way up. Look how far up TXD are. This whole squad is on the line of where you can't push up any further.
I hate to use this term too freely, but they're getting spawn trapped. RLF can't even get out of spawn right now without being met with a ton of opposition. This all-in from the defense could prove to be their ultimate demise, though. This is maybe a bit of an ego play. We've got a respawn beacon down from the vehicle to help out a squad. If they lose too many players on this kind of ego position on spawn trapping, they could lose the point. But they actually traded really well around the spawn, and by the time TXD is able to get back to the point, it should be fine based on the squad respawn beacons that I think are down on the backside of this point. Yeah, look at all these new spawns coming in inside of the point. Perfectly executed. They're going to be able to battle here still on the point. Yes, we may be pushing it closer to neutral, but the defense really well done thus far. Still, though, an urgent deployment coming in from Kobayashi could be perfectly timed. They've got a small advantage onto the point for now, and it's going to come down to Legacy losing the fight. Finally, RLF have something going for them. They win a vehicle battle. Urgent deployment helpful. Artillery strike to add insult to injury, and finally, hopefully, take point A.
Like, you gotta press the advantage now. It's either now or never, I feel like, because the reinforcements are coming in. If you look at the bottom of your screen, 2 vehicles available for Team TXD. One of them could be the Lob that you see in the middle of the point right now. That Lob has pretty much sacrificed itself. The tank destroyer is doing so much damage to it. It's got a sliver left, but it doesn't matter. How did the tank destroyer go down? Romania with a clutch play on the point. But take a look at the top of the screen. Somehow, in all of the chaos, Rapid Lo-Fi actually were able to secure Sector A. The Lob might have went down for no reason. Still alive. Finally, PMD is able to destroy it.
What a wild sequence from both of these teams. What was a start of a great strategic gameplay loop from both of our squads turns into desperation. Offense, defense, both desperately trying to determine how do we save this point. And I think it was a mistake from TXD to all in on spawn trapping. I think you just lost so much value, so many legs trying to spawn trap that you open yourself up to being taken on point A. Move to B1 and B2. Still a great hold from TXD. 120 lives for B1 and B2. I can't understate how valuable it is for them to go in with a 60 life deficit from what they could have at 180.
Yeah, super tough because, you know, effectively you would want to capture the sectors right now, so that way you can go back to 180. Obviously, that is not going to happen. Obviously, we also know how effectively Allura rockets are. We've seen a couple of times those Allura rockets get very, very careful. And actually, as I say that, that actually took the Lob. Look at that. The Lob went down. Oak was able to go ahead and pick that one up. Super crazy how valuable that can be. The flash hasn't come out. That's not going to be worth it at all. New Pilot is still kind of cooking in that helicopter. Has kind of been left to pick up some kills, right? The Lob's still trying to go ahead and pressure it off, but the push, man, it's going to be tough here. The tickets, we got to keep a close eye on them.
Yeah, you don't really have a lot of time for B1 and B2. We know how hard C1 and C2 can be. TXD doing a great job of making sure they have at least a position on B2, but they're going to press all the way up to B1 and not make this an easy give. The problem with the strategy, again, I go back to the spawn trap, question mark. I think it was a mistake. I think it was an oversell, and all in at that position just didn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't mind their position right now. They've kind of got a forward line where they're going to get some respawns in, be able to hold this position, and then they've got their back line holding on to B2 to make sure there's no freebies sneaking up the flank that we oftentimes see at least one squad trying to do. And then we've got the Lob in the back line harrying, actually 2 Lobs harrying the helicopter from a distance. should see one of those go on to B2, much like we saw TL do on defense.
Yeah, new pilot with seemingly an impossible task. Help your team make a push onto B1 and B2 because a lot of the defenders can kind of hide, whether it be in the tent, whether it be in the garage, that actually encompasses B2 entirely. Finding value from the skies is actually really hard, so we'll have to see how this push is going to start, right? Because, you know, instantly kind of taking a look around, they have made zero progress towards any of the major checkpoints that you need to go ahead and capture to even get near either of the points, right? The tents over here on the right side are a big part of a push. The building, the garage lights to the left, they have not crossed this line at all.
Yeah, this is not the same RLF that we saw yesterday. At the very least, maybe their opposition is just that much better. TXD doing a great job on the hold right now. This is a net victory for TXD already. And like you said, the attackers haven't even touched B1. Here comes a pretty aggressive push. We've got 2 vehicles moving on the right-hand side. RLF trying to get crazy on the flank, losing a few lives, but slowly but surely creeping their way through and towards this point. As a reminder, we have seen that tank destroyer go on top of the yellow tents, work their way in. That is technically something you could do. Maybe find a little sneaky angle with it. But it's a really good hold from TXD. Look at this flank. We should see this squadron from RLF try to move around the left side, at least to try to find an opening. Now we've got a nice strafing run coming in from new pilot. Should pick up several assists there if get any backup. I just don't think there's any infantry playing with them. They feel a little bit disjointed with when they're timing their attacks.
Huge foothold here for RLF around these containers on the flanking side. There's a couple of members left. It was going to be able to find us. No, the bow once again finding value there. KKN definitely going to be one of the members of that MVP squad over there. I was sort of paying attention to the squads. KKN is going to be in the same squad as NTTP. So that's going to be a super NTPP. It's going to be a super strong squad there. Probably going to be putting up big numbers for the MVP, but big there from Pikey as well. That's exactly what we need for RLF to get a foothold in here.
Oh, it's a big trade. Very well done to hold this point over the top of B1. Definitely dwindled the numbers. Feel like a play. Another strafing run over the top does yield a few more assists, it looks like. We also see the tank destroyers getting involved now. We've got a vehicle advantage barely on the side of the attackers. Have yet to really crest into B1 though. That was a decent little push over the top, picked up a lot of kills, but the medics were there immediately to get those boots back on the ground for the defense. I'm just not seeing that much value from our helicopter or our vehicles on the attacking side.
Yeah, they've got to start making something happen right now. 70 tickets remaining. Both B1 and B2 are completely green. Nobody from the attacking side has a single foot on either one of those points as the Allure rocket looks to find some value right there onto the tank. And again, this tank, it's all the way back here. It is yet to kind of cross this garage that you need to go through to actually go ahead and find some angles that are going to be of any value. As you can see right here, the tank destroyer is trying to do that right now. But maybe this is the problem, right? All of these kind of spots that the defenders can kind of destroy the vehicles from up there is very, very strong.
RLF just looks too disjointed right now. They're not moving in a cohesive effort. TXD, look at this line they have. I was kind of criticizing they're all in at the spawn on A, but the hold, the stick at the line here on B1 has been more than impressive, and they're holding the flank on the right-hand side. It looks like Rapid Lo-Fi is not even on the map right now because they're all having to respawn. Yeah, they have a little bit of control on the right-hand side, but they're about to lose their tank destroyer. This is brutal for them. They can't get any value on the flank, and they're just wasting numbers and wasting time over here rather than trying to find any value on either of the objectives. It looks like they may try to all in with the tank destroyer and the tank destroyer running into each other. I don't know what's happening. And down goes the tank destroyer because they're playing bumper cars with each other. What is happening to RLF? We are falling apart. Lock in. This is a fantastic team that has a chance to still win, but they've got to make a move now.
As kind of think about how this game has gone so far, I feel like my confidence in their ability to actually make a push towards winning this game has dwindled significantly. TXD on the defensive things right now just look way too strong.
Helicopter fully healed back up. I think you gotta put the pedal to the metal. You gotta group back up and just make a crazy aggressive push here. TXD holding in all the right ways. At the tents, at the line, at B2. TXD, no way.
Helicopter down.
Perfect lineup. Heli tries to get active and immediately gets punished. TXD is crushing RLF right now on B sector.
Look at this. Kind of that similar ego play that you were talking about, right? TXD is getting comfortable. They're starting to push past that line that they've been holding the entire time. Some of the players kind of getting thirsty for kills, which is exactly what we can kind of point towards as to why they lost Sector A. This time, though, it does not look like Rapid Lo-Fi is going to be able to take advantage of that overextension at all. As I say that, RLF, Vitamin K is actually able to somehow destroy one of the lobs. Now the only remaining lob for TXD is on the B2 point. The B1 push kind of comes in right now.
Okay, this is a big push. I mean, this is really the last push. We're running out of lives. We got 2 tanks. We're seeing a lot of value from them. 1 lob down, maybe both these tanks lined up their artillery shells together. One tank very low, by the way, but a nice trade out with some of the people trying to gun these tanks down. They're winning some of these engagements, and now they're going to drop an artillery barrage. They have finally taken control of B1. Is it too late? I don't think so, but certainly we're running out of daylight here. So let's see what they're able to do. Already the defense is saying we want to take this back rather than turtle up on B2. Is it a mistake? I think only time will tell. I don't think it is because they've won so many gunfights and they're already retaking B1. It was a bit risky, but I think it's paying off for the defense.
Double tanks here for RLF, and they have pushed through the garage right now, but we know how much damage these tanks take as soon as they go through that garage, straight through B2. Looking to play the aggressive role here. It's going to be Kobe, the commander, trying to rally the troops with some sort of a play. The tank goes in. Does not matter. It's got a sliver of HP left on B2. That one's going to get destroyed. Just barely loses out the fight. Legacy in his tank is going to go down. Now it's going to be 1-1 in the vehicle game. I believe there's going to be a LAV still available for TXD, and then the vehicle here for Lo-Fi, but that's going to get destroyed very quickly.
That was an all-in, and it was a losing all-in from the attacking side. This is most likely going to be GG's, folks. 5 lives remaining. We're looking for a miracle here in Vietnam if you're an RLF fan for this first map. They have a couple vehicles coming in. It's not going to really matter. We could see an overtime here potentially with 4 lives remaining where these vehicles could be a Hail Mary to try to save the day. They have B1 kind of, not really. Look how many red are just now dead on that point. They can't respawn or they lose the game, and we lose another vehicle. That is GG's in game 1. TXD shock the world and win the first matchup against RLF. A near perfect hold, incredibly well done.
Super crazy upset. When we take a look at everything kind of coming into that match right there. I had it 2-0, Goj had it 2-0. I believe there was like 70% of the community votes that came in believe that Rapid Lo-Fi was going to win this match. Now, they have not lost the match. It's still possible, of course, to win the match, but I think how one-sided a lot of the predictions were, 2-0 seemed like the most favorable outcome. The one that was expected, but TXD, again, the one point that I had to make about this team and in the game, in the match that they won yesterday, was just how good they were at around playing those vehicles, and they followed suit. They did just that on Threshold here on day number 2.
Yeah, quick look at the highlights. Of course, it started on point A, and what we thought was going to be a pretty quick attack turned into a long one. We spent so many lives on point A that B1 and B2, we just didn't have enough time. I mean, this was an unbelievable hold on their first point. Look at this. We're finally capturing it at about 60 lives in total remaining. We get about 120 going into the next one. So much value came through from TXD. Did they overcommit maybe on the spawn trap? Maybe, but they could get away with it. They could kind of risk it there because they did so well. But when it came to B1 and B2, it really felt like RLF just never found an opportunity to move forward in this map. They barely made it to B1 after spending like 60 tickets to get there. I mean, they finally were able to touch B1. They finally were able to capture it, but they weren't able to hold it. Look at this, it wasn't even 60. It was like 80 tickets to get there. Finally, when they're down to the 30s in total lives, they get B1, but they can't maintain a foothold there. Again, a highly aggressive play from the defense was let's retake rather than trap. Because of that, good grief. What a wild full send here at the very end, too, and getting punished by TXD. Legacy very, very good in the vehicle. We saw that in the quarterfinals, able to execute great trades. And in the final moments, we couldn't even get overtime because they didn't even have control over B1 after that one. Wow, what a game.
Now, TXD have got to be feeling good. Let's take a look at the scoreboard here. RLF, wow, Vico again, that star player over there for RLF. Of course, they lost, but 53 kills. That is a huge number over there. Let's take a look over here at the TXD side of things. Winter over there picking up 46 of his own. Romania as that commander, finding himself in second place, looting out to Whistly, actually.
Whistly had 76 revives on defense.
Look at that, 79.
CVVT had 79 revives on defense. 57 revives from Poco. No wonder we had boots on the ground on the defensive side. That is a lot of revives for a defensive team. That is very impressive.
Just those 3 members alone, we're looking at, you know, 200 plus, literally. And, you know, it's a relatively short map when we talk about it, right? We only made it to the 2nd sector, so an incredible performance coming out from those support roles right there. I mean, the revives are just always so important.
Okay, interestingly enough, we're looking at some of the strategy from some of these players and some of these teams, and I think in the war room, there's a lot of back and forth because there's a lot on the line here. See Pico there, see Bino 96, Lau, Yuno. Great players trying to discuss what are we going to do. Game number 2. What a wild way to start this competition. I mean, again, it was overwhelming majority saying Rapid Lo-Fi we're going to win this one. And they've lost game 1. The only way for them to win now is to go back-to-back, reverse sweep in a best of 3, and force us to the first game 3 that we've seen thus far. Can a team like Rapid Lo-Fi do that? 1,000,000,000%. They've dominated on this map in the past. You know, I love the what if, I love the hypothetical. I'm wondering if what if RLF would have started on the defense? Could have been a totally different game.
Yeah.
Could have had momentum on their side going to the attack and felt a lot more confident. It did feel like after a strong defense on A, they had no confidence, or at least weren't in conjunction to work together to move forward. Obviously, here's a quick look at some of the stats from TXD. Vehicle destruction category, that is a lot in the game, and it made sense. They were winning out in the vehicles a ton. They got the heli out of the air, not early, but before it could actually really make a huge impact. Picked up several of the all-ins, some of the tanks and tank destroyers. I think just generally speaking, TXD was just the better team in that matchup. Let's see if they're going to be the better team that they have to attack.
Yeah, you can see TXD right here on screen there. They look so cool, calm and collected. They've got the map up, but that might just be for Zoe, because it looks like they're like staring at it, not really talking about anything. Let's talk about the MVP of the match right here. It's going to be Whistly being able to pick up 25,000 score, 22 kills, a lot of revives on the side of Whistly here as well. We were kind of talking about the importance of that. I mean, the support role just playing a huge part here for the team, making sure that they're all able to stay alive. We want to talk about the positions that they were able to hold some of that game, right? Sometimes they kind of overextend to some of those positions, but every single time we saw them do that, they were able to find the revives whenever one of them went down. Now, let's go ahead and take an opportunity to talk about the best squad as well. No surprise to see the likes of Whistly on there, right? The plentiful revives going to help them there. And then same squad, we also have a fragger, right? Winter picked up the most kills for the team as a whole.
Yeah, this is an actually interesting squad. From what I could tell, it looked like KumpZ, ATX, Winter were the fraggers, and Whistly traveled with them as a medic to pick them back up so they could keep pushing. I actually really like that strategy as a squad. Not every squad picks the exact same class, so Let's head back to the players. I think we're going to see, I don't know if you all have been able to hear it from our broadcast, but a couple of these teams get real loud before they go back in, get a team cheer, and here's a quick look at it. Some nice excitement from this roster, looking forward to getting back onto the map and proving that they are one of the fiercest teams out here.
Absolutely. Now, of course, we know how this is going to go. Game 2 of the match, swapping sides. What do Rapid Lo-Fi have to do to hold back the attack of TXD? Rapid Lo-Fi, they looked super strong yesterday on the attack of Threshold, right? The defense, a little bit worse, but still very, very good. One thing that I do like to see here is that when we take a look at the war room of Rapid Lo-Fi, they've got smiles on their face as we can see the admin right there. Hey guys, listen, we know you want to talk strategy, but it's time, right? You've had enough time to go ahead and chatter it up in the war room. Back to the stations we go, which means that we'll be underway shortly. Rapid Lo-Fi, they've got to hit that little bit of a mental reset now. You know, after a dominating performance yesterday, kind of get humbled a little bit in that one right there. They got to reset. They got to think about, okay, listen, what are we talking about kind of going into this? Because, you know, you might think about it. They might have just kind of showed up, hey, listen, we're chilling, right? Like, we're fine. We don't really got to talk about anything. And then they lose that first game, and then they start to feel a little bit more serious, right? Okay, whoa. Let's actually sit down. Let's actually talk about the defense here. The fighting for TXD, I think one of the big things that we had kind of supporting us about how good Rapid Lo-Fi were is that we had New Pilot, and you know, we saw how good New Pilot was in the helicopter yesterday. So they did a great job in that first game right there, right?
Yeah.
So finding a little bit of value, not as much as we would have thought. But for TXD, speaking about it, I'm not entirely sure who's going to be playing the Pyro, right? We haven't seen them on a map that actually requires a helicopter. So we'll have to see if they have a great helicopter pilot on their team as well.
Well, we are, of course, like we said, swapping sides, folks. As we head into this one, TXD going to be in the red on the attack and a chance to close this thing out. We could see another 2-0. Of course, TXD going back-to-back to take down hometown heroes here, RLF. Great team, not so great start for them. If there is ever a match where I felt more confident about us going to game 3, it would be this one.
Okay.
I think because of the caliber of team that RLF is, losing the first game is not going to be so much of a mental burden that they can't come back from it. I think they're a strong mental team. I think they can come back. I think they can get hyped and win this one. And when they do and we go to game 3, I will celebrate and jump around in our booth because we finally will see game 3. But they got to do it. I believe in you, gentlemen, mostly because I want my prediction to be right that you win 2-1 and therefore I am perfect on the day. But that may not happen.
Yeah. I mean, we have kind of talked about the further we go in the competition, the more likely it is that we will see a map 3, which means that we are probably going to be more likely to have that defensive side win. As the teams kind of get more even, the edge will definitely go to that defensive side of things. So if we go ahead and argue that these two teams are pretty equal in skill level, then hey, listen, the defensive side should win. That'll make it 1-1, and then we will have to go to that map 3. But at that point, right, with both teams winning on the defensive side of things, that's where that tiebreaker comes into play, right? You have to start thinking about how well you actually did on that defense. Did you do a better job at holding down some of these sectors? And if you want to talk about it real quick, just to kind of speak it into existence, TXD barely got touched when it comes down to B2. So, you know,
I don't even think they lost any on B2.
Yeah, they didn't.
So that means basically to win the tiebreaker, quote unquote, it would require you'd have to basically get past B1. You'd have to at least touch B2.
Yeah.
So an interesting little stat there, but we'll see if it comes to fruition, dude. Who knows? 2XD could just win 2-0. I as much as I want game 3, it just feels still probable that could happen. The Threshold has been a fun one. Technically seen it the most. Would be our last game of the day. That's kind of insane to say. Feels like it's been a shorter day. I mean, we've been live for 7.5 hours. Let me be very clear. But it does feel like a shorter day than yesterday because it has been. But if we go to game 3, we could be here for a little while longer, folks. Players get into the lobby here shortly. About to hop back in. Man, yeah, keys to success. I think, again, I really haven't seen very much value from the helicopter on threshold, besides when TL was able to use it in their perfect fashion.
I mean, of course, right?
But that's it. I mean, like, these helicopters barely done anything. Which I think mostly is the balance of the map that gets to that. Having an AA on the 2 AAs actually on A, and then having the lob starting off the defense means the helicopter is in trouble if it gets too aggressive.
It's still super important to keep the helicopter alive, because you are effectively trading.
You got to make somebody think about it.
Yeah, but you are effectively trading the usefulness of that LAV for the usefulness of the helicopter.
Correct.
If you kind of just don't use the helicopter, then the lob will just roll up on the point, and the pushes will be a lot harder. So, you know, as much as we are not being blessed with like 70 kills per minute from the helicopter, it is, you know, pretty much required for them to still kind of fly around and be that nuisance, that fly that's kind of just flying around the map.
Yeah, that's right. All right. A flashbang there. I don't know what that was. That's crazy. That was so funny. You chance to look at all of our players, what they're thinking, how they're preparing. I don't know. The shotguns didn't see as much value as I would have hoped, maybe.
Dude, it was actually looking pretty good.
It was looking good at the beginning, and then I don't know if
a couple of moments.
Yeah, I don't know if it got much more than that, but everybody in the firing range, everybody loading in, probably only waiting on a player or two. Kobayashi, I mean, what is Kobayashi saying to his team right now? As a commander of RLF. Hey, we've done it before, we've done it here. We're a great team. Let's work together. Again, it really, for the first time, felt like they were disjointed. We did not see a disjointed RLF team in the quarterfinals. It felt like the pushes were mistimed. They weren't timed together. It looked like our vehicles were trying to push and our infantry wasn't able to back them up. It looked like our helicopter was trying to do strafing runs and there was nobody there to cover fire on the lob. Just slightly mistimed, and I think that came down to panic too.
Yeah.
Panic when you're kind of on your back foot. But hopefully they can clean it up here on the defense.
Once again, it is important, right? We are kind of, you know, going down the line here of the players that are on the stage. The way to kind of designate which team we're looking at, I see that the team TXD, they've got like that green highlight to their jerseys. Rapid Lo-Fi has the purple jerseys. Still seeing smiles on the side of the purple jerseys, on that side of the stage, right? So Rapid Lo-Fi, they're still feeling good. Again, that host team, so a lot to play for here for them. And then, you know, TXD just like locked in.
Locked in, ready to load in, ready to maybe win here in 2-0. Let's talk operators for a second. Big looks at the operators from the last one. Any big standouts? Pretty well mixed, decent amount of engineers, decent amount of medics.
I mean, dude, back to that hack wall conversation we were having yesterday.
Yeah.
I still can't believe we are seeing.
Kind of saw a lot of hack walls on that one, didn't we?
Yeah, dude, hack walls, I can tell you right now, I play a lot of operation. Hack walls are so annoying in operation, right? That flash is crazy. So, you know, I'm sure it is annoying as well in Warfare, right? Very, very strong right now in the game. But a lot of the times, right, the angles, those flashes, it's kind of hard to find some of that value. We do have a little bit more close quarters combat than Warfare kind of seems to, you know, portray. Usually when you think about Warfare, a lot of open, a lot of vehicle gameplay. But, you know, those pivotal points, right, some of those strong points are very, very close. So hack walls are crazy. I do see some data knights getting thrown out a bunch. Everything else looked pretty standard. Did see a Luna in the mix.
Yeah,
Luna.
It kind of feels like a finally. I feel like I haven't seen nearly as many Lunas as I expected. But I guess, you know, at a high level with esports, like, the comms and the information of where players are, it doesn't have to come from you by yourself. You know what I mean?
True,
like, you've got the full team giving information, so information gathering is not less important, but less important as an individual compared to the team. But
still feel like sometimes, man, a Luna grenade. We've seen how sometimes a lot of this defense, they like to group up. That Luna grenade, that could just boom.
Yeah, you can do the same with the triple blaster.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of D-Wolf.
Yeah, true. All right, we've got some substitutes on main, folks. Barry 1 is in. Is out. Now, I also got word, I think, from production that same kind of thing. This is all on RLF, by the way. RLF bringing in new players, taking out old players, but also moving some people around into just some different squads, if I remember correctly. So it's looking like new pilot is actually going to move from squad 5 and move into squad 3. And so this is what they did last time as well. I think it's based on the attack as well. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how this all goes. I think these are the exact same subs from yesterday for the most part across the board. And I wonder if this is just their flow for attack versus defense.
Yeah, kind of comparing right here what we saw yesterday. Yeah, they do make 3 changes each time.
It's the exact same.
Yeah, seem to rotate around Vitamin K, new pilot, Siratri, Barry 1, and For some reason, depending on what side that Rapid Lo-Fi is playing on, they seem to swap around some players from squad to squad and then like straight up sub them in and out as well. So we are given a moment right here to make sure those players that are coming on to the stage for the first time for RLF, because they are getting subbed in, making sure that their setups are all good. As again, you can see, like I said, the players, they've been camera friendly, always, showing us some love.
Yeah, it's true. And again, I think speaking of the subs a little bit more, when we think about moving New Pilot around, it does make sense. I mean, New Pilot was in the air the entire time in the helicopter, right?
So it doesn't really matter.
When you're on the defense, you want them on a specific squad to work with whatever unit they're working with, right? So you wanted them in a specific position to be able to spawn with that unit potentially, or whatever strategies you have for that squad. So it does make sense to move people around when you won't have an aerial vehicle on this map on a defensive side. So fun conversations around substitutions, but because of those substitutions, see our players continue to warm up, stay warm rather, not warm up. But generally speaking, our players are looking dialed. All smiles, but dialed in. And patience being a virtue right now. Maybe RLF is trying to, in American terms, ice the kicker here, if you know what I mean. Let's make some subs.
That's the strategy behind.
Let's slow the game down a little bit. Let's put the game back on our pacing.
That would be a crazy
I don't
way.
think so, but
yeah, doubt it, right? Just got to be feeling a little bit more confident with some of their players in more specific roles, more specific sides, whatever like that. Some of our players maybe rethinking the attachments that they have on their gunner there. Take a quick peek. How many players we got in there? Look like 40.
all of them. I'm seeing all of them.
40. Chat, you guys know what that means. That means we got to be close to getting back into the action.
I not to get too off the rails here, but it's also been cool to see all of the, what's a good word? I guess peripherals, that's not really a good word. All the little,
perfect.
Yeah, well, all the extra things that people bring onto the stage with them. So,
yeah.
Cooling patches for the forehead.
Yeah.
Hand warmers, which I'm kind of surprised because I feel like it's pretty warm in here.
It's
at least for us, we've been yelling, nonstop. But hand warmers keep your hands warm. You don't want to game with cold hands. We all know that. We've all been there. My air conditioning, by the way, in my office when I'm gaming, comes down and just blows straight on my hands.
Really?
I need to get some of these hand warmers and take them home, I think.
Yeah. You need to
it's
adjust,
terrible.
Adjust the
it's really,
there.
really bad.
Look at that. You want to talk about peripherals? I actually saw a little Delta Force mouse pad as well. Looks like it has a bunch of operators on it, so that's definitely pretty cool.
That is cool. Those look like the charms, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I think one of our hosts, Lucia, has some of those charms on her outfit too. Here's a look at that other substitution we were talking about, by the way. We've kind of got you a sneak peek on this already. Exact same substitutions they did yesterday. Sora Triss is in. Vitamin K is out. And the same thing they did on the attacking side versus defending side, etc. yesterday on the same map too, funny enough. Again, RLF playing the same map they played yesterday, just a little bit of a different result.
It is kind of cool to think back to a conversation that we had earlier before that game even happening. Because they're playing on Threshold again, TXT maybe having the opportunity to VOD review the match that kind of happened.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah,
I'm
to figure
telling
something
you,
out.
man. The fact they pulled the same map, I think, was a better boon for TXD because they VOD reviewed RLF, watched what they did, and were able to perfectly just stop it. They're pulling the same strategy.
Yeah. We'd be saying the exact opposite, though, if RLF would have won. That would be like, oh, well, because they're experienced on it, because they got the plate already. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's
So it's like pros and cons, pros and cons.
Yeah, that's an intro casting. We did say at the top of this matchup, though, that it is kind of a net wash.
Yeah, exactly.
But it turns out that it seems like it's maybe a small boon for TXT with the way they were able to perform at the very least.
Well, and
I mean,
wash,
they truly made RLF look like they couldn't execute their strategy. No?
No, I mean, RLF looked like a completely different team against TXD.
Yeah, they were just scattered.
Yeah.
And it looked like they weren't able to do what they wanted to do because of the positioning that TXT took. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll talk to some of the players and see how much VOD reviewing they really did. A lot of it's conjecture. It feels like they did VOD review. And if they didn't, what were they doing? Sleeping? Who needs to sleep when you're in a big competition like this? Oh, wait. Everybody. Anyways. Chat, I want to hear your predictions. I saw some folks saying in chat they think that RLF Mental might be a bit cooked. We'll see if that's the case. Are you changing up on RLF, or do you think that they're going to be able to pull it back and win 2 in a row? You all had an overwhelming majority for RLF in favor of them. Do you think they will win back-to-back? Are you going to stick to your guns here and stay with RLF? Are you going to swap sides, jump ship, and go TXD? Let me know in the chat who you think is going to win, RLF or TXD. Do you think we go to game 3, which means you're cheering on RLF? Do you think we see another 2-0, which means you are cheering on TXD? I want to see you in the chat. I want to see you talking. I see somebody in the YouTube chat saying, yes, Caster, I am changing sides.
There you go.
Incredible. I love that. I want to see it all from chat, though, because I want to shout you out. Thank you guys for being with us today. It's been a long day, but a good one. And this is the last match of the day. So if you're just jumping in with us, maybe you're just waking up, come at the great time. Already probably the first surprise of the competition here on main. RLF losing the first game in this best of 3. So let's see what chat is saying. I'm still seeing some people saying RLF. Still seeing some people say they're swapping sides. So who knows? Anything could happen.
Kind of an overview here for anyone that may have joined us late. I'm sure not everybody's been able to watch the tournament in its entirety. Like me and Goj here have had the pleasure of doing. How we kind of got here right here. TXD went ahead and beat No Mercy yesterday, and RLF beat HR yesterday, so that's why they're kind of going up against one another. But the caveat that I want to put on that is that RLF absolutely dominated. They ended the night quick. They ended the show fast with how fast they were able to actually go through HR. So coming in today, we were like, wow, Rapid Lo-Fi, they look like a very strong team. I and Goj, we up here, we predicted that this was going to be a 2-0. We were proven wrong in game number 1 with TXD taking home that defense. So now, Rapid Lo-Fi, not their tournament on the line, but the winner's bracket side of said tournament is on the line. They have to prove that they can go ahead and defend on this map as well, or at least as well as TXD did.
That's very true. I like that breakdown. I like that recap. Make sure everybody's kept up to date. Feel free to ask questions in the chat too, especially during these kind of lulls between games. We're happy to engage with you all, answer your questions as needed. Today is kind of the last day of what I would call a traditional kind of quarterfinals or bracket stages. Tomorrow is going to be crazy. It's going to be all elimination games tomorrow as we prepare to battle through the lower bracket, prepare for the championship day. The championship day is going to be nuts. Obviously, winner bracket finals, lower bracket finals, and then the grand finals. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Tomorrow's going to be interesting. I don't know, did you just say it's all losers brackets
Yeah,
tomorrow?
it's all elimination rounds. Every single game, the stakes literally couldn't be higher tomorrow. It's going to be a banger, and I'm pumped about it, but we got to get there first. We still got one more match to clean up. I think we're just cleaning up a few things here in the lobby. Again, we had kind of a lot of subs, switching some people around, getting settings correct, making sure everybody's in, ready to go. But same map, shouldn't be too difficult to set up. By the way, like I said, here's one of the things. Everybody wants to keep their hands warm, but also you want to keep sweat out of your eyes. This is one way to do it.
Yes, yeah. Keep sweat out of your eyes. Yeah, probably, you know, thinking about the germs that might be on those.
Oh, maybe
yeah,
that too.
Yeah, that's what that's kind of what I was thinking, because I'm assuming that those are the noise canceling.
Oh, maybe the noise
headphones that
canceling
pretty much everybody's using.
Yeah, they stay
right?
at the station.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, folks. Thank you for staying patient. We got a timer. Top right. That means the players are loading in. You know where we're going. You know what's about to happen. I told you 10 times now, so I'm not going to repeat it. But what I will repeat is the same question I've asked you now a couple times before we go in. Words of wisdom, Vivid. What are you going to say to RLF? What do they need to do here? We know they need to hold, but how do they hold against TXD with momentum on TXD's side? Any words?
Well, I'd be like, listen, you know, finally we kind of get to make the point that the attacking side is technically, you know, the harder side of things, right? You got to be feeling confident. Yesterday you were able to defend. Now you're just up against a little bit of a better team. You got to lock in. On the defensive side of things, you're probably feeling a little bit more comfortable. So honestly, I think that if I was Rapid 05, I'd be feeling pretty good about pushing this one to a game number 3.
It is an interesting point and something that I think is maybe lost on some of our viewers that pop in and out of this broadcast, folks. I want to be very clear on what's happened over the last, what have we done, 7 total best of 3s. We're about to finish our 8th best of 3 in the last 2 days. Every single best of 3 has gone to 2-0 every time. We have not seen game 3. What that means is that we have a not perfect as of current, because we're halfway through this best of 3. But if this TXD team picks up a 2-0, we'll have a perfect 50-50 split on winning on attack and defense. That's a little bit unheard of when it comes to Delta Force Warfare, but that's esports for you, folks. 50-50 split on attack versus defense if TXD wins here. If we're finally going to game 3, you will see that small margin of defense being the better side that is in everybody's mind that plays pubs. You see more wins on defense in pubs by a decent little margin, but in esports is currently perfectly 50-50 split. Not a single game 3 has been shown yet. RLF, of course, hoping that the best is yet to come. Hoping that they will see their first game 3 in this matchup. They got to go back to back here on defense. 45 seconds on the clock. It is time, Vivid. It's time to see what RLF can pull out in this final moments. It's time for RLF, not back against the wall, but they're being shown the door right now. Let's see what they can do. RLF having to defend on threshold.
Taking a look at some of those monitors as we could actually see the other side. I did see that they were loaded into the map. So should be good to go here. T-minus 15 seconds still. All smiles here on the side of Rapid Lo-Fi, which has me feeling confident about the potential to push this through a game number 3. They're looking like they're in good spirits. I'm feeling like I'm in good spirits. Rapid Lo-Fi are now going to be on the defending side on the threshold right now. TXD can send Rapid Lo-Fi to the losers bracket, and they can send themselves to the semi-finals of our winners bracket with another win right here. They can continue the streak of 2-0s here at DFIW 2025. Make it 8 times we've seen that 2-0 for Rapid Lo-Fi. Could play spoiler. They could come back. They could prove that it is possible to push this one to a game number 3. They're definitely going to want to do it. It's such an advantageous thing. A lot to play for right here, and TXD is all interested in the right side.
They've actually got a split push going on. We already see an aggressive push on the bridge by an individual squad. The rest of the team's going to push to the point. Will this draw enough aggro to open up a window of opportunity on point A, folks? Let's get some W's in the chat. We are already into the action and already seeing A go at least a little bit in toward the neutral zone as we aggressively push up. TXD brought the vehicle in, tried to clear a pathway. They do trade out pretty well, and RLF will survive at least for a second on point A. We'll see if they're able to fully restabilize and take this point back.
Interesting right here. Over the past couple of games that we have seen this map, this LAV was actually invested into stopping the helicopter from finding value. Rapid Lo-Fi approaching that a little bit differently. That LAV is definitely closer to the point to go ahead and play further. But oh my gosh, 179 tickets, they haven't even been touched. TXD are on Sector A, and Rapid Lo-Fi are nowhere to be found.
What did I miss? I mean, they trade out decently well on the point. The Tank Destroyer gets a crazy amount of value, but it didn't have any respawn beacons. Because of that, you can see one finally getting placed here for RLF. It's too little too late. They've got a respawn beacon for a squad who's just immediately getting cut down and farmed. I mean, this is brutal start here for Rapid Lo-Fi fans. TXD takes point A in 1 minute and 37 seconds, lose 3 lives. Whoa, all right. Well, let's wake up a little bit. Let's see what happens when we go into B1, B2.
Crazy stuff. There's been multiple times today where we have seen Sector A fall pretty fast. In fact, in our last matchup, we saw, because of how fast Sector A was captured, the vehicle gameplay was kind of hindered a little bit because
mitigated.
You've essentially scored nothing and you've gone over to Sector B, which kind of requires vehicles to attack well.
Yeah, and this is a big boon for the attackers to attack that fast, though. Yes, they won't get a bunch of vehicles quickly, but the defense won't get a bunch of vehicles hardly ever at all. They have one lob paying attention to the skies for the helicopter. Because of that, they have no vehicle advantage on B2, which means B2 is going to be easier to capture than usual because of the pace of play that TXD is starting with, and they're already on to B1. This is a complete and utter decimation thus far. It's not even close. TXD continues to find value and already has numbers pushing B1 into the neutral zone. 3, 4, 5 on point. They're going to take B1 and set their sights on B2. And because of the scoreline, we are not going to see a defensive vehicle be able to play for B2 hardly at all.
A completely different Rapid Lo-Fi than we saw yesterday. The fact that A fell that fast, the fact that B1 has now fallen as well this fast. We are only 4 minutes, not even 3.5 minutes into this one, and B1 has already been captured.
RLF have to stabilize here. They have to hold B2 for longer. You cannot afford to battle with one lob going into C1 and C2. You can see a nice line being set up by RLF. They're finally beginning to hold a line, at least for a moment. Lure Incendiaries coming in and kind of playing spooler there around B1. A lot of revives coming through from TXD. They're doing a very good job of playing inside the smoke, picking up the revives, and then readdressing the fight. Because of that, they're still winning out on B1. The defensive line was mostly thwarted around the front point. They're having to back off and play the back point at B2. This is a wild way to start this game.
Yeah, interesting stuff right now for sure. Bumper cars once again on
Here's a push.
the side of the attack. The vehicles are now going to be making a push towards here. TXD once again making this one look easy. I did just finally see a kill pop up in the kill feed from that helicopter.
NTPP, by the way, playing Nox. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, wow.
And a hat call on the same squad. Big green in the kill feed, though. Huge win there for Limitless and co. to pick up several of the opportunities that they're trying to find, rather TXD's trying to find onto B2. They win most of that encounter, but you see an entire another squad respawning up onto B2 on the far side, on the right-hand side, pushing through. We need to get our eyes into B2 and take a look at that as you see our Tank Destroyer playing spoiler to anybody trying to play on the flank for RLF. We got a big fight inside as B1 in complete control now for the attackers, and B2 starting to be contested.
Yeah, the vehicles here, usually it's hard to do this. Usually there's a giant defensive line here kind of preventing these vehicles from even getting this far. The fact that they are potentially able to just jump onto B2 already with an attack kind of coming in and contesting this sector already, barely reaching 6 minutes in this match, and it looks like the Sector B might fall early.
Yeah, I want to get inside in the headspace of some of these players nearby. It looks like Romania, the commander, was cut down on this push. Here's now a look finally on the inside, and they were losing for a moment. TXD was getting thwarted. Ooh, barely gets around those anti-tank mines. Did you see that? Swerving, freaking go-karting through with the Tank Destroyer. That was wild. Was able to dodge him, get in some value on B2, try to open some doors. I really like the respawn beacon position here for the defensive side. They're able to respawn right next to the point on the outside. It's hard to take down that beacon for that squad. You're going to see a lot of green on this point, and this really has come down to a push onto B2. Already, by the way, TXD has won the tiebreaker if they don't win the map, but they still have 153 lives, and there's a big fight on B2.
Yeah, remember, we were kind of talking about how well TXD did in Revive during that last game, and that was on the defensive side of things. We know the importance of the revives when it comes down to that attacking side, and we're kind of seeing it right now with how quickly they are able to attack through some of these sectors. But you can see it, RLF kind of,
here he goes.
Just, they've got to be jumping up in these corners right now.
Oh!
And the tank vehicle is going to have so much value, but it took a lot of damage from that push.
How did it stay alive? Are you joking me? Goes in, picks up like 6 kills, somehow stays up. Ridiculous feat from Zomba there. Really big move to thin the herd of the defense, and it doesn't look like the defense has a respawn beacon that close to B2 now. Might have run out of time, and because of that, we're starting to get some boots on the ground as the attack. You see an assault vehicle as well from the attacker side who's going to come in and just muck things up in a second. Tank Destroyer thinking of doing the same. B2 falling to the attack. The defense can't spawn fast enough. Look at the swarm. This is textbook from TXD. They are crushing the competition and showcasing why they should be a household name in the DFIW competition.
Yeah, I mean, Rapid Lo-Fi just trying to put themselves back in the conversation here, but Team TXD, they are all over B2 now, right? The vehicles that are kind of finding themselves in the garage are going to be met with the tank on the side of Rapid Lo-Fi. Finally, they have a vehicle in the game now. Is it too little? Is it too late? As the Tank Destroyer comes around the backside, gets the flank on, the tank goes down to a sliver of HP. There is literally a stinger on top of the tank, and it's going to be the anti-tank mine of their own. Somehow that got blown up, and that was actually going to be the demise of the tank at the end of things. And as the tank goes down, so does B2.
Unbelievable job from TXD going into Sector C with maximum lives. They could not have more of an advantage right now unless every single vehicle from the defensive side was down, and we're pretty dang close to that. Down to just 2 for the side of the defense, and they're really not the vehicles that they want to have onto the map. They need more lives, they need more tank destroyers. Losing that tank in that fight, it was an all-in from the defense. They had to try, but it was such a punishing move from TXD to be able to cut it down in true fashion. A great counterattack with tank destroyer, and unfortunately, that mine gets blown up to finish the job. Here's a look, of course, at the Battle of the Cranes. This usually happens. It usually doesn't last very long. Defense have a pretty solid position up top right now, just to rain some hellfire over the top, maybe help out for a little while. But guess what? We got a heli in the skies. He's going to at least take a look at this crane, see if he can do a strafing run and pick up a couple kills.
Yeah, on the side of Rapid Lo-Fi, right?
Copy.
What is actually threatening that helicopter right now as we see vehicle deployment is coming in for Team TXD as they look to keep putting on the pressure here. So far, it's worked out very well, on pace to actually close out this attack in similar fashion that Rapid Lo-Fi did yesterday. Sub 15 minutes. It took them 5 minutes pretty much each to go through Sector A and Sector B. So if C takes about the same amount of time, they will do just that and give Rapid Lo-Fi a little taste of their own medicine.
RLF calling in an artillery strike very early in this one. They've also set up Kobayashi in a similar position to what TL was doing, putting the tank destroyer up on the 2nd floor. I believe that was of C1. You know, to kind of peek out the wall there. There it is. There's a quick look at the 2nd floor there. Pretty good position, frankly. Hard to hit unless you're using a guided, a wire-guided missile or the Alluru missile, but should see some value. See Kobayashi picking up a couple kills in the feed. The attackers still have the vehicle advantage by a pretty large margin. I mean, look at that. They technically got 6 versus a 2-piece on the defensive side. A decent little line here for the defense. We haven't touched C1 or C2 yet, but some really matter. They got 173 lives, and they're just slowly working their way forward, gaining ground. A nice push off screen kind of on the far side. They're actually looking like they may have a little bit more traction on C2 rather than C1. The red going into the building. Should see that get contested here shortly.
Yeah, a similar attack that TL did. They went for C2 first. Although, as we're kind of saying that, there's also an equal push going towards C1, so much that they actually have a foothold on it. They are contesting it. They are capturing it. But if you take a look upstairs, somehow, some way, that anti-tank vehicle is up there waiting for the unsuspecting soldiers to kind of walk into this. And as I'm saying that, they just don't care about it. They are literally under that vehicle, and they are just capturing the point as the Alluro is looking to find value and make sure the vehicles do not touch the ground.
Another big pickup against the defense. Rapid Lo-Fi can't get another vehicle on the ground. They're going to maintain a huge disadvantage in the vehicle category, which means this war of attrition that usually goes to the defense is absolutely going to go to the offense. They trade out and push into C1. I like that they had a strike team over at C2 to draw some aggro, and then they make a really big surge over to C1, push it into neutral, and should be able to take care of business here, or at least make it difficult to try to thwart, especially when you've got a tank destroyer, a tank, an assault vehicle, and another tank all looking at C1 while the infantry move their way over to C2. This is near textbook from TXD. They've hardly lost a life to their name, and they're on their way to another 2-0 victory.
Yeah, C1 was surrounded there by 4 vehicles on the ground. Oh my God. Or dropping a tank into the point of C2 right now. I'm actually very surprised that was able to land on the ground. You would imagine it would be harder for that one to actually land, but
look at where the offensive vehicles are. No wonder they can shoot it. They're all the way on the opposite side of C1, as they should be, holding C1 while the infantry swarm out of C2. This is classic gameplay loop. This is a great strategy. It works very well when you have the advantage. We were able to get that tank down into C2 though because of the position of the offensive vehicles.
Kind of risky though, if you imagine we saw another one of those vehicle steals. Definitely in a position where it could have been, but Koba there going to be on C2. The last remaining flag that stands between Team TXD and the 2-0 against Rapid Lo-Fi. So far, it's just been about the vehicle imbalance throughout the entirety of Threshold. TXD just seems so good when it comes down to that vehicle gameplay. If they all swarm this point right now with their vehicles, it could be a 4-on-2, and I think they can make quick work of Rapid Lo-Fi, and it looks like that's what they're kind of looking for. They're looking for an opening before they just start slamming the tanks and the vehicles in the front door.
3 vehicles from the attacking side versus 2 onto the point. Again, you still have eyes in the sky with nobody looking at you besides maybe some ground troops. So the helicopter's actually going to be able to watch C1 while these tank destroyers and labs try to push in and help out their infantry to get to C2. This is a win for Rapid Lo-Fi if they hold on C2. The problem is they've got to do it for 154 lives, and it's not looking great for them, albeit 2 vehicles on the point is very nice.
It's just classic TXD. Look, right now we haven't seen any action. Again, they do this thing where they kind of like stop. They just stop pushing and they wait for an opening to kind of happen.
Yeah, they're actually pinching from both sides. Coming over from C1 is where the infantry are coming, and the tanks and the vehicles are coming in from the front door. So these vehicles from the defensive side are going to have to pick a side, and here's one of the first fights. It looks like Legacy was a little bit weak. Kobayashi tried to finish him off, but a nice retreat. Kobayashi can't follow out, can't push out into that. May try to find an angle over the top. Look how low Oak is there. One nice shot over the top would take care of that lob. No, gonna stay alive. Infantry pushing the equation and making sure Koba has to back up as well.
That push that you were talking about, right, with that tank destroyer kind of coming in from the side, it actually got destroyed. So RLF with a small victory in that regard. Still those vehicles at the front door kind of knocking constantly, having the threat of pressure.
It looks like the offensive side is actually going to push through the second floor now of this building, not just the bottom floor. This actually could help, especially if we've got some engineers in there. I'm trying to get closer to see. We've got some engineers with this push. Lob coming over the top to try to get some damage down. Here come the infantry on the ground. Look at Whistly just barrel stuffing with a rocket to try to take down this tank. If they get Koba down, they could win this, but Koba's won the gunfight. Infantry trade out as well. Koba stays alive. Somehow this commander is holding the line, but we got a guided missile coming in from the attacking side, while we've got urgent deployment and artillery coming in from the defense. Let's see what value this guided missile gets. I can only assume it's dropping straight onto C2 to try to connect with the vehicle, and they know it! They don't back up far enough! We lose one! Koba stays alive, but down a vehicle means there is an opportunity on C2.
Incredible use of the guided missile there, placing it just perfectly to make sure it goes through those windows that are going to be found on top of the building. I'm not going to lie though, TXD, that was the first time I thought that they had been disconnected. We saw Oak in the vehicle kind of push on, take on that 2v1. The tank that was right next to him didn't go in with him, right? If the tank would have followed suit, they would have been chilling, I think, but the tank again overextends, gets blown up at the front door. If you take a look at the vehicle game towards the bottom, it's now 1-to-1, one tank for each side of them. Yeah, of course, Tuxedo and XG, they of course have that helicopter still in the sky, but the vehicles are pretty even on the ground.
This is an unbelievable hold from RLF. They have to do it for so much longer. They've been hyping up this defense, and in the meantime, TXT's only lost 30 lives. But still, it is a brutal push from TXD that somehow RLF's been able to hold on the back of Kobayashi and the modicum of different engineers keeping this tank alive. He has been on this point for so long, and here comes another tank push, but infantry on the ground are going to force it back before even Koba can take a shot. See you later. Any attacking vehicle that enters C2 dies.
We keep talking about how well Team TXD does at kind of like stopping and waiting for reinforcements. That's like 3 times now I've seen a single vehicle push into C2 from Team TXD while there are other vehicles available to kind of back up that push. I'm not entirely sure why we haven't seen multiple vehicles at the same time go through that front door. That being said, Rapid Lo-Fi as a team, yes, the tank on the point is doing very well, but the engineers are carrying. Right now, finally, Koba taking big damage in the tank, the thing that's been a pivotal part of the defense for Rapid Lo-Fi. Finally, Little Egg is able to take it out with a flank from the tank. Sure, they lose that tank, but you gotta imagine the defense, it's gonna fall apart.
Romania knows this is the chance to strike. Not only marks the objective to hold, but also puts in the urgent deployment. We've got a team strategic beacon. This could help out a little bit for the defense. I think with Koba down, though, it might be GG's. With Koba off the map, at least for even a moment, urgent deployment landing for the attack. C2 is falling so quickly, and you've got to remember that we've had a heli in the sky just raining hellfire nonstop, completely uncontested for the last 80 lives or so. Yes, a great hold. The problem is they've got to do it for the maximum amount of time, and these vehicles now cannot stay alive. All advantages are headed back to the attack, and this feels like it is about to be over.
They've done such a good job at preventing all of the vehicles from hitting the ground. Finally, though, a tank does make landfall, but because of the effectiveness of the helicopter, there's actually nobody around it to jump into it. So he can just shoot at it for free, he can just blow it up for free. They're gonna steal it! They're gonna steal it!
Legacy to seal the deal. To set the legacy, we lose it, it doesn't matter. We steal it, it dies, and we take C2. The defense said, well, our only option is to drop a beacon on C1 and try to trade points. Here's the problem. They're just straight up losing the gunfights inside the medics. We're doing God's work on the point to try to stay alive and try to keep their dreams alive in the winner's bracket. But unfortunately, it's just not enough on C1. C2 falls. C1 now in complete control. It is just a matter of time. TXD, nearly perfect TXD, win the match.
Incredible stuff there. Nobody could have predicted it. In fact, nobody did. Everybody had Rapid Lo-Fi taking that home 2-0. Flip the script. TXD is the one taking that one 2-0, and I've got to say, in quite dominant fashion. Threshold, they went ahead on the defensive side of things, held them very, very early on. When it came down to the attack as well, it was just straight up dominance. Goj was all question mark. What the heck happened on Sector A? We both blinked, we missed it. Within a minute and 30 seconds, they had Sector A captured. B1, B2 fell quickly after. Yeah, sure, C2. It looked like Rapid Mofi were finally going to defend pretty well, but ultimately it was just too many tickets for them to fight through.
Look at these highlights. Like we said, it was like a minute and a half, maybe. A is gone, B1's gone instantaneously. TXD had every single advantage. They had all the momentum. They had everything they wanted and more, all the way to C2. I mean, it wasn't even close. And you could see the frustration and the excitement exchanging hands. Some big moments around B2. For the first time, there was a small hole here, but because we had the advantage, Zombra just was rolling in, taking lives, and getting out scot-free. That is an absolute criminal route for nearly all 20 players on the defensive side. Getting so much value with that tank destroyer because they have the advantage. Barely missing out on the mines. The defense tries to invest a tank to save the day. They don't do it. As we get to C1 and C2, it was the same story for C1. C1 fell almost instantly. The hold on C2, though, is that RLF team that we talked about yesterday. It is the dominant RLF team that we saw before. They held C2 and C2 alone because of this tank right here that their leader, Koba, was able to hold for 90 lives almost. It was like 85 lives that they were able to hold this tank before it finally fell. Any enemy vehicle that walked into C2 got obliterated. It finally took a flanking vehicle to catch Kobayashi by surprise, and when Koba went down, so does the points. So very well done. TXD crushed the competition, win out in dominant fashion, and Vivid, that is now 2 days in a row that we have yet to see a Game 3 on stage. Insane stuff.
Crazy. I cannot believe it. I seriously cannot. I was like, yeah, this one has the most potential. I mean, we pretty much said that about every single match so far, and we just continuously get proven wrong. The skill gap of each one of our matchups so far has just been great enough to be able to justify a win on both sides, no matter what map has been chosen. I got to give a big shout out, though, because, again, with how fast that game was going, on that map right there, how fast Sector A was actually captured by TXD. That guided missile, I can't believe we saw a guided missile on that map. That was pretty much, you know, the tide turner there on C2. Otherwise, it looked impenetrable for RLF. I think it was Kuhn PZ who actually picked up that guided missile. So score-wise, MVP for at least the first couple of minutes.
That's actually such a great shout. As much as we were highlighting Kobayashi on C2 with that tank, you're right. They had two vehicles there holding for a while. It was the Lob that ended up dying to that guided missile that was really the game changer because Koba couldn't carry the load of both sides.
Yeah.
Had to cover one, and finally when the flank came around, he gets cut down. If the Lob's still there, could have helped.
Yeah, I mean, potentially just a straight-up mistake by staying on the point when the missile came in.
It backed up against the wall, but you're in a vehicle. You're not like an infantry. Let's take a look at it. And here's the crazy thing. As we take a look at these scores, I mean, insane stuff. First of all, can I just pull our eyes over to the revive category of TXD?
Yeah.
Unbelievable stats. And also, Medics, top of the score because of how much value they're putting in. 86, 59, or 58, 44, 79. CVVT had 4 total kills and was still a top 6 player on the team because of the amount of revives they were able to take.
You want to talk about the value of the revives over there, right? We were kind of talking about how that guided missile come in. It was such a short map, right? How were you able to pick up enough score to go ahead and justify that? The fact that revives are so important on the side of the attack, just strictly because of the economy of the tickets, but it also picked up so many 86 on top of like the 25 kills that Kuhn BZ actually had. It just allowed that guided missile to come in. And take a look at the team stats here.
Man.
We know the revives, they were going to be huge.
Yeah, I mean, this is such, it's so valuable on defense, but it's almost paramount on offense. They had so many lives to work with on every single point because 1, they were pretty quick, but 2, they just kept their bodies up.
Yeah.
Not hitting that respawn button means your lives do not tick down. This is such a valuable thing, in Warfare in general, but especially in Victory Unite. You only have 180. That goes by so fast in pubs or in any normal game. At esports level, saving those are so valuable. That one player's life, CBBT with 4 kills, 80 some odd revives, was paramount for the success of that team. I mean, that is a ridiculous amount of lives. Instead of 180, 200 revives as a team, if that stat's correct. Instead of 180, they played with basically 380. I mean, that's the way you can look at it and kind of quantify the success that they were able to find in the medic category. So very well done from TXT. And I'm gonna apologize. I wasn't familiar with TXT's game, man.
Nobody was.
I thought RLF was the better team. They looked better yesterday. Maybe they came in cold today. TXT, the team, the way they played yesterday, maybe they played down to No Mercy the way that they had to play on Trainwreck. Maybe Threshold's just their map. The TXT we saw today was also a totally different team, yet they emulated the same results, going 2-0 again.
Yeah, really like to see the gameplay from TXT right there. Again, just played so well when it came down to the vehicle side of things. MVP time. Who's going to get it? We know exactly who's going to get it. It's going to be Kun BZ again, just on that support role. So many revives, playing such a pivotal part of the entirety of that attack. On top of that, was also able to find some time to pick up quite a bit of kills as well. Total score was enough to justify a very early guided missile, the one that destroyed the vehicle that was, you know, just a pain in the side. So just the value right here, definitely an MVP-worthy performance.
Yeah, I mean, that vehicle destruction you see is from the guided missile. I mean, that's sick. Yeah. It's so important. Here's the best squad, though, overall, and we know that it is all about the revives as well from Kun PZ to make sure his team could stay up. And by the way, Whistly, Winter, ATX, that's a lot of kills as well. 50, 25, and 42 from those three, let alone Kun PZ, who picked up 48 revives, but also 24 kills.
Yeah, absolutely. So incredible stuff here. MVP back-to-back from each one of those games. So kind of able to put up those performances on both the attack and the defense is incredible stuff. I will also give a quick shout out. Obviously, we always love to point out the revives that kind of happen on the attack side of things because it just provides just that little bit more of value because you have to think about the tickets. But TXD pretty much had the same amount of revives. I mean, it's kind of hard to compare because the time of the match is a little bit different, but we saw so many revivals on their defense as well.
Sure, yeah, no, that's a really good shout. Well, folks, look, we've got an interview ready down on the stage. I gotta say, what a banger day two. That's all for us in the booth. We've done all of our games today. Same time, same place tomorrow. I'm so excited. Tomorrow's all elimination rounds, folks. Vivid, quickly, any final words here for the broadcast?
Dude, just incredible games. I can't believe they all have been 2-0. As the days go by, we're getting closer and closer to the finals. Very excited for it.
Very excited, folks. We've got an interview down on the stage here very shortly with, of course, I'm sure an excited TXT team. I mean, really fun stuff from them to watch. I think final words from me is that I agree. Every single time we do tournaments like this with Delta Sports, I'm so surprised by the skill. But in Warfare, man, this is a whole nother level. You're not going to want to miss these elimination rounds. Let's head down to the stage here with our amazing hosts. And of course, the winners, TXT, moving on to the winners finals. You're not going to want to miss this.
Hãy cùng chúng tôi quay trở lại với sân khấu lớn để cùng đến với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu cuối cùng tại ngày thi đấu thứ 2 của mùa giải năm nay, nơi chúng ta đã chứng kiến rất nhiều những trận thi đấu nghẹt thở. Và xin được chúc mừng cho 4 đại diện đã có được chiến thắng, đó là RRQ 7 Sins, No Mercy, Tanglong và Tuxedo NXG. Cùng với đó thì cũng rất buồn khi phải nói lời chào tạm biệt với 2 đại diện Project One và Hostile Response. Hy vọng rằng là chúng ta sẽ được gặp lại họ với phiên bản mạnh mẽ hơn ở trong những mùa giải sau. We are heading back to the final post-match interview at the second day of this tournament, and we have to congratulate to 4 representatives, including RRQ 7 Sins, No Mercy, Tanglong, and Tuxedo NXG with their wins today. And sadly, we'll have to say goodbye to Project One and Hostile Response. Hopefully, we will see them come back stronger in the next tournament. And now, standing next to me is the team's commander from the winners today on the last match, Tostido and XG, Rumina. And let's hear what the winner have to say with us. Hãy cùng xem vào lúc này thì cảm xúc của Rumina như thế nào, Rumina như thế nào nhá. Xin chào Swadika. Không biết là cảm xúc của các bạn như thế nào khi là đội tuyển tiếp theo bước vào bán kết?
What does it mean to you guys to be the next team to step into the semifinals?
คำถามแรกให้ลูมิน่านะคะตอนนี้ลูมิน่ารู้สึกยังไงตอนที่ทีมเราได้คว้าตั๋วเข้ารอบ4ทีมสุดท้ายคะ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับแต่ก็ไม่ได้ประหลาดใจครับเพราะว่าเราก็เตรียมการมาดีก็ที่เราชนะมาได้ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับแต่ว่าไม่ได้ประหลาดใจมาก
Mình cảm thấy rất là vui khi mà team mình đã có thể bước vào vòng kế tiếp nhưng mà điều này cũng đã nằm trong dự tính của team mình rồi ạ.
I am so happy to be the next team to step into the semifinals, but this just go as planned, and we already know that we could make it happen.
Phải nói rằng câu trả lời này cũng chứa đựng một cái sự tự tin rất lớn khi mà họ đã làm được điều đó ngày hôm nay. Vậy thì trước mắt các bạn sẽ là một vòng thi đấu rất quan trọng. Bạn nghĩ rằng là đội tuyển của bạn có cần phải cải thiện điều gì để hướng tới trận đấu sắp tới hay không?
Next up is going to be a very crucial match, and do you think that you and your team need to improve anything?
ก่อนที่จะเข้ารอบแข่ง4ทีมสุดท้ายนะคะทางทีมเรามีอะไรที่คิดว่าต้องปรับปรุงก่อนที่เข้าแข่งไหมคะ
ก็เนื่องจากก่อนที่เราจะเดินทางมาที่นี่ก็เราไม่ได้ทิ้งช่วงซ้อมไปเลยก็ตอนนี้ทีมยังกลับฟอร์มเดิมไม่ได้ก็เลยอาจจะต้องปรับเรื่องทีมเวิร์กอะไรอย่างนี้ให้ดีขึ้นครับ
Thì team mình hiện tại thì cũng khá là ổn. Mình đánh giá rằng team mình hiện tại cũng khá là ổn nhưng mà cũng cần có vài điều mà team mình cần phải điều chỉnh, đặc biệt đó là cái vấn đề teamwork, làm việc với nhau trong team ạ.
I think my team is doing great. They are stable, but we need to have more connection. We need to communicate well. So I think the teamwork is going to be the problem to improve.
Trước mắt các bạn thì sẽ là một đối thủ rất là mạnh, đó chính là Tanglong, trận đấu tiếp theo. Thì không biết là bạn cảm nhận như thế nào với đối thủ này, bạn đánh giá sao về sức mạnh của họ?
You are facing Tanglong, one of the high-rated opponent. What do you think about your opponent for the next match?
คู่แข่งถัดไปของเราก็จะเป็นทีมเทิงหลงนะคะที่หลายคนผู้ชมหลายคนเขาก็ชื่นชมว่าเป็นทีมที่แข็งแกร่งมากแล้วตอนนี้ลูมิน่ารู้สึกยังไงที่ได้เจอกับเขาอะคะ
ก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับที่จะได้เจอกับทีมที่แข็งแกร่งแต่ว่าก็พร้อมเหมือนกันที่จะเจอพวกเขาก็ผลจะเป็นยังไงก็รอติดตามครับ
Hiện tại thì cả mình và cả team cũng khá là hồi hộp khi mà đối thủ kế tiếp của tụi mình là một team rất là mạnh nhưng mà tụi mình cũng đã sẵn sàng để có thể đối đầu với Trân Long. Mọi người hãy theo dõi team của mình tiếp ạ.
I feel like we are a little bit nervous and anxious about meeting and facing Tanglong for the next round, but we are also get really ready for this. Please follow and support us.
Vâng, vậy thì câu hỏi cuối cùng dành cho Rumina đó là bạn có một cái điều nhắn nhủ nào đó muốn gửi tới những fan hâm mộ của mình đã luôn theo dõi và tiếp tục ủng hộ cho Tostido NXT trong chặng đường tiếp theo không?
What are you going to tell all of the supporters out there right now?
แล้วก็อีกหนึ่งคำถามนะคะตอนนี้ทางลูมิน่ามีอะไรที่อยากจะฝากกับแฟนๆแล้วก็ผู้ชมคนที่ติดตามเราอยู่ไหมคะ
ก็อยากจะขอให้ตามเชียร์ต่อไปนะครับแล้วก็รอบนี้ผมจะแก้แค้นให้กับประเทศของเราครับผม
Mong mọi người sẽ tiếp tục ủng hộ team mình ạ và vòng kế tiếp team mình cũng sẽ làm hết sức có thể để lấy lại những gì mà chúng ta chưa đạt được ạ.
So please support us all the way, and we are going to try our best to get what we have missed and not have yet to achieve. And please follow and support us.
Và lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho chiến thắng rất áp đảo ngày hôm nay Tostido NXT và hãy tiếp tục ủng hộ cũng như là chờ đón những phần trình diễn tiếp theo của họ ở trong vòng bán kết sắp tới khi mà họ sẽ phải đối đầu với một đối thủ cũng rất mạnh đó chính là Tanglong. Và một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn Rumina với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu. Once again, congratulations to your win today for securing the next spot in the semi-finals, and we are looking forward to seeing your great performance in the next matches. Thank you so much for the interview. ขอบคุณค่ะ Quý vị và các bạn thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại ngày thi đấu thứ 2 tại Delta Force Invitational 2025 World Fair với rất nhiều những diễn biến hấp dẫn và hy vọng rằng là ngày mai chúng ta cũng sẽ tiếp tục được chứng kiến những bất ngờ xảy ra trên sân khấu này. Cảm ơn các bạn khán giả đã đồng hành cùng với chúng tôi trong ngày thi đấu thứ 2 và đừng quên chúng ta sẽ còn gặp lại nhau vào ngày mai. Ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up the second day of Delta Force Invitational High 2025 World Fair with a lot of intense games, and hopefully we will still witness another thrilling matchup tomorrow. Once again, thank you to all the fans watching all over the world. Good night, and we will see you tomorrow.
No retreat. Strike back and take our objective. This is our final stand. We must defend the position at all costs.